Seduced by the Dragon King. Dragon Mother Book 2, A Dragon Shifter Romance. Written by Flynn.
Chapter 1. I'm not made of glass.
The scolding came from me, and was directed at the Dragon King, who helped me down the stairs of the castle. He had grasped one of my hands and wrapped his arm around my waist, nearly carrying me over the steps.
Your legs are weak from your time in bed.
I rolled my eyes.
Don't remind me.
Another 4 days, and I would have traded my crown for a handful of dirt I could inhale like a 5-year-old. Luca watched my feet like a hawk watches its next meal.
The doctors thought it best.
My good humor faltered a little as I looked down at my stomach. It was covered by a new set of clothes made especially for me by my bird friend, Penny, but the cloth couldn't block out my mental image of the curse markings that tainted my front. Those damned markings kept me from fulfilling my queenly duties to this handsome dragon man at my side. I shook off my black thoughts and looked up at him with a raised eyebrow.
Where are we going again?
To the museum, Luca reminded me as we made it down the first flight of stairs.
Svetnek has some information he personally wishes to convey to us.
A familiar face in the form of Cassius appeared at the bottom of the stairs. He paused with his foot on the bottom step and smiled up at us.
There you are. I was just seeing if you needed some help with your beautiful bride.
I snorted as I tried to wriggle free of one of Luca's helpful hands.
I have a little too much help already.
Cassius stepped to one side to allow us to pass. Tybalt is waiting for you in the courtyard, and a contingency of his guards will follow you to the museum. Luca glanced at our friend as we passed him by.
What have your searchers of the castle library found?
Cassius followed behind us and shook his head.
Nothing, I'm afraid. Outside of physical and magic binding spells, black magic with the ability to bind such an innate ability as childbearing was completely unknown to our ancestors.
Luca pursed his lips.
Then we'll have to rely on Svetnek for good news.
Cassius stopped at the bottom of the next flight of stairs and bowed his head.
Know that I won't give up, good cousin.
We will find the source of this curse and the culprit, and deal with both of them. If you will excuse me, I will continue my search among the personal libraries in the city. He bowed again, before he hurried off. As I watched his retreating back, I couldn't help but wonder about something.
Does Cassius have wings too?
Luca nodded.
Yes, though because he is of the third descent from the main branch, they are weak and incapable of bearing his weight.
My face fell.
That must be frustrating.
Luca shook his head.
He finds solace in his magic, which admittedly is far more than I could ever hope to do. So how does that work?
I asked him as we made our way down the last flight of stairs.
Your line gets wings and he gets magic? In essence, yes.
Magicians have surmised that the blood of the lesser branches, rather than reproduction, focus its strength on enhancing the magic within them, so that they at least have a way to survive the harsh world until their line falters on the 3rd generation. I winced.
Can't he get a bride from my world?
We reached the entrance hall and Luca sighed. Unfortunately, the glass of Selim won't allow any but those of the first branch down to the nephews of the lesser branches to pass through its portal. My face fell.
Damn.
Luca gazed down at me with a soft smile.
You have a big heart, my mate.
I blushed at the term of endearment.
Flattery will get you a lot of places, but I'd like it to get us to the museum at a quicker pace than you are leading me, like I'm about to turn into a puddle of bones and skin.
He chuckled as he looked ahead of us, as the front doors were opened out into the courtyard.
Tybalt will give us a quick escort.
Tybalt stood at the head of a group of a dozen other guards, with one hand on the top of the hilt of his sword. An elegant carriage was parked behind them, with 4 white horses and a white-clad coachman atop the box. The family crest, featuring the dragon, figured prominently on the doors. Tybalt bowed low to us as we approached.
Good morning, your highnesses.
We are ready to leave, whenever you desire. Luca lifted his gaze to the sky and frowned.
Has anything been seen of the masked people? Tybalt shook his head. No, Your Highness, nor has anyone taken responsibility for.
His eyes settled on my stomach. Luca nodded.
Understood. Now, if you would escort us to the museum.
Tybalt bowed his head and swept an arm toward the carriage.
It would be our pleasure.
We had a flashy escort in the form of the armored guards atop their horses.
This was the first time I'd seen the city in 4 days, and I continued to marvel at the many different styles of buildings and different people who called the metropolis home.
Avius and other changeling species walked past, chatting away with each other and normal humans. Carts rolled by hauling lumber, crates and fruit, most of which I couldn't identify. The people gaped at us, but the soldiers stopped any autograph seekers. We soon arrived at the museum and climbed out. MIA appeared in the doorway and met us halfway down the steps, where her brother sat beneath the warm sun. Ethan smiled and tipped his cap at us. A pile of sketches sat by his side. MIA bowed her head.
It's a pleasure to entertain both of you once more, Your Highnesses.
Luca looked past her and at the open doors.
Has anything been discovered?
MIA pursed her lips.
That would be better explained by your advisor. He's this way.
She led us to her office where we found the usual disarray that ran in the family, but no sign of Svetnek. For a moment I worried that one of the stacks of books had toppled over his skinny frame and flattened him. That is, until MIA swept away some paperwork on the floor behind her desk, and grabbed a small metal ring with one hand wrapped around a clasp. She pulled on the metal ring, and a secret hatch opened in the floor.
The hatch revealed a set of narrow wooden stairs, and air so stale a mummy's wrappings would be jealous.
MIA climbed down the stairs, and for the first time that day I was glad for Luca's extra hand as he helped me down the steep decline. The stairs led ever downward some 20 feet below the floor level of the museum, and into a whole new, dark world. A few torches illuminated enough of the space for me to tell that we stood in a huge room with dividing walls, but with plenty of bookshelves. Every inch of available crumbling stone wall was covered by the cabinets, and standalone bookcases covered the rest of the floor. No torches hung from the walls, and the whole place was shrouded in a darkness so deep that I couldn't see my nose in front of my face. MIA set the torch in a hanger on the stair wall, and took up a covered lamp from an end table beside the steps. She led us deep into the tall stacks of ancient, musty tomes. A soft noise came to my ears, and I realized it was the sound of pages being turned ahead of us.
I strained my eyes to see another light in that direction, but nothing came to my sight.
We rounded the last standalone bookcase, and the lamp illuminated an open space where a hefty table stood. The light also illuminated Svetnek. He sat at the table, hunched over a thick tome. He also sat in complete darkness. At our coming his eyes flickered up, and the light reflected off his great black orbs. My heart skipped a beat before he returned his attention to his reading. My apologies for not standing, Your Highnesses. The pages on this ancient treatise are fragile, and the longer the spine is strained by its own pages, the more likely the whole of the book would fall apart. Luca nodded.
We understand, but have any of them proven useful?
With a speed I could only envy, Svetnek read through the final 4 pages and eased the cover shut. I noticed the cover was of some kind of leather, wrinkled by time and the dry atmosphere. The binding itself was made of small metal rings the color of hard rust. Svetnek stood and set his bony hand on the cover before he nodded at us.
Yes, Your Highness.
This tome is a compilation of the knowledge of one man. He wrote about a certain spell used to seal away stolen souls. I believe this is our best lead in finding a cure to Her Highness' troubles. Luca cast a curious look at the tome and lifted an eyebrow.
The apparent age of the book doesn't give us hope that the author is alive.
A strange bittersweet smile slipped onto Svetnik's lips.
The author is still among us, Your Highness, though he hasn't been alive for over 5 centuries.
MIA frowned.
Then a vampire? Svetnik nodded. Yes.
My eyes widened.
Vampires are real here.
Luca folded his arms over his chest and nodded.
Yes.
Real, and often very inhospitable to guests if they can be found at all. Svetnik turned his face away from us and frowned.
I know where this vampire resides.
Luca's eyes widened.
You do? How? Because he is my master. Chapter 2.
I blinked at the pale figure who stood before us.
There were the telltale signs, of course.
The long fingernails, the extreme pallor, but I didn't see the sharp fangs or the bloodthirsty red eyes. Luca's comforting arm wrapped around my waist.
I see. Is he one who desires visitors? Svetnik chuckled. I fear he might look forward to you, but we had a falling out a century ago.
Mia's voice joined the conversation.
Is he in the registrar for vampires?
Svetnik grasped the book in his hands and shook his head.
No.
The registrar was created after his turning, and he never bothered to include his name in the list. I looked around at all the shadowed faces about me.
Registrar.
Luca nodded. A list on which every vampire who resides in the city is required to place their name. It encourages them to use magic-enhanced water to satiate their thirst. He returned his attention to Svetnik.
How soon can you find him?
Svetnik closed his eyes and leaned back his head. He was as still as a corpse for a long moment, before a bittersweet smile slipped onto his pale lips.
I could find him immediately, but to intrude on his place of rest during the day would give us no answers from him.
Luca sighed.
Then we wait until nightfall, and I ask that you lead us to him.
Svetnik clasped the book against his chest and bowed his head.
As you wish, Your Highness.
MIA lifted her torch to the room around us and wrinkled her nose.
If our meeting is done, we should leave here. This place is not healthy for anyone with a working pair of lungs.
We ventured out with Svetnik bringing up the rear. I couldn't help but cast a few curious glances over my shoulder at the pale gentleman, but his head was bowed in thought.
At reaching the top of the stairs and stepping out into the brightly lit office, I looked behind us waiting for our pasty friend. He never came up.
MIA grabbed the top of the hatch to close it.
I stretched out my arms. Wait a sec.
Svetnik's still down there. MIA nodded at something behind me.
He left while you weren't looking.
I turned to face the door, and found the formerly closed entrance slightly ajar. Luca had a teasing smile on his face as he looped his arm back around my waist.
Svetnik does that disappearing act to amuse himself, but we should be going.
Tybalt is a patient man, but he is no doubt not enjoying all the attention from the museum visitors. We bid farewell to MIA, and stepped outside into the bright light of the mid-morning sun. I lifted my hand above my face, as I blinked against the dazzling brilliance.
Your Highnesses.
The low voice made me look down at the steps. Ethan still sat in his customary place with his sketches at his side. I noticed that there weren't as many papers as usual. He stood and his eyes darted to the museum doors. Luca led me over to our friend, and his eyes, like mine, studied the short stack of sketches. Some of them were even only half finished. A good day for drawing, but you don't seem to agree. Ethan pursed his lips as he returned his attention to us.
Did you meet with MIA?
I nodded.
Yes, why? He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. It's just, did you notice anything strange about her?
Luca shook his head.
Not at all, but you have a different opinion.
Ethan shrugged.
I don't know what I have, but I do know that she hasn't been easy to get a hold of lately. Sometimes even the staff have a hard time finding her. It's just not like her. I furrowed my brow. Have you tried talking to her about it? He shook his head. No. At least, whenever I bring it up, she changes the subject.
Luca set a hand on our friend's shoulder.
I'm sure she's just preoccupied with increasing security.
Ethan nodded, but he didn't look convinced. We said our goodbyes and continued down the steps. The sun cast our shadows across the ground at our sides, and that brought a strange thought to my mind as we joined the awaiting guard, who was indeed being gawked at by the visitors.
I looked up at Luca. So, if Svetnik is a vampire, how can he be walking around during the day?
Or are vampire rules different in this world? Luca smiled down at me.
That would depend on the rules in your world.
I lifted a hand and counted up. Aversion to garlic hates mirrors. That got a lift of Luca's eyebrows.
What? Are the vampires in your world frightened of their own reflection? I snorted. No, it's because they don't have a reflection and don't want anyone else to know about it either.
I paused and furrowed my brow as we were escorted back to the castle.
Now what else? Oh yeah, doesn't like holy images like a cross, can't cross running water, and burns to ash if touched by sunlight. There was that curious look from Luca again. Running water. I shrugged. Yeah, I don't really get that one either.
Maybe because it's considered pure. Anyway, what are the rules for your vampires?
Vampires do have an aversion to strong odors due to their strong sense of smell, and they do abhor the sunlight.
I lifted an eyebrow.
But not enough to be turned into fertilizer. He smiled and shook his head. Not quite.
The younger ones will be burned, but older vampires develop a thick skin of magic that protects them from harm.
And do they ever sleep?
Luca nodded.
Yes.
Even their unnatural life must find rest, though as with the sun, older vampires require less sleep than younger ones. For convenience, they sleep during the day when the sun is brightest, and they are at their most vulnerable.
I stared ahead and shook my head.
Dragon men, bird people, dwarves, and now vampires.
What don't you have in this city? He grinned down at me. My city was missing a queen, but that position has been admirably filled.
A slight blush tinged my cheeks and I swatted his arm.
That got a laugh from a couple of locals, who stood in front of a shop.
One of them, a burly gentleman with an apron over the front of his body, cupped a hand over his mouth.
She'll be ruling the city in no time, Your Highness.
One of the women beside him scoffed.
Not without an heir.
My face fell at the abrupt reminder of my failure in my queenly duty, and my hand flew to my cursed stomach. Luca gave my waist a squeeze with his hand, but kept a smile on his face as he bowed his head to his citizens.
A minor difficulty that will soon be remedied. Good luck to you both, the man called after us as we swept by at a quicker pace.
I stared at the ground as a tense silence fell between us.
So, everyone in the city knows what happened?
He nodded.
Yes.
The public attack couldn't be hidden, and so I decided to tell my people the truth. His face fell, and his sorrowful eyes fell on me.
I'm sorry. After a moment I swallowed the lump in my throat, and lifted my chin. Nothing to apologize about. That's the best choice you could have made, and they deserve to know the truth. I mean, the future of the city is at stake with your line, right? I had a hard time avoiding Luca's gaze. Yes, and no doubt whoever created the curse designed it for the public display to create such sentiments. Well, we'll just have to show them they can't beat us by lifting the curse, I insisted as we neared the castle.
I lifted my eyes up to him and managed a smile.
And all we have to do is go ask a creepy old vampire about his magic.
Easy, right? Luca drew me closer against his side and a sly smile appeared on his lips.
Provided he doesn't eat us.
My heart fell into my stomach, and a little bit of color drained from my face.
Eat us?
Your vampires don't actually eat people, do they?
He laughed and shook his head. There's nothing recorded, but my old maid used to warn me that if I didn't behave, a vampire would climb the castle walls and slip into my room to eat me. I snorted. I knew I'd like Myra the first time I met her.
And speaking of the devil, as we neared the gate, the short figure of Luca's wizened old nurse stood beside the massive wood barriers. They were closed, and she was in a heated discussion with a gate guard. Another guard stood just behind his compatriot, with a bemused smile on his face as he watched his commanding office spar with the Spitfire.
Miss Myra, everyone knows who you are, but you still haven't received permission to enter the castle. She glared at him. Since when do I need permission to enter the castle? He sighed. The castle isn't allowing visitors, since Her Highness was attacked unless the king has called for them.
Myra set her hands on her hips.
Now you listen here, young Johnny. I've spanked you before, and I ain't afraid of spanking you again.
That got a hearty guffaw from the other soldier, before his presiding officer shut him up, with a look of warning. The lead guard returned his attention to Myra, and at that moment he caught sight of our procession. Relief filled his face as he bowed his head to us.
Your Highness, it's good to see you back.
I detected a ton more sincerity in the greeting, especially as he waved at his fellow guard to open the gates. Luca and I stopped before the dueling pair, and Luca took a step forward and smiled down at his old nurse.
To what do we owe this visit, dear Myra?
Myra crossed her arms over her full bosom and glared at him.
You think you can put me off?
Luca blinked at her.
Put you off? She stabbed a finger at me.
By leaving me out of your pretty queen having a baby, and not even a whisper to your old nurse looking for help. I only just got the news from my girls too.
You should have sent for me immediately.
Luca had to stifle a grin as he solemnly bowed his head.
My sincerest apologies, Myra. I had meant to inform you myself that she was with child. Oh, I'm sure you did, Myra retorted as she pushed behind him and grasped my hands in hers.
She beamed up at me and her eyes twinkled with tears.
I heard about everything, my dear, and don't you dare be letting it get you down, especially now that I'm here.
I couldn't help but smile at her kind words.
Thank you.
Really? Myra sniffed a little and stuck up her chin.
Well now, let's not be standing here all day blocking the road.
She grasped one of my hands tighter and pulled me into the courtyard.
Now let's get you a big bowl of my special soup and see to the baby clothes.
I was all smiles as the tiny woman led me into the castle with the bemused Luca following close behind us.
Her funny kindness had made my week. Chapter 3.
That is, until the bowl of soup was plopped down in front of me. Luca and I sat at the small dining table reserved for private eating in a nook, nestled close to the warm kitchen. Sun streamed in through the elegant bay windows behind me, as I stared at the steaming bowl Myra had set before me. She beamed brighter than the sun as she took a step back, and wiped her hands on a white apron she'd swiped from the kitchen.
There you go.
Nothing makes a mother stronger than my soup. I picked up my spoon and dug around the floating contents. There was a mix of browns, reds and off-whites, none of which I recognized. I couldn't even tell if I was spooning meat or vegetables. The broth was the color of mud water, and a strange odor that reminded me of cough medicine wafted up from the bowl. Luca sat nearby with his chin resting on one hand, and a sly twinkle in his eyes.
It looks delicious, Myra. What's in it?
Myra swatted his arm with her wooden spoon.
It's rude to go asking anyone for their special recipes.
She turned to me with a sweet smile as Luca rubbed his arm.
You go ahead and eat the whole bowl.
It'll help both of you. I winced and my hand unbidden went to my stomach. I don't know if you heard, but I can't give birth to the child with the curse on me.
Of course I know that, but that's no reason why you can't keep the babe healthy until you deliver, she scolded me as she used her spoon to scoot the bowl closer to me. Now eat up.
With Luca's dancing eyes on me, I scooped up a spoonful and lifted the utensil to my lips. The steam floated in front of my eyes before I shut them and shoved the spoon into my mouth. A mixture of sweetness and spiciness filled my mouth, and I found myself eagerly swallowing the soup. The heat warmed my stomach and soothed my tense muscles. In a word, I oozed.
I slumped back in my chair, and a goofy grin spread across my face. Wow.
Myra puffed out her chest and gave a nod at the surprised look on Luca's face.
See?
Your mother did the same thing. Just goes to show that you don't read a manuscript by its cover. Luca smiled as he picked up his spoon and reached across the table.
So it would seem, ouch.
Myra had given his hand a healthy whack with her spoon, and she now wagged the weapon at him.
Don't you dare. It's only for the expectant mother.
She crossed her arms over her chest and shot him an evil glare out of the corner of her eyes. Besides that, you dragon men have an acute sense of taste. You might guess my secret ingredient.
He flashed her a wicked grin. My father did tell me about the time he sneaked a bite of your famous bird in the nest pie.
She leaned toward him and narrowed her eyes.
And that secret better have gone to the grave with him.
Luca held up his hands in front of himself.
Your secret is safe with me.
Myra glared at him a moment longer before she returned her attention to me. I had wolfed down a few more spoonfuls and her expression brightened.
Eat every drop and then I'll give it to the kitchen staff. They'll know what to do with the bowl.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Incinerate it. She laughed and shook her head. Of course not. They'll give it to the dogs.
Luca cupped his cheek in one palm and leaned against his bent arm.
Those lucky dogs.
I nearly spit out the spoonful of soup in my mouth, and now the two of us glared at him. He leaned back and folded his arms over his chest.
I make no apologies.
Myra shook her head.
Just like his father.
I finished my meal and pushed the bowl away from me. The food had filled me with a soothing warmth, and my muscles felt rejuvenated, so much so that I almost sprang from my chair as Luca stood. Myra picked up the bowl between both hands and smiled at me.
Now we'll have you take this once a day for a couple of weeks, and see how you're doing.
My good humor faltered a little as I set my hand over my stomach. Myra lay her hand over mine and shook her head.
Don't go thinking that'll stop you.
You have the son of the Dragon King inside of you, after all. She leaned toward me and gave me a wink.
And if he's half as rambunctious as his father, then he might figure out a way of getting you out of this mess himself.
Luca slipped an arm around me and smiled at his old nursemaid. Thank you for the soup and for the lifted spirits. Myra's smile stretched into a broad grin and she nodded.
You're always welcome, little one. Now off with you too.
Shoo. She shooed us out of the small dining room, and we strolled through the various apartments, with me admiring every unfamiliar thing and Luca admiring me. He didn't once take his eyes off me as we reached the piano.
I had so admired it on our first trip through the rooms. I stopped us and looked up at him. Can you play? He grinned. A little, but I haven't played for a long time. I snorted and stretched out my hand toward the instrument. Then let me hear you, maestro.
Luca slipped onto the wooden cushioned bench and opened the lid that covered the keys. He stretched his fingers before setting them on the ivories.
That was the last I saw of his fingers as they flew across the keyboard. A haunting melody arose from them and drifted about me.
I shivered from both the eeriness and the perfect performance. Luca stared ahead without a single glance at the keys, and there was a pensive look on his face.
My father's favorite.
He was always fond of the mysterious places in the world, and was often away from the castle. I lifted an eyebrow.
So who was in charge? Svetnek and my mother shared the duties, as was customary, he admitted as he drew into a crescendo. That was the custom of past times. I blinked at him. A lot of you dragon kings wander off searching for treasure. He nodded. It's a trait many of my ancestors shared.
The theory goes that treasure calls to our blood.
I snorted. So I guess it's true that dragons love their hoard.
He finished the haunting song and swept into a soft lullaby.
I found myself rocking to the sweet low tune. Your mother's favorite.
Luca stared down at the keys as he nodded, and I detected a hint of melancholy in his voice.
Yes.
I plopped myself on the bench by his side and swung my legs a little.
What was she like?
He lifted his gaze to the ceiling, and a bittersweet smile slipped onto his lips. A beautiful woman with golden brown hair, and a smile that made the sun jealous.
He swept his eyes over the room and sighed. She had a life that filled these rooms and such determination.
He closed his eyes and shook his head.
Even in the end.
My heart fell, and I set a hand on his shoulder.
What happened? Illness, he revealed as he stopped playing, and the tune slowly drifted away. The doctors could do nothing for her.
My father was devastated. He was never the same after that, and passed away a few years later.
He turned a bittersweet smile on me. That's the fate of all the dragon kings. I blinked at him. What is? He set his hand on my chest over where my heart beat. We are bound to our queens as they are bound to us. Our death is yours, but your death is a slow one for us.
My eyes widened.
You guys just die slowly, don't you? He nodded. Yes.
Our bodies are stronger and withstand the wounding of the severed heart, but not for long. 5 years at the most. I winced.
I'm sorry.
Luca cupped my cheek in his palm and shook his head.
Don't be.
We never are. I leaned into his touch and smiled up at him.
Was your father this much of a flatterer?
He grinned.
So my mother told me. Now then, he stood and offered me his hand. Shall we take a stroll? I laughed and accepted his hand. Let's. Chapter 4.
I rose to my feet, and we strolled back through the majestic rooms. A few servants flitted to and fro, keeping clean the history of the place, but otherwise it was just the two of us arm in arm. A few of the servants cast sly smiles at us as we passed by, and Luca bowed his head to each of them.
At the last one, I lifted my eyes up to him. Your castle doesn't have high turnover, does it?
He blinked at me, and I snorted.
Your servants stay with you a long time, don't they?
He nodded.
From birth to death, and there are rumors that some stay on even longer than that.
A little color left my face.
You mean ghosts?
He grinned.
There are stories about hauntings in the castle, though admittedly it's hard to tell the spooks from the spells.
So much magic has been cast that one isn't sure whether they're ghostly spirits or potion spirits. I winced.
Any ghost I need to stay away from? He furrowed his brow. None in particular, though the Lady of the White is rumored to be dangerous for the queen of the castle to see. I tilted my head to one side. Lady of the White. I'm guessing she isn't decked out in a blood-red dress. He smiled as he shook his head. No. She's rumored to wear a dress of the purest snow, and has an aura about her, like that of an angel. Don't tell me those are hanging around here too.
Luca grinned down at me.
There's been far too many interesting parties for them to want to stay around here. So why is this white lady so dangerous for the queen to see? He stared ahead of us and furrowed his brow. I'm not sure.
I recall reading a book in the library, when I was young, about the ghostly history of the castle.
Perhaps later we can dig it out and see what the tales tell.
We had reached the entrance hall, and the windows revealed that the day was only half done.
We had a few hours until nightfall.
I stopped us at the foot of the stairs and jerked my head toward the glass.
So, what do we do until we join Svetnik on his vampire hunt?
Luca nodded at the entrance to the wing across from us.
I have some paperwork waiting for me in my study.
You could come with me. I wrinkled my nose.
That doesn't sound too exciting.
I looked to my right where the sunlight trailed inside.
You don't think I'll be kidnapped taking a walk in the courtyard, do you? He shook his head. That's very doubtful considering the magic barrier that surrounds the castle.
I whipped my head back to him and lifted an eyebrow.
Magic barrier. He smiled. An invisible one. It's protected the castle for hundreds of years. I snorted. Everything around here seems to be measured in centuries. Should I be worried about the food?
Luca's smile stretched into a grin.
Only the well-aged cheese.
I shuddered.
I'll be sure to avoid it, but going back to this barrier thing.
How will that keep those black ninja guys out?
He lifted an eyebrow. Ninjas. It was my turn to grin. Ninja. That's what murderous people who dress like that are called in my world.
Luca stared ahead and pursed his lips as his eyes told me he was in thought.
Would that we had a name for this rogue group, but all attempts at finding them have come to nothing. Not even a calling card.
I mused.
He shook his head. No, nor even a slip of their clothing. That may have at least led us to their tailor. I set my hand on my stomach and bit my lower lip. I'm sure we'll see them again.
Luca lifted an eyebrow at me.
You sound so certain. I shrugged. Call it woman's intuition.
Anyway, I perked myself up and offered him a smile. How does the barrier work against them? They used a platform spell to travel around, and I wouldn't doubt that they used invisibility spells to avoid detection in the city, he mused as his eyes fell on the front doors. The barrier will prevent them from using all their favored magics.
The soldiers will take care of the rest.
I slipped in front of him and closer to the door, where I turned to face him with a smile.
Then it sounds like it's time for a walk outside.
Don't work too hard.
He grinned. That's something I've often been told I excel at.
However, there's some unfinished business between us.
I blinked at him. What?
Luca took a step toward me, and covered the distance between us. He looped his arm around my waist and pulled me against him, and in the same swift motion, he captured my lips in a long, passionate kiss. By the time we broke apart, my cheeks were the color of scarlet, and my lungs screamed for air. I grinned up at him as he righted me back onto my feet.
You know you're a really good thief. He lifted an eyebrow. Really?
I nodded.
Yeah. You keep stealing my breath away.
A sly grin stretched across his face.
Then expect further thefts in the near future.
I stepped back out of his reach and his leg length and clasped my hands behind my back.
I'll be sure to watch my step and yours.
I reluctantly parted from him and walked into the courtyard. The sun shone warmly on my face as I stepped out of the shade of the surrounding walkway and into the stony square. The gates were closed again, and guards stood at attention on the parapets high above me. I couldn't help but admire the vines that grew up from flower beds planted along either side of the courtyard. They entangled themselves in the stones and gave off blooms of all colors.
I strolled over and cupped one of the long, slim flowers in my palm.
A sweet scent of lemons and sugar tickled my nose, and an unbidden sneeze jerked me back.
God keep you. I spun around to find Cassius behind me.
He wore a black cloak over his shoulders and a smile on his face. The sun reflected off his dark hair like the shimmer of shadow inside a dark cave.
I clutched my hand over my chest where my heart was still doing the rumba. I need to put a bell around your neck. He chuckled. Aren't women prone to putting the collar around a man's finger?
I grinned.
When we can catch one.
He stepped up to my side and studied the flowers.
These are quite magnificent, aren't they?
I nodded.
Yeah.
Who planted them? A lady of the castle about a century ago, or so I've been told since birth, he mused as he cupped one of the blooms in his hand. She missed the flowers of her homeland, and so the king sought to allay her sorrow by planting these in the courtyard for her to admire. I lifted an eyebrow.
Did it work?
His eyes twinkled as he winked at me.
They ended up producing 10 sons, one of which I'm descended from. I snorted. That's a lot of noise. I wonder how they managed them.
He dropped his hand and turned to face me. Apparently they managed them quite well, as all survived to adulthood. Talk of children brought my mind back to the elephant in the courtyard. I forced my arm to stay down at my side, even if I couldn't force my thoughts away from thinking about my curse. Cassius' face fell, as he tilted his head to one side to catch my eyes.
I'm sorry, Your Highness. I didn't mean to bring up such a sore subject. I smiled and shook my head. The only sore subject is you calling me Your Highness. It's just Diana, okay? He chuckled. You have an unfailing ability to make people comfortable in your presence. I suppose that is why you have made so many friends through the city. I shrugged. Just a few. He tapped the side of his nose and winked at me.
A few close friends are worth more than 100 passing acquaintances. I do hope I rank among the former more than the latter. I grinned and clasped one of his hands in mine.
Of course.
We're family, after all.
He smiled and bowed his head. You do me a great honor, Your. I shot him a look of warning. Diana.
Now then, he swept his eyes over the courtyard.
What brings you out here, without our illustrious king?
I sighed.
Work keeps him and I'm just passing the time until sunset. He lifted an eyebrow. Do you have plans later?
I bit my lip as indecision stifled my speech. Luca hadn't told me that I couldn't tell anybody else, but the walls and even the flowers might have had ears. I opened my mouth, but Cassius held up a hand.
Say no more.
A good friend knows when to not ask. He stepped back and crossed his arm over his chest before he swept into a low bow.
May your adventure this night lead to success. He strode past me and out through the gates.
I breathed a sigh of relief, and went about admiring the flowers, though the thought of the coming night's adventures teased the back of my mind.
Chapter 5.
The afternoon shuffled along, but eventually night began to descend on the city. I had moved indoors and found myself seated at the piano using one finger to try to recreate the beauty that Luca had accomplished earlier. I barely pulled off Jaws, and was somewhat successful in playing Jingle Bells. Svetnek entered the room in all his gliding glory, and came over to bow his head to me.
A good evening to you, Your Highness. I stopped my failed efforts and looked up at him with a playful scowl. Diana.
His dark eyes twinkled slightly as he again bowed his head.
Whatever you desire, Your Highness. I snorted. You are as stubborn as your king. Is someone calling me?
Luca mused as he strode into the room, a little wearier than when I had left him earlier in the day. He strode over to the side of the piano, and lay an arm over the instrument, before turning to his advisor.
What tricks does your master know that we might need to worry about? Svetnek shook his head. Of his magic, I know very little.
He reserved his strength for battles between others of our kind, and those occurred infrequently and often out of my sight. I lifted an eyebrow.
You guys fight? Svetnek pursed his lips. Yes.
Though many of us are descended from the higher classes of society, our vampiric nature is less civilized. One is often compelled by our dark nature to carve out territory, and that involves fighting the current owner for the rights. Luca furrowed his brow.
I see.
Then we'll have to assume he has all the speed and strength of someone of his extreme age, and hope that we get our message across before he gets his fangs across our throats. I swallowed the lump in mine before I stood, and followed them out of the room. Luca stopped us at the doors where a servant stood, and draped over one arm were two cloaks. He handed one of them to me, and drew the other one over his own shoulders.
The hood hung loose over his back, until he grasped the two sides in his hands.
A sly smile appeared on his lips as he gave me a wink, and drew the hood over his head. His face changed to that of an old man with thinning grey hair. My jaw hit the ground.
I snapped it back up and reached up to cup his chin in my hand.
It even felt dry and wrinkly. I lifted both eyebrows at him.
Magic.
He lifted one hand and revealed equally wrinkled fingers.
And the best, courtesy of the museum.
MIA was kind enough to loan us this pair of obscurus, though to be fair the cloaks themselves are on loan from the castle vault. My eyes lit up, and I hurriedly slipped into my own cloak.
The cloth felt as smooth as silk, though a few strings in the interior dangled against my side and almost tickled me.
I was almost giddy as I grasped the hood in my hands and slipped it over my head. There was a slight tingle throughout my body that felt as though a soft feather touched every bit of my skin. I lifted my hands and looked in awe at the aged flesh. I flexed the fingers and the skin moved as if I had truly aged 50 years.
Wow, I breathed as I lifted my eyes to the bemused men. That's when I noticed something off with Svetnek. Don't you have one?
His strange smile appeared on his face as he shook his head.
I have no need of such ruses.
The shadow of the gates fell over us, and my jaw ate dirt again when Svetnek vanished. One moment he was there, and in the next blink he was gone. I whipped my head to and fro searching for him, but he had completely disappeared.
I turned my gaping face to Luca, who offered me his hand. A technique to fool the mind.
You blinked longer than you remembered, and in that time he vanished into the shadows.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and accepted his hand. This world is going to take some getting used to.
Luca hurried us through the guardhouse and out their own side door that led onto a narrow path.
The trail meandered its way down the steep slope that surrounded the castle and opened on one of the narrow side streets that ran about the foothill.
Night shaded us as we made our way down what felt like every alley and path-wide street in the city. The stars illuminated our path, but occasionally I stumbled over a dark object hidden by the shadows.
Do you know where you're going?
Luca shook his head.
No, but our guide does. I blinked at him. Our guide. He nodded at a spot ahead of us. I squinted my eyes and beheld a small dog, about the size of a terrier.
It had a smooth black coat that had hidden it from my view, and frankly probably every else's view. No one seemed to take notice of our guide, but a few people gave Luca and me passing looks. Many of them smiled at our held hands and wrinkled faces.
They thought we'd grown old together.
I only hoped, with children surrounding us at our feet. We traversed the city, and as we delved deeper into its midst, I noticed the buildings grew older and the yards larger. Wrought iron fences sprouted up from the ground like silent sentinels, and overgrown weed patches surrounded Tudor-style mansions. Very few lights could be seen through those musty old windows, and those houses that didn't have them had the appearance of empty, gaping faces. The air was so oppressively old that I could barely raise my voice high enough to be heard.
Where are we?
Luca drew me closer against his side and gave my hand a squeeze.
The old quarters for witches and wizards.
Much magic and blood has been spilled on these streets and in these houses, so that the air itself is tinged with the scent of it all.
I snorted and regretted the loud sound.
A good place for a vampire. Then we came upon an even better place, when the street on which we traveled curved to the left and opened up. My heart skipped a beat when we were presented with a full view of a most ancient cemetery.
The whole of the graveyard was surrounded by high stone walls, though we faced the wrought iron gates that led into the interior.
Ivy covered the crumbling stone and rusted iron, but I could see through the plants enough to get a glimpse of tombstones so hoary that their words had faded with time and weather, and the thick roots of the large maple trees had toppled many of them. A strange, uneasy feeling settled over me as I stared in a mixture of horror and fascination at the land of the dead.
This doesn't look right.
Luca pursed his lips.
Because it isn't.
This is the Bastet, a cemetery used to house those who were shunned by the city for their evil actions.
Even some of my more ignoble ancestors are buried here.
I lifted an eyebrow at him.
And yet they were still buried in the city? He nodded.
It was more dangerous to bury them outside the walls where some of their more profane followers might have attempted to resurrect their bodies, if not their souls. Here though, he nodded at the high walls and gates, the vines keep anyone with ill intentions from entering.
I snorted. Is there a place in this city that hasn't been touched by magic?
Luca grinned.
Hardly, hence its nickname of Umbria, the city of illusions.
His gaze settled on the small black dog that had plopped itself in front of the gates.
Are you sure he's in there?
The dog nodded its head before it turned and wiggled its way through the bars of the gate. We walked up to the gates and paused in front of the rusted metal. The ground beyond the entrance was uneven, the result of hasty burials and the work of large tree roots.
The trees themselves hung over the tombstones like mother hens over their nests.
Brush and bushes dotted the area here and there, and a mausoleum occasionally seemed to sprout from the earth like a grey-coloured pimple. Though the ground on which the graveyard sat was relatively flat, I still couldn't see the other end of it. It didn't help that a faint mist floated about the tombstones, like night watchmen going about their business. I could vaguely detect Svetnik's outline about 20 feet up a dirt path that wound its way through the maze of scattered tombstones. Luca grasped one of the gates and tugged. A screech like a barn owl came from the hinges as the gate opened to us. We slipped inside, and dead leaves crunched beneath our feet as we headed up after our furry guide.
Chapter 6.
Svetnik led us down the path, and around countless markers for those whom the city had rejected, but circumstances had forced it to hide within its earthen bosom. The air smelled of damp leaves, moulding vines, and a touch of something that made me shiver. Luca, who walked ahead of me, gave my hand a squeeze.
It's the permiente. I blinked at him. The what? The unsettling air of entrapment magic, he explained as we passed a grave marker.
The headstone itself wasn't interesting, but the iron bars strapped over the top of the weathered mound were. Entrapment magic keeps the bodies within the ground, and its influence, or at least a scent of it, often spills over to those sensitive to magic. I lifted both eyebrows.
So does that mean I'm sensitive to it? He turned his head to one side and showed off a bemused smile. Of course.
The Queen of Amnesis has the unique gift of being very sensitive to magic.
I swept my eyes over the gloomy air and snorted.
Do you dragon men always take your queens to such glamour places?
Only when the mood suits us, he teased as we continued on our way.
Svetnik guided us further down the path, and I began to notice the fog grow heavier. Soon I could barely see the mounds on either side of us, and when the mausoleum loomed up on us, I nearly jumped out of my skin.
The hulking creation stood on a platform some 2 feet off the ground, and was about 40 feet in diameter.
A narrow portico surrounded the circular center of the building, and a rounded dome capped off the exterior. A huge concrete door kept curious visitors from peeking inside. Svetnik stopped in front of the door, and I watched in awe as his form stretched upward like a lengthening shadow until he stood before us, human in form but not in life. He grasped one side of the door and pushed.
The concrete groaned under his strength, and slowly the door slid open.
I expected a puff of dry, rancid air, but there was nothing. Svetnik half turned to us, and Luca led me up the short steps and onto the platform. Our guide nodded at the opening in the door he had created.
In here.
He slipped inside, and I with Luca reluctantly followed him. The interior was completely black, but Svetnik rummaged around in his robes for a moment before he drew out a long stick. He struck the stick against the wall, and I realized it was a thick match. Or a small torch, I couldn't decide. The flickering light illuminated the small space, and revealed a single stone sarcophagus in the center. 4 pillars surrounded the coffin, and stretched up to the ceiling where they supported the dome that hung above our heads. The lid of the sarcophagus had a human figure that protruded from its base. It appeared to be a man of about 60, dressed in robes, with his arms folded over his chest.
The top of his head had been smashed to pieces.
Luca pursed his lips as he released my hand, and walked over to the sarcophagus. He set his hand on the lid, and scowled at the face that stared lifelessly up at the ceiling.
The Mad King.
I lifted an eyebrow as I, with Svetnek behind me, joined him at the stone coffin.
An ancestor.
His eyes fell on the head as he nodded.
Yes.
He nearly plummeted the city into a war with a neighboring state. Only the intervention of the people, and another branch of the family, averted war.
I furrowed my brow at his explanation. You told me about him before, didn't you? The one that broke the main branch?
My eyes fell on the stone face.
So this is where you put him? Yes, Luca admitted as he turned his attention to Svetnek. But where is your master?
The cold chill that had bothered me during our journey through the tombstones now increased twofold. I wrapped my arms around myself and shivered as goosebumps popped up all over my body. A breath escaped my lips, and my eyes widened as I watched the white air float in front of my face before dissipating. The vanished air was replaced by a breath of putrid air that wafted over my cheek from behind me. My eyes widened as an ancient voice like crackling paper floated into my ear.
Such a wonderfully spicy scent you have. I screamed and spun around.
My shaking legs stumbled backward, and Luca caught my arms in his strong grip. Something grey stood in the shadows beside one of the columns. Svetnek lifted his match torch, and revealed a man who appeared to be made out of wrinkles. Every part of his short stature that wasn't covered by a ragged old grey cloak was a shriveled mess of skin pulled tight over his bones. A few bits of scraggly hair clung to the top of the otherwise bald head, and the deep sunken eyes stared out at us with curiosity mingled with annoyance. His feet were bare, and the bottom of his soles appeared to have changed into hardened leather. The mass of wrinkles lifted a bony hand, and wagged a finger at Svetnek.
What poor manners you have, Kopal, to bring me a feast after I've already dined.
Svetnek's eyes, aglow with a yellowish light in the thick darkness that surrounded us, slightly narrowed.
We have come in search of answers to our questions.
The man threw up his arms and sighed.
Of course you have.
You hardly visit me, other than to ask me questions.
And then what do you do?
He stalked the edge of the room around us, seemingly forgetting that Luca and I existed.
You get your answers and leave with nary a friendly hello, or even a peck of your own blood.
I stuck out my tongue at the image of Svetnek offering his blood to the shriveled old man. That caught the vampire's attention, and the next moment he stood in front of me with only a few inches between our faces. I yelped and pressed my back against Luca's chest. The ancient vampire's nostrils flared and he narrowed his eyes.
A human, and not from our world.
You must be the new queen the mortals are so fond of praising, when they're not wondering if you will fail at your singular duty to continue this city's time-honored tradition of procreation. I winced, and Luca drew me behind him to confront the wrinkled bloodsucker.
We haven't come for your insults.
The vampire held up one hand and shook his head.
Whatever request you have for me, there is nothing I can do without some form of compensation. We have brought that, master, Svetnek announced as he reached into his cloak.
This time he brought out a wine bottle with a red-stained cork. The master's eyes widened, and his grey tongue flickered out to wet his cracked lips.
So you have. I wondered how long it would take you to whip that out.
I could barely follow him as he leapt towards Svetnek and tried to snatch the bottle from our friend. Svetnek raised his long arm above his tall head. The shorter vampire leapt up and flailed his arms, but his reach failed to match those of his servant.
After a few flailing attempts, the master stopped his bouncing and glared at his pupil.
The difference between the two men's height was definitely more noticeable then, as the top of the elder's head barely reached the halfway up Svetnek's chest.
You scoundrel. A hint of a smile tugged at the corners of Svetnek's lips. We merely wish to ask you questions about the lineo dictum, master.
Master narrowed his eyes.
My lineo dictum? Where did you even find that dusty old thing?
Luca stepped forward.
It's currently housed in the museum, and may have been used to create a sealing curse on my queen.
Master rubbed his pointed chin in one shriveled hand, and furrowed his wrinkled brow.
Interesting. I suppose some of the spells could be used that way, though not without modifying some of the ingredients. Even with those changes, do you think you could create an antidote to the curse?
Master tilted his head to one side, and his eyes glowed slightly in the dim light. He stretched out one arm and unfurled his wrinkled palm toward Luca.
I could, but what do you have for me?
Svetnik shook the contents of the wine bottle.
The drink.
Master cast an annoyed look at his student.
That's your contribution, but what of the happy little couple here? He gestured at Luca and me.
Obviously you are asking on their behalf, so they should contribute something to the pool. Luca frowned.
What would you have in mind?
Master pointed a bony finger at me.
Her. Chapter 7.
A growl escaped Luca's throat, though Svetnik stepped between the vampire and dragon. His sharp eyes fell on his master.
We cannot allow you to take her.
Master blinked at him before he burst into laughter.
Take her?
Why would I want to do that?
I merely wanted a touch of her blood while she was with child. You know that as well as I do, Kopal.
I whipped my head from one vampire to another.
I'd like to know why that's so important.
The master's yellow eyes fell on me, and his lips stretched into a grin that showed off his fangs. Because, my dear, there is nothing as sweeter as tasting the blood of two people at once.
Not the finest blood in the land, his eyes flickered up to the bottle in Svetnik's grip, nor the exhilaration of your first kill can compare, particularly when the blood is that of the lady to the Dragon King.
Luca narrowed his eyes at the ancient vampire.
You will not have it.
All eyes whipped around to me.
I folded my arms over my chest and shrugged. I can spare a few drops, and if it helps us find the cure to this curse, then they're worth it.
Luca pursed his lips and turned to grasp my arms in his hands.
Are you sure?
I lifted an eyebrow, and my pulse quickened.
Why? It doesn't hurt that badly, does it?
The master vampire chuckled.
Not at all.
We vampire take pride in leaving our donors without even a passing memory of our visit. Luca half turned to the creepy old man, and his scowl deepened.
You're trying to take advantage of her naivety, but Svetnik and I both know the inherent power behind blood, and what dark uses vampires and men have made of it in the past. The master waved his hand at the pair. Yes, yes.
Evil dark sorcerers and all that. Never did I meet such a suspicious pair. His gaze settled on me, and the hard look softened slightly.
But the lady has offered her blood, and an offer given is one never refused.
I felt a wind blow past me, and the next moment the master and I stood at the head of the sarcophagus. He had one arm wrapped around me, and the long taloned fingernails of the other hand disappeared under the bottom hem of my shirt, and brushed against the skin over my stomach. His cold whispered breath wafted over my ear so softly that I was uncertain I heard any words at all. May we both benefit from your kindness. I yelped when I felt the clawed fingers on his hand prick the skin on my stomach. Then the vampire was gone, and Luca's contorted angry face filled my entire view. Luca had both his arms around me, and had pulled me close against his chest. He glared at the master, who now stood in the far right of the room. His hand was raised, and the long nails on his hand glistened with my blood. Luca's body trembled against mine, and I noticed his own hands were shaped more like claws. His ears were pointed, and when he drew his lips back he showed off a lovely pair of fangs. The master licked one of his fingernails, and a smile crept onto his lips. Beautiful. Luca made to leap at him, but I grabbed a hold of him and was nearly dragged by his strength.
I'm all right.
Really? See? I used one fumbling hand to pull up my shirt and gaped at the reveal. There wasn't a single speck of blood on me, just the blackened markings of the curse. Luca's angry eyes fell on my untarnished stomach, and the ire in his eyes cooled, but only slightly. He whipped his head back to the master vampire and clenched his teeth.
You are fortunate that your victims heal easily.
The master tucked his hand away into the folds of his robe and nodded.
As I have been many times over.
Svetnik strode over to the foot of the sarcophagus and frowned at his master.
Will you now help us?
His master bowed his head.
I already have.
What you seek are some rare spices that are rarely found, even in the port of Castelia. I lifted an eyebrow.
How do you know that?
He drew his hand out of his robe and showed off his now clean fingernails.
Your blood, my dear.
By ingesting your blood, I have tasted what binds the curse to you and keeps it alive.
I blinked at him. Curses are alive? He chuckled. You are certainly naive, aren't you? Yes, curses are alive.
Magic isn't merely the act of joining potions or speaking incantations. Every successful spell must be kept alive by the materials used to create it. They are the body of the spell, its life source for as long as they last. Luca closed his eyes and took a long deep breath. When he opened them again, all of the anger was gone. Well, most of it, anyway.
How long will the materials in this curse last? The master stroked his chin between his bony fingers. That is difficult to say.
One would need to know the amount of each ingredient, and then there is a complication. My pulse quickened as I lifted an eyebrow.
What sort of complication?
The master turned his back to us and clasped his hands behind him as a few mumbled words passed over his lips.
I can't.
I blinked at him while an amused expression appeared on Svetnik's face.
Come again. The master cleared his throat. I said, I cannot seem to recall one of the ingredients.
The flavor is familiar, but in my long life, I have forgotten its originator. Svetnik took a step toward his master and stretched out a hand.
Perhaps if I may test the blood?
His master shook his head.
No, that won't do.
He spun around to face us once more, and stiffened his bony chin. The ingredients I could identify will no doubt put you on the right trail. There are 3 that differ from my original recipe, and no doubt together they will lead you to a cure, or at the very least, the customer. They are the bitter nors, the sour goyet, and the tart hamdi. Luca frowned.
Those are rare spices indeed. I myself haven't tasted the nors more than once in my life. The master smiled. Yes. It shouldn't be difficult to find one of your wealthy citizens who have little love for your dynasty and desire to place themselves atop your.
An ear-grinding screech from outside the mausoleum gave him pause. The sound was joined by others, as the whole nocturnal world came alive with their noises of anger. Screeches, growls, and the horrible wail of a woman echoed around us. The master whipped around, and his stringy eyebrows crashed down as he frowned at the door.
Someone of ill intent has tried to invade the cemetery.
The defenses have been awakened, and will search out any unwanted creatures.
I didn't like the way he phrased that. That shouldn't be bad for us, right?
His eyes fell on Svetnik. My couple will be fine, but you too, he turned to Luca and me, and I couldn't figure out if his expression was one of concern or bemusement. The cemetery will see the living as the enemy.
Then it's time we left, Luca suggested as he took my hand and led me toward the door.
I looked back over my shoulder and saw the pair of vampires, master and servant, facing each other.
The master smiled and bowed his head to Svetnik. I hope your next visit will be longer and less dangerous.
Svetnik only narrowed his eyes before he headed out after us. We squeezed through the door and out into the cool night air. A soft wind whistled past us, and the bare branches of the trees clacked together like bones. The mist that had followed us before had turned into a thick fog. I could barely see 10 feet in front of me.
That turned out to be too much, as I watched something shamble out of the white darkness.
The human-looking figure wore tattered rotting clothes that matched their putrid flesh. Their accessorizing went even so far as to match their empty, soulless eyes, which brushed over Svetnik and landed on Luca and me. A hint of illumination igniting within the eyes, a red flame of anger, and the creature opened its mouth.
A horrible guttural wail warbled from its throat.
The call was answered by many others, and they shambled out of the darkness. They were all zombies, and there were a lot of them.
Chapter 8.
I backed up into Luca, and looked between the two men.
Please tell me those aren't what I think they are.
Luca nodded.
Yes.
Ghouls, and they're blocking the path to the main entrance. He whipped his head to Svetnik.
Is the rear gate still kept unlocked?
Svetnik nodded to our right.
Yes. It's this way.
He leapt down off the platform and hurried past the ghouls. Luca and I followed, with Luca keeping a tight grip on my hand. We stumbled into the fog, and soon found ourselves back in the maze of tombstones and trees. I stumbled over a root, but Luca's hand and my own scrambling feet kept me from falling to the ground. The fog cleared for a moment, and I beheld the starry night above us.
Why don't we just fly out of here?
Luca pursed his lips as he guided us through the fog. I could barely see the dark back of Svetnik some 5 feet ahead of us. Because the cemetery protections also prevent transformations and magic. I winced.
So how far is this rear gate?
A mile. My lungs inwardly screamed at the prospect of such a long hike, but my adrenaline gave me a boost of confidence when I glanced over my shoulder. The wall of zombies had disappeared, but something else whispered threatening words from the deep bowels of the mist. A faint song rose up from the tombstones around us until it became an ear-rending screech that echoed inside my skull.
I clapped my free hand over my ear, but that gave me no comfort.
Luca's contorted face no doubt mirrored my own.
We have to move faster. After a few more steps I couldn't take it anymore, and wrenched my hand free of his grip.
I clapped both hands over my ears and some relief came to me, but while my ears were soothed my eyes told my heart to kick my pulse into high gear. The mist in front of me coalesced into a thin, feminine figure that floated a few feet off the ground. She wore a white dress that drifted about her skeletal frame, and grayish skin stretched over her emaciated body. Her head leaned back slightly, and long grey hair flowed behind her like seaweed on a drowned man. Long sharp talons more akin to knives stretched out from the end of her fingers, and glistened in the sparkling fog. The hideous noise that scratched at my ears vibrated from her long throat and impossibly wide mouth. The mist finished its transformation, and I found myself gaping at a screeching banshee. Luca grabbed my arms and pulled me away.
Keep running. Our feet pounded the ground as the terrifying creature floated behind us, her song scratching at our ears as her claws swiped at our heels. I felt like my head was about to explode, and finally the pain was too much. I blacked out for a moment, and when I came to, I lay on the ground with my upper body clasped in Luca's arms. He faced me, and his back was turned to the part of the trail down which we'd traveled. Luca's face was contorted with pain, but not from the blood that ran down his ears. The grey figure of the banshee rose up behind him, and held up one of her clawed hands. Blood dripped from the tips. The soft breeze flitted by, and that was when I saw the tattered claw marks in the back of his cloak. A wide grin spread across the banshee's face, as her incredibly long tongue slithered out of her mouth and licked off the blood from her talons. Delicious.
A shadow flitted in front of us, and I found myself gaping up at Svetnik. The vampire slid one fingernail against the palm of one hand, and clenched his fist. He lowered the hand to his side, and I noticed a few drops of blood drip from his tight fingers. The banshee floated to and fro, leering at our protector.
Why do you protect these intruders, undead one? Svetnik frowned back at her.
Because these are not the ones you seek. A sneer curled onto her lips. All living are unwelcome here, now step aside. She swooped down and opened her jaw so wide that my entire head could fit inside. Maybe that was her intention, but she didn't get the chance. Svetnik flung his wounded hand in front of him, and a thin line of blood sprayed out. The blood splattered against the banshee's face. She screamed and clutched her face as she flew back. Her body wreathed about in the air, and a faint mist rose up from under her hands.
You monster, she screeched through her agony. You abomination.
A bittersweet smile slipped onto Svetnik's lips, but he closed his wounded hand and turned to us.
Are your wounds grievous, Your Highness?
Luca's face was a little pale as he climbed to his feet, taking me with him.
They will need tending once we escape this place.
Svetnik nodded, and we hurried away from the thrashing banshee. In a few minutes the mist cleared, and the wall that surrounded the graveyard loomed in front of us. We traveled through a gate identical to the front set, and were soon on a narrow cobblestone street, with houses that reminded me of jolly old England in the 18th century. They were made of stone and wood, with whitewashed walls, and each was set slightly differently along the block, as though a ruler hadn't yet been invented when the houses had been built. A hiss of pain from Luca returned my attention to what was important. He stumbled and fell against my side.
I flattened my feet against the cobblestones and held both of us up. Svetnik.
Svetnik grasped Luca's other arm and nodded at a low wall nestled between two of the buildings.
In there.
We half-dragged Luca into the alley and set him on the wall. I sat beside him while Svetnik stepped back and rummaged through his cloak. Luca's breathing was a little labored, and some of the color had gone from his face. I reluctantly leaned back and winced when I beheld the 5 clear cuts through his cloak that the banshee had made.
The tattered holes glistened with blood.
Luca's whispered words jolted me out of my guilt-laden thoughts.
It isn't as bad as it looks. I snorted. You're a terrible liar. He grinned at me. Then would you believe me if I said it was worth it? Well, I believe that you believe that's true, I teased as my eyes invariably fell on the blood that had seeped out of his ears.
My heart fell.
But I'm not so sure.
Luca's face fell before he reached up and brushed his hand against my face just below my own ear. Something crusty came off my face, and he drew his hand back to reveal my own blood that had seeped out of my ear.
A few more minutes of her wailing, and you would have died. It was very much worth it. You both were nearing your end, Svetnik spoke up as he drew a vial from his robe.
A yellowish clear liquid sloshed around inside the glass.
Now if you would hold still, good Peter, then I will care for your wounds.
I blinked at the advisor as he knelt behind Luca and drew off the cloak.
Peter.
Luca smiled through his grimace as he pulled the cloak off his caked blood.
That's my name when I find it useful, such as when the walls may have ears.
With the cloak removed, I could see that the talons had cut through his shirt and opened up jagged marks in his back. Svetnik placed a finger over the top of the narrow-mouthed vial and poured a little bit of the juice onto his finger. He gently brushed his wet digit against one of Luca's wounds. Luca stiffened and let out another hiss.
I see you're using your best stuff.
A sly smile appeared on Svetnik's lips as he applied more oil.
Only the best for you, Peter.
As Luca was fixed up, I looked back at the closed gates to the cemetery.
Who do you think was trying to get in there?
Luca took a deep, shuddering breath.
If I had but one guess, I'd say it was our foes.
I lifted an eyebrow.
You mean the people behind the curse?
He winced again but nodded.
Just so.
How else would you explain the timing, except by sheer coincidence?
Especially with everyone in the city knowing that the cemetery has such defenses. It was my turn to wince. So they tried to get the cemetery to get rid of us.
Luca nodded.
Yes, and that shows they're getting desperate. At the first they only tried to kidnap you, and then they cursed you. Now they want both of us dead. I stared at the ground and furrowed my brow. But how would they even know we were in there?
Luca frowned.
Our departure from the castle must not have gone unnoticed. This attack, however, this may be to our advantage. I blinked at him. Our almost getting killed is an advantage. Our foes may believe their job is done, or at the very least they won't know where we've gone, Luca pointed out. All the more that we should keep moving and follow the vampire's spice hints.
Svetnik paused in his medicinal application and frowned at Luca.
That is too dangerous.
I will go in your stead. Luca smiled.
While I appreciate the offer, this is something I have to do.
Svetnik capped the bottle and slipped the medicine back into his robes before he stood. As an important citizen of Amnices, you have other responsibilities.
And I never forget them even for 1 second, but what sort of citizen would I be if my wife suffers, and I produce no heir to my lofty title?
Luca counted as he eased himself onto his feet.
Where would my fellow citizens be then? Besides, thanks to your medicine, I'm as fit as a youth now. An important citizen, eh?
The voice wasn't one of ours.
Chapter 9.
I whipped my head to my left, where the opening to the alley lay.
A hulking shadow of a man stood in the entrance.
He had curved horns atop his head and a flat round nose on his face. The man wore a soiled shirt and ripped pants, and the wooden handle of a knife stuck out from his waistband. His heavy black boots clacked ominously against the cobblestones as he strutted toward us, with a leer on his lips and a dangerous twinkle in his eyes.
He stopped a few feet from us and grinned. I wonder what your important friends would say if I asked them for some money for your protection.
Luca smiled as he rose to his feet and turned to face our new foe.
They would say I was hardly worth a penny.
The man chuckled.
Would they now?
What about your life?
What did they say about that?
Luca took a step forward, so he stood between me and the hulking cowman and folded his arms over his chest.
My life is not yours to decide.
The man grasped the hilt in his waistband and drew out a knife. The foot-long blade shimmering in the starlight.
That's a pity. Then I'll just have to ask them about the cute girl behind you.
A dangerous glint slipped into Luca's eyes at the same time the man lunged forward, with the tip of the blade pointed at Luca's stomach. Luca, as lithe as a cat, stepped to one side and grabbed the man's wrist. He gave a jerk in a clockwise motion, and a horrible snap of bone echoed up and down the alley. The cowman stared in horror into Luca's bemused face before he screamed and stumbled back. The knife clattered to the ground as he clutched his limp hand. Luca picked up the weapon and tucked it into his own belt.
Now leave the city, and don't trouble any more of the citizens of Amnices.
His foe's nostrils flared, and he dropped his wounded arm to his side.
You'll pay for that.
He charged like a wild bull, but Luca drew his arm back and swung forward. The bull slammed his own face into Luca's fist, and there was another crunch of bone.
Our foe fell backward onto his back, and twitched a little before he lay still.
I crept up to Luca's side as he flexed his fingers. My eyes were zeroed in on the bullman, looking for any signs of breathing.
You didn't.
Luca chuckled.
No, though the thought did cross my mind. He's only run himself into unconsciousness. He turned his attention to Svetnik and gestured down at the man. Would you care to take care of this riffraff?
And be mindful to remind him that easy money ill-earned will lead to bad ends.
Svetnik pursed his lips.
I would rather remain with you, or at the very least allow me to return Diana to the castle.
I smiled at our pale friend but shook my head. I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm staying with Peter.
Besides, I set my hand over my stomach and stiffened my jaw.
I have a stake in this too.
The vampire sighed, but I detected a hint of admiration in the depths of his eyes.
Very well, but please, should anything happen, do not hesitate to inform the castle.
Luca smiled and nodded.
Of course. He turned to me and offered me his arm. Shall we?
I lifted an eyebrow but accepted the arm.
Where are we going? To the port, I think, he mused as he lifted his eyes in that direction. It should be easy to find the few ships which carried such rare spices, and find out who purchased them, and where they went from there.
We set off, but Svetnik's voice called me back.
Diana.
I turned to him as he strode over to me, and drew out the vial with the medicine.
You might apply this every few hours. It will help heal the wounds. I smiled and nodded. Of course. And thank you.
He inclined his head and stepped back. As he did, his body appeared to form itself into shadows, and in a blink of my eyes he had vanished, absorbed into the darkness that surrounded us. I looked up at Luca, whose lips were tightly pursed as his gaze lay on where our friend had vanished.
He means to vex me with his medicine.
I grinned as I pocketed the medicine.
I'll try to be gentle.
He shook off his reflective mood and smiled down at me.
I'm glad you offered to come with me. I snorted. I wasn't going to let you get killed by yourself. Besides, I wouldn't have liked to be cooped up in the castle while you were out here on your own.
His expression softened as he cupped my chin between his fingers. He met my eyes, and I found myself falling into those beautiful orbs.
I would have been forced back to the castle with you. I blinked at him. What do you owe?
It was then that I noticed the heated, feral look in his eyes. I couldn't stop my cheeks from blushing.
I had kind of thought that would have been a little less, there after we you know.
He leaned down and brushed his lips against mine.
Never, and even more so since you carry my child.
A thrill of heat ran through me. Never before had I had to do anything so hard as tamp down the rising desire between my thighs.
Why yeah, but we really should be going. I mean, it looks like it's going to rain, and my feet are tired and I'm a little whiny.
Luca blinked at me before a laugh burst from his lips. I almost regretted when he drew away from me, and picked up his cloak that he had set to one side on the low wall.
You could never be that, but I know what you mean. Now let's find a place far from here where our flying to the port might not be noticed.
Luca took my hand, and we hurried along the winding streets, making sure to keep a block between us and the angry cemetery inhabitants. We reached the edge of the city, where the towering city walls loomed up in front of us. The smooth stones offered no handholds, but Luca draped his cloak in my arms and swept me into his own. He leapt into the air, and his wings opened behind him. A slight look of pain touched his face, but he caught himself.
I frowned. We could have tried hitching a ride on a cart, you know. He grinned down at me. And miss a chance at holding you. I snorted but settled in for the flight.
As much as I enjoyed this airline, this time the cold night air nipped at my nose, and the wind that had been most pleasant flitting between the streets was now more blustery. I snuggled deeper into his arms, and made sure to wrap his cloak about me as best I could. We soon touched down in the rustic port of Castelia, where the night didn't dampen the unpolished nature of the smaller city. The business district was hopping with sales, legal and well, not so much, and the docks themselves clamored with seamen out to make a quick buck by working for less scrupulous employers. We landed in a side alley halfway between the docks and the walled road that led to Amnesis. Luca set me down and took his cloak back. He covered his shoulders and drew the hood up. The old man face reappeared. He lifted his young hands and frowned.
It seems the banshee destroyed some of the magic.
I grinned.
I happen to know a pretty good seamstress.
He dropped his hands into his cloak and they disappeared from view. To repair these cloaks requires not only skill with the needle but with magic as well. We should be able to get it fixed in Amnesis when we return. For now, however, this will do. I put my own hood on, and looked over my shoulder at the busy street at my back.
So where are we headed here?
To the docks for their records.
He shook his head. No.
The men there keep good records, but what we need are the complete ones, and only one man has those.
Chapter 10.
Luca slipped out of the alley with me following close behind him. Sailors and citizens alike traversed the streets in search of a quick buck, or a quick way to spend it. Barkers employed by local businesses strolled the roadways and advertised their clients' operations as being open the entire night. They shouted about the endless fun of drink, women and song, though not often in that order. With our disguises, barkers and prospective patrons alike ignored us, though a few men with some impressive beer goggles whistled at me as we hurried past. I sidled up close to Luca and lowered my voice to a whisper, though with all the hubbub around us, that was hardly necessary.
So, why don't the official dock workers have the complete books?
A slightly bemused smile spread across his withered lips. Try as they might, the smugglers who desire to avoid the port fee and other regulations are more numerous than them. My father decided to remedy the situation by not taxing the public servants, and let the smugglers go about their nightly business. On occasion the more brazen are arrested, and heavily fined of course, so the others will at least be warned not to bring in the more illegal items.
I lifted an eyebrow. Such as some of these spices we're looking for. He shook his head. Those aren't dangerous, though they are incredibly rare, and the smugglers bring them in secretly to avoid others of their ilk from stealing them. And this guy who has the complete books?
Luca chuckled, and the sound coming from the lips of an old man made me grin.
The gentleman we're about to see is a neutral party of sorts.
Everyone and no one trusts him, and so he has been tasked by both parties in keeping the complete books in his possession.
A thought struck me. Wouldn't everyone want to try to steal that book from him?
Luca nodded.
Undoubtedly, but the gentleman has help in his task.
I wanted to ask him more questions, but Luca turned us off the road and into a narrow alley. The side street led us onto a cramped road that followed the curve of a small hill. The street itself was only wide enough for a single cart to pass through, and even then the horse would have to watch its wheels, with the low walls that surrounded most of the rustic houses.
The homes themselves appeared to be cottages of stone with thatched roofs.
Rock chimneys stood out their short sides, and a few puffed away. Ivy and wild rose bushes covered many of the homes and tumbled over the low walls. They even stretched from rooftop to rooftop, creating little shadowed grottos between the homes. It was like being in a fairy tale lane, if that fairy tale was one of the original Brothers Grimm stories. The reason for that was the strange little scarecrows that dotted the yards and even bedecked the rooftops. They hung on poles, vines, and chimney bricks, and all had different expressions. Some were sad, others happy, and more than one had a menacing grin on its face. I nodded at the effigies.
What are those?
He eyed the scarecrows with a hint of bemusement and distrust.
They're the help those along this street use to protect their more unusual valuables.
I gestured at the silent sentinels.
So what do they do? I mean, besides being creepy. Much like the magic in the cemetery, the scrows sense threats and illusions and attack the trespassers. Luca took my hand and drew off his hood to reveal his true self. Take off your hood.
I did as he commanded, and he walked us 2 houses down to one nondescript little cottage. As we passed the first yard, I swore the scarecrows turned their heads to watch us. Their black eyes looked on as we reached the short gate that led into the grassy yard. Luca swung it open and stepped inside. One of the scarecrows on a pole flung itself, pole and all, into our path.
It stretched out its hay-stuffed arms to block our way, and its stitched mouth unsealed itself to present us with a gaping void. What do you want?
Luca lifted one hand and transformed his fingers into scaled claws.
We wish to speak with the director.
The scarecrow hopped closer, and leaned forward to study his clawed hand for a moment before it nodded its head.
Your credentials check out.
The scarecrow hopped out of the way and gestured toward the door.
Go right in.
You're expected. Luca kept a firm grip on my hand as we strode forward. I glanced over my shoulder as we walked past the guard, and lifted an eyebrow before I looked up at Luca.
So what can those scarecrows do?
Luca paused us halfway down the path when we heard a commotion down the street. One of the drunkards had stumbled out of the main drinking district, and now leaned against one of the low walls. A tension filled the air, and I heard the rattle of straw against clothing as each of the scarecrows waited in intense anticipation. The man tried to right himself, but he stumbled and toppled over the wall. He fell flat on one side of his face and thrashed about. In his furious attempts to right himself, he didn't notice the scrawny figures that surrounded him. Didn't notice, that is, until it was too late. He stood up and brushed himself off, but as he looked down at himself, he spied the swaying feet of the scrows around him. The man raised his eyes up the twiggy bodies, until he was face to face with one of the hay-filled devils.
The scrow stabbed a glove-covered finger at the wall. "Get out!"
He rubbed his eyes and blinked a couple of times.
"Was that you say?" The scrows hopped closer, and the man whipped his head to and fro. "What's going on here?"
My pulse quickened and I moved to help, but Luca kept a firm grip on my hand.
"Just watch." The scrows grabbed the man's tattered coat and lifted him above their heads.
They marched him bouncing and all to the low wall, and flung him over the barrier. He landed in a crumpled heap and didn't stir. My heart did though, as it performed a lively game of panic. A few moments later, a sound floated over to us.
I strained my ears and frowned. "What's that?"
Luca grinned.
"He's snoring."
The unlucky drunk was indeed sleeping off his self-induced stupor, as the rhapsody of his nose whistling filled the air.
The scrows turned their backs on him and resumed their places about the yard.
A thought struck me, and I looked up at Luca.
"So, what happens if they're seriously trying to get into the house?"
He pursed his lips, and nodded up at the roof of a nearby house. I followed where he gestured and noticed a scarecrow pole, but there was only a shirt and pants stretched out on the sticks. No hay, gloves, or any of the other bits that made up the scrows were seen on that particular guard. There was, however, a knife that dangled from the waistband of the pants, and a ragged bandana hung from the top post. My eyes widened, and I whipped my head to Luca.
Was that someone?"
He nodded.
"Yes, though it's best not to think about the details of their end. Now let's go see the director."
We walked down the path as I wrinkled my nose.
"So why's he called that?" "The nickname sprang up from his absolute control over the books," Luca explained as we reached the flat stone step that made up the porch. He turned to me with a bemused smile. "It's rare to even see him leave his home. The scrows do his shopping for him." I swept my eyes over the lawn. "They must love when they need to go buy him some matches."
Luca rapped on the door.
I heard the faint sound of feet shuffling across carpet and bare floorboards, and then the door opened.
Standing in front of us was a wizened old mushroom.
Chapter 11. Well, not quite.
The mushroom was a wizened old man who stood a few inches below 5 feet. He had pointed ears and a long nose that ended in a bulb shape. His face was thin, his chin pointed and his eyes sharp. He wore a plain shirt and pants held up by suspenders. His feet were covered by clogs without socks, and his long gnarled hands were covered in rings of all shapes and sizes, though most of them were golden.
The top of his head was bald, but a line of thick brown hair encircled his cranium behind his ears. He frowned at us. "What do you want?"
Luca smiled and bowed his head.
"It's a pleasure to see you again, Director."
"We wish to see your books." The director stared at us hard for a long moment, before he finally gave his answer.
"No." He slammed the door in our faces.
I blinked at the thick wood, before I looked up into Luca's bemused face.
"So what now?" "Now we try again," Luca replied as he rapped on the door again. "Go away."
Luca sighed.
"We only want a quick peek at the spice articles." "Then go look at the books." "Those books probably won't tell us what yours will." "That's not my problem." I snorted and jerked my thumb at the door. "Is he always this difficult?"
Luca grinned.
"No. This is a good day."
I lifted an eyebrow.
"What's he like on a bad day?" "He sics the scrows on us." "And don't think I won't."
Director shouted back. Luca reclined one arm against the frame of the door, and folded his arms over his chest. He leaned close to the entrance and lowered his voice.
"What if I were to give you something nice in return?" There was a long pause. "Like what?"
A smile slipped onto Luca's lips.
"What if I were to offer you a certain beauty as your payment?"
The door flung open, and the red-faced short fiend stared bug-eyed at Luca.
"What size?"
Luca tilted his head back and furrowed his brow.
Oh, I'd say about a medium. The director frowned. Is that all?
Luca shrugged.
What more could a man ask for? The short man scoffed. I could ask for something more than that. Maybe something with a bit of color and a nice figure.
Luca nodded.
I could arrange that. The director eyed him with a sharp look. And you won't be bringing me any of those old ones, will you?
Luca's eyes danced with glee as he shook his head.
Of course not.
Only the young.
I stared between the two men in bewilderment. How can you two just stand there bartering over a woman? The director wrinkled his nose at me. A woman. What would I do with one of those?
I blinked at Luca, who was near bursting with amusement.
Then what the hell are you two talking about?
Luca drew his hand out of his coat and showed off a shiny new pen with a curved black body and a pristine tip.
One of these.
The director leapt up and tried to snatch the object, but Luca held it up out of his reach.
We haven't settled on the deal yet. It's settled. It's settled, the director insisted as he flailed about. Now just give it to me.
Luca handed him the pen, and the little man scurried back into his house, though this time without slamming the door in our faces.
I frowned at Luca. Mind telling me what's going on? A simple trade, Luca assured me as he led me inside. The house was a cozy little cottage where the walls were lined with bookshelves.
On each shelf was a binder with numbers and words written on the spine, none of which had any meaning to me.
He lets us see his books, and he gets a replacement on a very special pen.
I lifted an eyebrow.
How special? Let's just say it can not only write in invisible ink, but in two different colors at the same time to write a hidden message beneath what's written. I blinked at him. How is that possible? He winked at me. Magic. Stop your yapping and get over here, the director shouted from a back room.
We followed the sound of his voice and found ourselves in a room much like the first, though a high desk occupied the center of the space. The director climbed a set of narrow stairs up to the high back chair behind the desk, and plopped his butt on a worn red cushion with ragged golden frills. He grasped the pen in both hands, and gingerly set the tip into a small inkpot above a closed book. With his precious object in its place and a smile on his face, the director returned his attention to us.
Now which spices were you wanting to know about? The Norse, Goyet and Hamdi, Luca told him. The director arched an eyebrow. That's an interesting assortment. Now let me see.
He opened the book in front of himself, and thumbed through the pages.
Spices, spices, aha.
He lifted his head, and beckoned with one hand at a nearby shelf only half filled with the binders. I gaped at the scene as a binder near the end floated off and over to him. The director opened the pages and flipped through them, until he stabbed a finger on one particular page.
I believe this is what you're looking for.
Luca strode up to stand in front of the high desk, and the director handed him down the book. I shook off my stupor, and hurried to join Luca where I looked over his shoulder. The book was a ledger, and had 100 tiny lines on each page. I squinted at the small cursive handwriting, and the numerous numbers that filled the columns.
What are we looking at?
Luca pointed at each column as he explained them.
These are logs of sales ordered by date, the buyer and seller and their purchases.
He ran his finger down the page, until he found a sale in the middle. Luca read the line and lifted an eyebrow before he looked over the book at the director.
Lord Trevor. The director shrugged. I don't make the sales, I just keep a record of them. I tilted my head to one side. Is he important?
Luca scanned the line again, imprinting it into his memory, before he closed the book.
He's one of my wealthier subjects and has close ties to the church, much to their chagrin.
He handed the book back to the director, who released it to the ether, and it floated back into its place on the shelf.
Were there any other records of spice sales to Trevor?
The director scanned his master ledger for a moment, before he shook his head.
Nope.
I was confused until a thought struck me.
You're looking for the missing spice.
Luca nodded.
Yes.
His not having another spice might mean he has a compatriot, or that the spice is so rare it had to be procured through other means.
Does this lord know anything about magic? I wondered.
A slim smile appeared on Luca's lips.
He knows as much about magic as a chef knows about architecture. He turned his attention to the director. And there's no one else who bought that combination of spices over the last few months. The director shook his head. No one.
Luca bowed his head to the tall, shriveled man.
Then I thank you for the help you were able to give us. The director's eyes shimmered with glee as he stroked the pen set before him. Oh no, thank you, Your Highness.
We left the house, and the moment we stepped out of the yard, Luca slipped his hood back on, so I did the same.
So we're going to see this Lord Trevor guy now.
Luca lifted his old eyes to the sky and furrowed his wrinkled brow.
Yes.
He doesn't often accept visitors at this late hour, but we can remedy that by pretending to be priests. His attention fell on me, and there was a trickster look in his eyes.
We will have some difficulty with you, but nothing the obscurus can't overcome.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What do you mean by that? The church doesn't accept women into their order, so we'll have to change your disguise. I shot him a look of suspicion. Change.
My question was interrupted by a case of the sniffles, but not from either of us. Chapter 12. I whipped my head about, and my eyes settled on a huddled mass tucked just inside a nearby alley. It was a young girl about 8, and she was huddled into herself with her legs hugged close to her chest. Her head was buried into her knees, but I could see she had shimmering chestnut hair that trailed down her back. The sniffles came from her, and a soft heart-wrenching whimper accompanied them. Every fiber in my being told me to race over and comfort the poor girl. Luca grasped my hand, and I looked up to see he had pursed his lips.
Stay here. What?
I asked even as he strode forward toward the girl.
Hey.
I wanted to follow, but the seriousness in his voice warned me that there was something more in this than I could see. Luca stopped at the girl and knelt beside her. A few whispered words passed from his lips, but the girl only curled deeper into himself. Luca sighed and looked over his shoulder at me before he beckoned. I scurried forward, and was soon among their company. Being this close, I could see the little girl wore ragged clothing about her person, and the short dress was kept on her by strings that stretched across her bare pale thighs. The upper half of the dress had a shredded collar and short sleeves, and her hands showed thick soles, proof of hard labor.
She refuses to speak to me, Luca explained as he nodded at the girl. Perhaps she'll talk to you.
I stooped and smiled at the shivering little girl.
Don't you want to talk to both of us?
The girl lifted her head and showed off a button-cute nose and large brown eyes.
Her eyes seemed to take up the whole of her face, especially with how they were filled to the brim with tears.
She punctuated every word with a sniffle.
Who are you? A friend who just wants to help you, I told her as I swept my eyes over the area. Are your parents around?
The little girl shivered and ducked her head back into her knees.
I don't know. I never knew them.
A sob escaped her lips and rattled her tiny frame.
I'm so hungry and cold, but I couldn't get anyone to give me any food.
My heart fell as I knelt in front of her.
Easy there.
We could get you somewhere warm and get a meal into you.
She looked up at me in amazement. You would. I smiled and offered her my hand. Of course.
Her large, frightened eyes flickered between my face and my hand, but finally she hesitantly stretched out her hand and set it in mine. I gave it a gentle squeeze and helped her to her feet. She stumbled and fell against me, but I caught her in my arms. The young girl shyly looked up at me.
Sorry. I laughed and shook my head. It's all right. We'll get some food into you, and you'll feel a lot better.
She bit her lower lip and turned her face away from me. Could we go to my house first?
It's just over at the cliffs.
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
Why? She shrank beneath his blunt question. It's my little dog. He's there all alone, and I just wanted him to come with me to get some food.
I grinned.
Of course, we can go get him.
I lifted my eyes to Luca.
Right.
Luca studied the young, shivering girl in my arms before he nodded.
Very well.
Where by the cliffs is this home of yours? She pointed in a southwesterly direction.
Just that way a few blocks and down the old shepherd path. There are some caves there, and I live in one of them.
I shivered.
That sounds cold. The girl shook her head. Oh no, it's quite cozy once you get some straw in there. And I have this. She scrunched up her face, and an explosion of fur came out of her butt.
I started back with a yelp, and at the sudden loss of stability, she nearly fell to the ground. Luca caught her just in time, and I found myself gaping at an insanely fluffy tail that curved upward against her back to stop about a foot above her own head.
It took me a moment to realize the tail belonged to that of a squirrel.
Some of the girl's other features had changed, such as the whiskers that now protruded from her cheeks, and the fuzz atop her hands.
The tops of her ears now stretched above her head, and ended in sharp points.
I lifted one hand to my agape mouth, and breathed out my only intelligent thought.
Oh wow. The tail tickled Luca's face, and he was forced to step back.
The little girl sheepishly looked over her shoulder at him.
Sorry about that.
He brushed a few bits of fur from his mouth, before he frowned down at her.
Why were you not using your tail to keep you warm?
The girl winced and curled her tail in front of her to hug the fluff against her chest.
It's very hard to keep dry, and a lot of people stare at me when I have it out.
Most of them think because my tail looks so nice that I don't need any food. She dropped her gaze to the ground and her face fell.
Those are the days when I'm hungry. I clapped a hand on her shoulder.
She lifted her eyes to me, and I gave her a wide smile.
Well, today isn't going to be one of those days, but before we do anything else, how about you tell us your name? The girl held her hand out to me. It's Tina.
What's yours? I took her hand and gave it a hearty shake.
It's, a look of warning came from Luca's eyes. Lisa, and this is Peter. Now let's go get your dog friend, and we'll get you both something to eat.
A smile brightened her face, and she nodded.
Yeah. Just follow me.
Tina kept her grip on my hand and tugged me past Luca. I grabbed his hand and we were both pulled along down the winding streets. The squirrely girl's eager feet practically flew over the cobblestones, though those fell away and were replaced by dirt.
The houses too thinned until they fell behind us, and the lights from windows disappeared.
Only the starlight helped me along, as we stepped out into the rural land that bordered the cliffs. I could hear the ocean before I saw it, and as we neared the cliffs, I beheld that great body of water as its dark waters stretched out to join the starlit sky. Sea spray tickled my cheeks and the scent of salt water teased my nostrils. Grass replaced the dirt, and the houses were now just scattered farms, the closest of which was a fair distance away. We reached the cliffs, and I hesitated. They weren't sheer, but one wrong step and the tumble would be long and hard. Solid stone stretched from the rocky waters below up to the 200 feet where we stood. A narrow, winding path zigged and zagged its way down to dark pockets in the cliffs, some 20 feet above the messy waterline. Much of the path had been carved into steps out of the stone, but a few spots showed that time and the constant barrage of water had worn away the carving to a nearly smooth ramp.
Come on,
Tina shouted as she released my hand, and leapt down a couple of feet onto the path below. I leaned over and winced at the dizzying height.
Maybe we'll wait for you here.
Tina looked over her shoulder and her face fell.
But I want to show you all my shells. And I even have a nice picture I found in an alley once. I sighed and looked up at Luca. He looked about as thrilled with this idea as me. All right, but just a quick look. Then come on,
Tina shouted as she scurried down the path with the nimble agility of her changeling species. Luca moved in front of me and took that first fateful step onto the top stone step.
Let me go first.
I didn't argue as Luca led the way down. We eased ourselves over the rough spots until we reached 2/3 of the way down where Luca stopped. I stumbled into him as he swept his eyes over the area. My pulse quickened at the tense look on his face.
What's wrong? Tina has disappeared. Not quite, her voice shouted above us.
We looked up to find her standing on a metal rod that protruded from the wall some 10 feet above us. She held a shimmering looped rope in one hand, and there was a broad grin on her face.
I just had to get something for the fun. Now we can get started. Chapter 13. I didn't like the sound of that. Fun.
Tina nodded so hard her tail bounced.
Oh yes.
I was told I could have all the fun I wanted with you before I tossed your lifeless bodies into the ocean. Luca narrowed his eyes at her.
Told by whom?
She wagged a finger at him and spoke in a sing-song voice.
I'm not telling you. I shook my head. We're not who you think we are. We're just an old couple.
See?
I held up my wizened old hand.
Tina laughed.
Really?
You think I don't know who you are?
How stupid do you think I am?
Luca narrowed his eyes at her.
That would depend on what you intend to try to do to us.
Tina tied one end of the rope to the rod as she shook her head.
It's not what I'm going to try, it's what I'm going to do.
Tina leapt across the wall to another rod that I could barely see. She repeated the process, tying the rope and hopping to a half-dozen other rods with all the speed of a squirrel on pixie sticks. Luca grabbed my hand and pulled me downward toward the caves. Tina flew over us with the rope flapping behind her, and landed on the portion of the path in front of us. She gave a tug on the rope, and I heard a twang over our heads. I whipped my head back and found myself staring up at a maze of ropes that resembled a messy spider's web. Luca returned his glaring attention to Tina.
If you know who we are, then you know of what I'm capable of doing to you. Yep, and that's why I'm not going to let you do it, Tina replied, as she twined the end threads of the rope about her fingers, and a maniacal grin stretched her face. Now watch this.
She lifted her hands and wiggled her fingers. Little slivers of rope fell from the main body of the cords, and dropped down to surround us like hanging vines. Tina jerked one hand, and half of the slivers jerked to one side, slapping Luca and me in the face. The ropes stung us like smooth chains, and I found myself stumbling backward toward the precipice. Luca's hand was the only thing that kept me from falling into the crashing rocks below. He drew me close against his chest, and his burning eyes glared at our former friend.
How do you like the feel of my ropes?
Tina crowed as she half turned away from us and wiggled her tail.
I made them from my own tail, so they're an extension of myself.
I felt as Luca trembled with rage, and a few growled words ground out from between his teeth.
Familiar magic.
Tina laughed and nodded as she faced us once more.
Yep. Neat, isn't it?
I doubt you'll be able to enjoy this for very long, though. She wiggled the fingers on one hand, and the furry tendrils lashed themselves around our wrists. I cried out as they cut into my flesh, but my thrashings only deepened their bite. Luca clenched his hands into fists as they became claws, and his flesh transformed into thick scales.
Oh no, you don't.
Tina shouted as she bounced over to us. She whipped out a spray can with her free hand and shoved it into his face. The strong odor of dragon's bane came to my nostrils.
There was only one thing I could do, and that was going to be painful.
I lifted myself up using the hairy wires and kicked my legs out at her. One foot connected with the side of her face, and sent her careening over the edge. Tears streamed down my face as I landed back on my feet. Blood poured from my wrists and caked my arms in sticky warmth. Luca took one look at me and ripped himself free of the fur tendrils. He grabbed mine and tore them apart. My shaky legs collapsed beneath me, but Luca caught me in his arms. He lifted me up and leapt into the air where his wings burst out of his back. The wind whipped off both our hoods and I looked down. The small figure of Tina crawled back onto the path, and even from that distance I could see the fury in her eyes. My attention was invariably drawn to the problem at hand, or should I say hands. The hairy wires had torn deep into my wrists, and the blood hadn't stopped flowing. I felt a strange lethargy fall over me, and found my eyes difficult to keep open.
Stay awake.
The sharp snap of Luca's voice shocked me out of my slumber. I shook off the sleepiness and focused on his beautiful and tense face just above mine.
I managed a teasing though weak grin. I was just resting my eyes. He didn't laugh. Whatever you do, stay awake.
His eyes scanned the area underneath us. I looked down and watched the farmland pass underneath us. A light in a tiny cottage caught my attention, and apparently the same happened with Luca because he swooped down and landed us in front of the door. Luca cradled me in one arm and slammed his other fist against the door.
Hello. Please, we need some help. After a moment the door opened, and soft candlelight presented us with an elderly man with a gentle smile.
One look at me, however, and his eyes widened.
He hurriedly stepped back. Come in at once.
Luca swept us into the small cottage and set me in a nearby rocker. He looked over his shoulder at the shut door, but the man had disappeared.
Hello.
We could use some
bandages, the man finished as he appeared from a room in the back.
He held a small metal box in his hand, which he opened to reveal wrappings, dried herbs, and a few small long-necked bottles of questionable liquid stuck under the cork top. The old man set the container on the small table beside my chair, and picked up one of the bottles which he held out to Luca.
Start with this first. It'll help stop the bleeding.
Luca took the bottle and a small bit of wrapping, and splashed some of the liquid onto the bandages. He wrapped my arms one at a time, and I couldn't help but hiss at the feel of the biting liquid against my fresh wounds. The old man looked me over and frowned.
I'll go get some tea. That'll help with what she's lost.
He strode over to a side area where the kitchen was located, and went about making the warm water. Luca's forlorn face looked me over.
I snorted. Don't look at me like that.
You've taken enough beatings that it was my turn to rescue you.
You're more fragile than me, he pointed out.
I grinned.
Do you think MIA would let me borrow one of those suits of armor in the museum? That got a chuckle from him. They would hardly do justice to your figure, but I would gladly help you get them on.
I couldn't help but smile even as I rolled my eyes.
In that case, I don't think I'd ever get to try one on. I had lain my hands in my lap and now tried to shift them.
A sharp pain ran up my arms and made me wince. The good humor on Luca's face fell away. He set a hand gently atop mine, as much to keep me still as to give me comfort, I suspect.
I should have known that was a trap. The timing and story were too perfect. I closed my eyes and shook my head. No, it was all my fault. I'm the one who pushed us into helping her out.
I looked down into my lap and sighed.
I just wanted to help.
Luca drew close to me and leaned his cheek against mine. The warmth from his body soothed my tense body, as well as my tense emotions.
Never lose that innocence. I closed my eyes. But listen to me.
He cupped my chin in his hands and turned my head so we faced each other. His shimmering blue eyes caught mine in their endless pool of kindness, with a touch of admiration.
Never second-guess yourself that helping someone will turn out bad, otherwise you'll stop doing it, and your kind heart is one of the many reasons why I love you so much.
I blushed under his kind words, and a smile tugged at the corners of my lips. A devilish thought slipped into my mind.
What if I was to help a really handsome man?
Possession flashed through his eyes before he chuckled.
I'll be there to make sure he doesn't take advantage of that help. Chapter 14.
The old man tottered out of the kitchen with a mug in each hand.
He held them out to the two of us. Here you go.
I gingerly took mine, but Luca shook his head at the offer.
Thank you, but I'm not injured.
The man looked him up and down with a keen and gentle eye.
Sometimes it's not just the body that's been hurt but the soul. This'll help with that too.
Luca smiled and accepted the mug. Thank you for your help. We truly do appreciate it. The man waved off his compliment.
Nothing to speak about.
Anybody would have helped you out.
I thought back to Tina and frowned. Not quite everybody.
The man eased himself into a rocker close to the crackling fire and sighed.
I won't pry into your business except to make sure that your pretty little hands don't suffer from it. He clasped his hands in his lap and smiled at us. When you get as old as me, you learn that folks are best left to fixing their own problems.
Gives them a good lesson in life. I took a drink of the mug contents and discovered a sweet tea with a hint of lemon. As we partook of the hospitality, I swept my eyes over the comfortable cottage with its bare but clean walls and the spare but sturdy furniture. There was a small picture on the wood mantel, and a few woven blankets covered the backs of the chairs. The floor was bare boards except for a few small rugs scattered about.
You have a very nice home here, mister. He smiled at us. Call me Todd.
Everybody else does. Luca bowed his head to the old man.
We're very grateful for your help, Todd. Todd shook his head. None of that fancy talk, I'm not used to it, and I don't mind helping people out, especially with that bad a wound. And speaking of those.
He stood and walked over to me, where he grasped one end of the bandages on my arm.
Let's take a look at them and see if the blood stopped making a mess everywhere.
I set aside my mug, and he slowly unwound the bandages. I was both relieved and terrified by what I saw. The blood had finally clotted, and left a horrible clumpy mess like a clay band about my wrist. My stomach lurched as I glimpsed my torn skin and the deep cut the hairlines had made. They went deep. Todd pursed his lips as he unwrapped the other hand.
That worked, but you can't move much yet without the chance that they'll open again.
Luca set his mug aside and inspected the small accommodations.
Would it be too much trouble if we stayed here for the night? Todd smiled and shook his head. Of course not.
I'll get some more blankets out and stoke the fire for ya, after I fix these new bandages on your pretty wife here. I blushed under such sincere praise, and Luca couldn't help but show a little pride in his glimmering eyes.
Todd went to work laying the soiled bandages and mixing up the dried herbs with the other vials.
Luca picked up one of the herbs and studied the purple-colored ginger-looking nightmare fuel.
I've seen something like this. Is it a sun herb? Todd didn't look up from his work as he nodded. Yep.
Luca handed the herb to our host.
I thought they died out long ago.
Todd smiled as he set to work grating the herbs together with a pocket knife procured from his pocket.
They're still around if you know where to look for them.
Todd worked away with the skill of a surgeon, and soon mixed the contents into one of the bottles like a cocktail.
I held out my hands and he carefully rubbed my wounds with a soft cloth, and then went to work re-bandaging them. There you go, Todd announced as he fastened the last of the wrappings. That should keep you until you get to a real doctor.
I lifted my hand and flexed it. A bit of pain told me not to risk anything more than that, but the agony was gone, and there was minimal swelling.
I'd say you could be a pretty good doctor. Todd set his supplies back in the box and shook his head as he closed the lid. I'm just a sheep shepherd, miss. Not something fancy like that.
Luca raised an eyebrow as our host moved over to the fire where he picked up the poker.
I had no idea anyone still shepherded sheep on these cliffs.
A strange smile appeared on the old man's face as he stirred the fire with the metal stick. Tiny sparks floated out and illuminated the walls with their dances.
Well, you might say I shepherd other things these last few years. I nodded at the picture. Who's that beautiful woman? Todd followed my gaze, and some of his humor fell away.
He set the poker back in its place and grasped the side of the frame in one hand before he lifted it off the mantel. His expression softened as he studied the kind face that smiled back at him.
My wife, bless her soul.
My heart fell.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up. Todd set the picture back in its place of honor and shook his head. Nothing to be sorry about, miss.
I'm glad people look on her and remember her. A nice feeling to be thought about even after you've passed on. He nodded at our empty mugs.
That's her tea recipe too.
Nobody ever made any finer stuff. Anyway, he set a hand on his hip and bowed his back forward.
A crack came from his bones and he winced. I'd better get to bed, and so had you two. You've been very kind to us, though we're strangers to you, Luca complimented him as he studied the man with admiration. You deserve a hearty reward for your generosity.
A strange look slipped into the man's face as he straightened himself and smiled.
That's some kind words from you, sir, and such that a king's ransom would hardly compare.
Mayhap that will happen sometime, but I cherish every day I can help out folks like you.
Now let me get you those blankets and a few pillows.
He disappeared into the darkened rear room, and reappeared with an armful of blankets, which he plopped down on the floor in front of the fire.
There's some water in the kettle, if you're needing more tea.
Just add a half tablespoon of spice from the bottle beside the stove, and you can't go wrong.
Now you two get some sleep. I'll be up and away before you wake up, but don't you mind that.
Luca bowed his head.
Of course. And thank you again. Todd shuffled off into the rear room and closed the door behind himself.
Luca set to work spreading out the blankets into a makeshift bed, as I looked on with my useless bandaged hands. I couldn't help but notice that many of the blankets were made from soft white wool.
So your world has sheep, huh?
Luca didn't look up from his work as he nodded.
Yes, though they're not as many as they used to since the wool crash some 20 years ago.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What happened to make the price drop? He shook his head. Not in that way.
The cliffs gave way a couple of miles from here, and a large flock of sheep fell into the ocean. Their shepherd died saving some of his flock from the water. I winced.
That's horrible. I wonder if Todd saw that. Perhaps, Luca mused.
I detected a hint of something more than guesswork in his tone.
What's wrong?
Luca sat back on his haunches and furrowed his brow.
He is a rather strange fellow. I grinned down at him. I think you're saying that just because he didn't recognize His Royal Highness King Luca Sylvanus.
Luca chuckled.
I must say that I'm not used to anonymity. It was a strange turn in your world, and an even stranger one in mine.
I slipped out of my chair and settled onto the thick fluffy bed he'd created.
The heat of the fire warmed me, and the tea inside my stomach soothed me. I'll ask him if he wants your autograph tomorrow.
Luca smiled as he slid into the bed with me and wrapped an arm around my waist, drawing me close against his chest. I faced the fire with Luca behind me. He spread the last blanket over us, and I snuggled deep into the soothing comfort. Soon I was asleep.
Chapter 15.
I awoke to the clattering of dishes. My eyes fluttered open, and I found a small fire burning in front of me. The sound came from behind, and I rolled over to discover that Luca was gone. Fortunately, he was only in the kitchen, where he was juggling the making of the tea. I sat up and rubbed the sleep from my eyes as sunlight streamed into the room. The decor looked strangely muted for so much light, but I shrugged it off when my stomach rumbled.
What time is it?
I asked Luca as I eased myself onto my feet.
It wasn't easy trying to avoid using my hands. Just past daylight, he told me as he accidentally dumped half the tea powder contents into a mug.
A few curse words grumbled from his lips. I smiled and walked over to him, where I gently pulled the container from his hand.
I'll make the tea and you can make the bed.
He smiled and pecked a light kiss on my cheek.
You're a lifesaver. I snorted as he left the kitchen. If you keep telling me that, I might just start to believe it.
His voice floated out of the main room.
You're a lifesaver.
I shook my head in bemusement and went to work. My bandaged hands fumbled a bit with the containers, but soon I was pouring the heated water into our 2 mugs. Being unfamiliar with the kitchen, I turned too quickly and brushed my arm against the simple wooden stove. I expected the sharp bite of heat, but it was as cold as the grave. With a furrowed brow, I walked our 2 mugs over to the fire, where Luca had stacked up all but the lowest sheet.
Did you warm up the water? I asked him as I plopped myself on the cloth and handed him his mug. He shook his head. No. It was warm when I awoke, a few minutes ago.
He nodded at the fire.
That was lit as well.
I can only assume we missed our host by only a few minutes. I sipped the tea and couldn't help but look up at the picture on the mantel.
We should do something really nice for him.
A sly smile slipped onto Luca's lips.
I intend to do just that, but after we get back to the castle and have a doctor see to your wounds. I cast my eyes at my hands and flexed one of them. It doesn't even hurt that much. That would be the sun herb, he told me before he took a sip of his tea. It has known healing properties for knitting flesh together.
I eyed Luca with a sharp look.
If we go back to the castle, you're not leaving me behind, are you?
He dropped his gaze to the contents of his cup and sighed.
I must admit the thought had occurred to me.
I grinned over the lip of my mug.
You know I'll just get Penai to help me fly the coup.
Luca chuckled.
I know that, which is why I'll be keeping you close with me, so you don't get into any trouble.
I snorted and lifted one bandaged hand between us.
I don't think that's going to work, but at least I can keep an eye on you.
Speaking of getting into trouble, Luca mused as he climbed to his feet with his empty mug cupped in one hand.
He offered the other one to me. We should be going.
Svetnik no doubt is worrying about us. Luca helped me up, and we left the mugs on the kitchen table. We stepped out through the door, but I paused in the doorway and half turned back to look at the quaint little cottage. A sense of warmth sank into me that made me smile before I slipped out to join Luca in the yard. We took flight courtesy of Luca's wings, and soon the city of Amnesis stretched out below us. I gazed out over the metropolis, with that ever-present sense of wonder at the many styles and peoples that made up its streets. A few changeling species were mixed with the humans, and that brought my thoughts back to a few unpleasant memories.
I looked up at Luca. Do you think we'll see Tina again? He stared ahead and pursed his lips. It's more than likely.
Whoever employed her is no doubt the purchaser of the spice. I lifted an eyebrow.
So that would be that Lord guy, right?
Luca furrowed his brow.
I'm not so sure.
Lord Trevor is a man of deals and avarice, but the affairs of state matter little to him, unless they interfere in his business. A teasing smile curled up the corners of my lips.
You didn't happen to tax him a lot last year, did you?
Luca grinned.
Perhaps more than he desired, but not enough that he should decide to risk the punishment of a traitor.
I winced.
Does that involve someone losing their head? Very much so. That's a head-high price to pay.
I received a look of horror mixed with pain and couldn't help but snort.
Sorry. It just came out.
Anyway, if you don't think Trevor did it, then he's probably working for someone else. Luca nodded.
Undoubtedly.
The Lord is more known as a middleman than a mastermind, though he does excel at finding the rarest of objects his clients desire. The castle came into view, and Luca set us down in the courtyard. The front doors opened, and Svetnik hurried out with his robes billowing about him. His dark eyes showed a touch of concern when they fell on my bandaged hands.
What has happened? He asked as he joined us. Our foe is desperate to see that we not continue to follow the trail of the spices, Luca explained as he nodded at my hands. She will need Dr. Byles' attention immediately.
Svetnek bowed his head, and in the blink of an eye he had disappeared. I shook off my shock and lifted an eyebrow up at Luca.
Is he going to be doing that all the time now?
Luca smiled as he led me inside.
Now that you know his true nature, yes.
He was only hiding that ability, so as not to startle you.
I snorted. It isn't working.
Rather than climb the steps up to our bedroom, Luca led me into the east wing where we found ourselves in a large parlor. A warm fire burned in the hearth, and Luca seated me close as he knelt in front of me. He unrolled the bandages, and I cringed as I beheld the cakes of blood that still surrounded my wounds.
That doesn't look good.
He looked as disappointed as me, as he lifted his eyes to the door.
We'll know more when the good doctor comes.
The good doctor turned out to be a middle-aged woman of incredibly tall stature, who wore pants and a blouse with tight-fitting sleeves. She carried a large black bag, and set the container down on the coffee table in front of me. I noticed her nose was slightly flat like that of a porcine, and the tips of her ears folded down. She turned and stood in front of me where she held out her large hand.
I'm Dr. Byle. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Your Highness.
I looked apprehensively at my blood-covered hand, and reluctantly stretched it out towards hers.
Please call me R. The doctor had snatched my hand just below the wound and yanked me off the couch.
She grasped my hand in both of hers and examined the wound with pursed lips.
This is quite a cut. What made this? The hair of a squirrel who was using familiar magic to control it, Luca spoke up from the cushion beside my former spot.
Byle frowned and lowered me back onto the couch.
I see. That would explain the trace elements of fur about the wound.
She knelt in front of her bag and popped open the clasps. A quick rummage and she drew out a few vials and some more wrapping.
These wounds may take some days to heal. You should be careful not to get the bandages wet. As she turned back to me, a servant entered with a steaming bowl of water and a few towels draped over their arm.
Byle nodded at the table.
Put it there.
The servant did as she was bidden and soon left. Byle took one of the towels and soaked it, before returning her attention to me.
This may sting a little. Chapter 16. I hardly had time to bite my lip before she brushed the towel against the blood clots.
The dried liquid came away in flakes and chunks, and in a few moments my wrist was revealed to us. My eyebrows shot up as I beheld not the horrible gashes from the night before, but fresh pink skin over thin lines that were the only indication that my cuts had ever been open wounds. Byle herself was likewise surprised.
Her eyes flickered between Luca and me. Surely the wounds were more grievous than these with that amount of blood.
What has been applied to treat these wounds? Luca cupped my arm in his own grip and studied the mostly healed wounds. A sun herb poultice provided by our host of last night, a shepherd near the forlorn.
Astonishing, Byle whispered as she turned my wrist over. I must have a talk with your host sometime regarding his chemicals.
I lifted an eyebrow at a word Luca had mentioned.
The forlorn? He nodded.
A nickname for the area, as the cliffs have been known for many tragedies outside of the flock of sheep. Suicides and murders were once rampant along those lonely rocks, and there are some who say that many ghosts wander the area. Byle scoffed as she finished wiping the old blood and applying her own medicines.
Merely magic mischief.
No doubt a spell of illusion to fool the feeble-minded.
Now then, let's get your wrist wrapped and I'll see to the other one.
She was a good doctor, and even faster at bandaging than Todd. In short time I had fresh wrappings, and I was glad not to have the scratchy and horrific blood still attached to me. Byle shut her case and turned to us.
I feel I must warn you not to overexert yourself.
Though the wounds are mostly healed, the skin is tender. Another attempt to hang by a thread, and they will no doubt tear open. I grasped one of my wrists in my other hand, and winced at the picture.
I'll be sure to avoid that. Now then, she knelt once more in front of me and lifted her eyes to catch mine. May I see to your curse?
I blinked at her and looked down at my stomach.
Well, I guess, but is there anything you can do? I have no expertise in magic, but when it comes to medicine, I may be able to give you some relief from any discomfort this voodoo has cast on you.
I gave her a smile but cast a look of curiosity at Luca, who shook his head.
Sure thing.
I pulled up my shirt and revealed the black markings. Bile's nostrils flared and a dark cloud settled on her brow.
So that's the curse.
Svetnik told me the details after it came to be, but what an atrocious thing to do to someone. She pressed her palms against my stomach and furrowed her brow.
Nothing physically unusual about you, though your scent is very strange.
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
How so?
Bile shook her head.
I'm not sure. I smell spices.
Those must be what's keeping the curse active, and yet, she studied me a moment longer before she leaned back and shook her head.
I'm not sure. This is a very unusual curse, as most don't have such a powerful scent. Maybe that's the missing ingredient, I suggested as I looked up to Luca. The one Svetnik's master couldn't place. He nodded. That's quite possible. You don't happen to recall the scent, do you?
Bile shook her head.
No, though strangely it does bring back memories of my childhood.
She shook off her old recollections and dug into her pants pockets.
There does appear to be some tension around your waist, which I may be able to eliminate.
She drew out a vial with a wide assortment of colorful pills. Bile poured half the contents into her palm and dug around with her finger before she drew out a red-colored pill which she held up to me.
Take this and wait a few hours to see if there's some improvement.
I took the pill and studied it for a moment.
It looked like a piece of candy. I shrugged and popped it into my mouth. It tasted nothing like a piece of candy.
In fact, it tasted like old shoe leather after the owner had taken a walk in them through a muddy city street full of horses, each suffering from a severe case of diarrhea.
I turned to throw it up, but Bile clapped her hand over my mouth.
She stuck her face an inch away from mine, and her voice sent shivers down my spine.
Swallow.
I did as she commanded, and I could feel my face turning a slight shade of purple. Bile released me and stood. Her smile was back, but now I noticed more insidiousness in those corners.
This woman was evil, and she enjoyed it. She should have been a dentist.
Bile picked up her black bag of evil and bowed her head to us.
I'll see you tomorrow to change your wrappings. Have a good day. Then she strolled out without a single look back. I slid onto my side away from Luca and groaned.
He rubbed my back, but I could detect a hint of bemusement in his voice.
The flavor will dissipate soon enough.
I swallowed and shuddered as I relived the ghost of the evil pill.
How soon? About an hour. I curled into a ball and groaned.
Luca chuckled as he stood.
I think I'll leave you to your thoughts.
I wrapped my legs around one of his and glared up at him.
You're either not going anywhere until I can stand up without barfing, or you're taking me and a bath bag with you. It was his turn to wince, and he eased himself back onto the couch. I'll stay here. Good, I replied with my best enthusiasm as I tried to ignore the horrific taste in my mouth. Now where do we go from here?
Luca leaned back against the couch and furrowed his brow.
Lord Trevor's mansion is in the thick of the upper-class district. We'll go there and see what we can learn.
I sighed, licked my lips and gave a shudder and sat up.
All right, let's get this over with.
Luca looked at me with a worried expression.
You don't sound very enthusiastic about this adventure. Perhaps you should remain here until...
I leapt off the couch and grabbed his hands.
Oh no, you don't. I shouted as I yanked him onto his feet. I told you you can't get rid of me that easily, and not even your diabolical doctor's remedies will keep me from seeing this through to the end.
Luca grinned.
I was hoping you'd say that.
He took my hand and pulled me toward the door.
Now let's see what we can find out from our illustrious subject. The way he said that gave me both a thrill and a chill.
I kept forgetting that during all the hair-raising escapes and madcap adventuring, that we were in fact royalty, the crème de la crème of the majestic city of Amnesis and its surrounding countryside.
As we made our way to the courtyard, I bit my lower lip. Luca!
He stopped us just before the doorway that led out into the open space and half turned to me.
What is it? I furrowed my brow. Should we really be doing this? I mean, running around like this when we're in charge of everything?
Maybe Tybalt or Svetnik would be better to do this. Luca turned to fully face me, and he set his hands on my shoulders. I looked up into his gentle smile.
I understand how you feel, but I can't entrust this vital task to anyone else other than myself.
He cupped my chin in his hand, and those dazzling blue eyes sent a warm thrill through me. Besides, it wouldn't be possible for me to focus on my duties with this curse still upon you. You're too important to me, for me to let you suffer one more minute than is necessary. I cupped my hand over his and sighed.
Why do you always have to be the hero?
He grinned.
Am I not good at it? I snorted and swatted his hand away from me. Too good. Now let's get out of here and give me more practice at this hero stuff. Chapter 17.
We slipped out of the castle with our obscurest cloaks hiding our true features, and hurried into the maze that was Amnesis. My previous thoughts about our royal personages gave me inspiration to look over the sights and sounds that crowded the majestic city. Changelings, I noticed more often than not, showed only parts of their animal heritage, and those parts weren't consistent. For example, some of the avius showed off feathers for hair, while others sported their full wings as robes that hung from their otherwise human arms. Portly pig people, flirty felines, canines with long noses. They were all represented among the many various populations.
That got me to thinking, and I sidled up close to Luca. So, the king has never seen another dragon changeling? He shook his head. Never. Has his family tried looking?
Many generations have commissioned ships to find others, but nothing came of the voyages. There are of course rumors from the sailors that others exist, but nothing came of their stories. I stepped to one side to let a behemoth of a buffalo changeling pass by us.
Must be lonely. He flashed me a mischievous grin. They have their mates and the children they bear.
A man close by us scoffed.
If this one can bear anything. My hand flew to my stomach, and I couldn't help but shrink back a little.
His wife at his side swatted his arm.
Hush you.
It ain't her fault that happened, now get to lugging them potatoes. They shuffled off, but their words lingered on with me. Luca drew me close against himself.
She's right. I bit my lower lip. Yeah, but it's hard not to agree with the guy too.
Luca gave me a wrinkled smile. A woman agreeing with a man, and a man agreeing with a woman. I wonder if the auguries should see what this portends.
I nudged his arm with my elbow. It portends that we're wasting our time chatting and not finding where this guy lives.
Luca nodded at a street ahead of us that veered leftward, and up a slight incline.
It's this way. Do you know every street?
I wondered as we headed off in that direction.
Mostly, though I admit some of the smaller and older streets still give me trouble.
I lifted an eyebrow as we passed by several such streets.
How many roads are there in Amnesis? Hundreds.
My shoulders drooped a little.
I'm going to need a map, or I'm going to have to avoid street tests. He chuckled. I'll be sure to give you a class later. I stuck out my tongue. I think I'd rather learn the hard way.
Speaking of learning, where are we? The medieval look had fallen away to reveal majestic Georgian-style homes with non-existent gardens, but majestic fronts. Their tall wide windows glared down at our dingy habits with disgust in their silk-curtained eyes. Many of them were whitewashed to perfection, and still others sported an imposing grey exterior that left me feeling slightly depressed. All of the homes had at least 2 floors, and some of the larger specimens sported 3. Those stretched half a city block, if there were any rhyme to these blocks. Driveways led around back to equally majestic stables and well-swept courtyards. Elegant coaches filled with elegant people rolled past, drawn by horses whose coats shone with countless brushing. Luca slowed us down and stopped us on a corner where we faced one of the larger and more opulent homes. The grey exterior was in stark contrast to the scarlet curtains that hid the interior of the house. The building was set back from the road farther than its neighbors, and a wide stone walkway stretched from the sidewalk to the heavy wooden front door. I tilted my head back to take in the full grandeur of the place.
He must be a modest fellow.
Luca smiled.
Very modest. Unfortunately for us, he's nearly always at home.
He stepped off the sidewalk to walk across the road. I made to move forward, but something gave me pause. A strange chill ran down my spine. I looked over my shoulder at the street behind us. The elegant houses were smaller there, though a few of them had their own private driveways. One of those paths stood nearby, shadowed by the tall homes.
I squinted at those shadows and swore one of them moved. Are you all right?
I jumped at Luca's voice and whipped my head around to face him.
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
I looked back at the alley, but the cold chill I'd felt had melted away beneath the warm sun.
I just felt something.
Luca's eyebrows crashed down.
What did you feel? I turned back to him with a smile and a shrug. Just a cold. I was interrupted by the rumble of my stomach, and my smile became a little more sheepish. Sorry.
He pursed his lips as he studied my face.
You don't look quite well. We should get you some food after this.
I perked up at the thought of eating out, a greater novelty in an unfamiliar city.
Then let's take care of that one last problem and get going.
Luca tilted his head to one side, and the puppy look was almost too adorable.
What problem? I pointed at myself. I'm still a woman, and you said that only guys were in the church.
He grinned.
And what a woman, but we have a way of changing that.
Luca grasped the front edges of my cloak and parted them.
Hey!
I objected as I squirmed in his hold.
Hold still, he commanded.
I did as I was told, but still frowned at him as he reached in and tugged on one of the strings I had noticed earlier. I felt a strange sort of whooshing sensation, and my thin hands changed to ones that were no less bony but thicker and slightly stouter. My body shape too was a little more portly, and as I touched my face I felt thicker cheekbones and a heavier brow.
Wow, I breathed, and then I realized there was a new problem.
I wrapped my bandaged hand around my throat and frowned.
Why do I still sound like an old woman?
Luca frowned as he studied the ropes.
There must be a problem with the strands.
I wonder. He held up one of them and showed off a frayed end. A few bits of squirrel hair clung to the rope.
It appears your wrists weren't the only things harmed by our friend.
A thought struck me that made me snort.
Well, I guess I'm going to give you what every man has ever wanted. He lifted an eyebrow. What? A silent wife.
Understanding dawned in his eyes and a soft teasing smile slipped onto his lips. He leaned down and pecked a kiss on mine.
That's the best present a husband could ever ask. I swatted his arm and glared up at him. Just get going before this priest decides to go holy war on your butt.
He bowed his head and led me onward toward adventure.
Chapter 18.
We strode across the street and up the elegant lined walk to the front door. Together we stood shoulder to shoulder on the stoop, and Luca used the Marley knocker to announce our arrival. I noticed Luca reach into his cloak and draw out a bright gold ring which he placed on his right hand. Before I had time to ask him about it, the door opened, and we were presented with the sharp face of an older gentleman. He was attired in a suit so crisp I wondered that he didn't crackle like a bag of potato chips.
The ones without all the air.
The man looked down his prominent nose at us and narrowed his dark eyes.
"How may I help you?"
Luca bowed his head.
"We have come from the Order of the Azure Sky to speak with Lord Trevor."
The butler lifted an elegant, bushy eyebrow.
"Do you have an appointment?"
"No, but Deacon Gaius himself informed us we may visit him," Luca revealed as he reached into his cloak and drew out a card which he handed to the servant. The servant read the details and frowned.
"If you will wait here a moment."
He closed the door a little roughly on us.
I turned to Luca with a quizzical expression. "What's on the card?" "Merely the good deacon's information."
Both my eyebrows raised up.
"So you know a guy with that name?"
Luca chuckled.
"Our disguise wouldn't be quite as convincing without some credible credentials."
Shuffling footsteps were heard and the door opened, this time widely. The butler stood beside the door and swept his arm toward a central staircase.
"His lordship will see you in his chambers."
Luca bowed his head and entered, and I followed the time-honored tradition of monkey see monkey do and followed suit. The butler closed the door behind us, and I was allowed to see the gaudy interior. Everything appeared to be made of marble, even the bits of furniture scattered against the walls. There wasn't a speck of dust on the large chandelier over our head, nor the hydra-headed candle pieces that hung on the walls. Large opulent portraits of imperious, fancy-dressed people hung beside them, and tapestries were speckled between them. Everything that could be was gilded, and everything else was painted with a salmon-colored paint.
"If you will follow me," he instructed us before he shuffled upstairs.
It was all I could do to not to mimic his movements, but fortunately hunger and anxiety kept me from making a complete fool of myself. The butler led us upstairs and down the east wing, where we stopped at the first door on the left. He opened the door and was the first one inside, where he bowed his head to a figure to the right and out of sight due to the narrow door.
"Your lordship, the gentlemen from the order are here."
A booming voice responded.
"Show them in, Jenkins."
"Don't leave them out in that drafty hall." Jenkins stepped aside and allowed us to enter. Luca swept past him and I followed my mate inside. The bedroom of the lordly Trevor was as gaudy as the rest of the house. Soft pink cloth hung from the ceiling to dampen the noise from outside, and the hardwood floor was covered from corner to corner in a carpet so thick and wild I thought it would consume my feet. A large four-post bed that was positioned in the far corner was decorated in flowery designs that matched the fluttering ceiling cloth. The Lord himself sat at a large table in an elegant chair propped up by four very thick legs. The table had been designed with a curved inward cut to make room for his rotund personage. Lord Trevor wore a pair of buckle shoes with stockings that were almost too thin for his large legs, and the golden buttons on the front of his vest jacket appeared strained to their limits. A gold watch with matching chain hung from his vest, and matched well the intricate gold embroidery that glistened on his otherwise white blouse shirt, hidden underneath the jacket.
He hailed us with a raised hand and a smile. "What a great pleasure to meet you both," he greeted as we reached the table, and Luca gave him a low bow while I hurriedly followed suit. "You must forgive me for not rising," Trevor apologized as he gestured down at his legs.
They were covered in bandages.
"A pox, you see. It struck me positively horrible this morning, so that I can hardly stretch my legs to make sure they're still there."
He laughed at his own words and gave one knee a hard slap. His face contorted with pain, and he rubbed the spot before returning his attention to us.
"But I could not refuse to see friends of Deacon Gaius. How is he?"
Luca straightened and smiled.
"Quite well, I thank you. He speaks fondly of your patronage."
Lord Trevor chuckled.
"I'm glad to hear of that, and more so if he speaks kindly of me to the Lord above."
Luca inclined his head.
"Always, Lord Trevor."
The Lord clapped his hand on his knee.
"Now then, what can I do for you on this lovely day?"
Deacon Gaius informed us that we may trust you to furnish us with some information about a particular transaction.
Trevor arched an eyebrow, and some of the good humor slipped from his chubby face. Did he now? I hope he doesn't give out that information too freely.
Luca smiled and shook his head.
Of course not, but as we are of the same order, he trusts us explicitly. Trevor cleared his throat. Yes, well, what particular transaction do you wish to know about? Some months ago, a supply of spices passed through your hands, Luca explained as he drew out a slip of paper.
I lifted an eyebrow and looked over his shoulder.
The sheet was blank. One held the Norse herb, another the goyet, and the final shipment was for Hamdi.
Trevor tilted his chubby head to one side and furrowed his brow.
Yes, I recall those shipments, but why is someone from the prestigious Order of the Azure Sky interested in such mundane things?
The Lord tried to snatch a peek at the paper, but Luca tucked the paper back into his cloak.
We desire them for several of our own concoctions, and was wondering if we may procure them quickly, by soliciting your client for a pinch or two.
Trevor stroked his chin between his large fingers as he studied us with his sharp eyes.
I see. I'm afraid I may not be able to help you in this most noble pursuit.
My clients desire their privacy as much as I do, and to give out their names without some reassurance of no repercussions to either them or my business.
He shrugged. I see no profit in this.
Luca reached into his cloak and drew out a large leather pouch that jingled.
He tossed the bag onto the table in front of Trevor.
The drawstring top opened slightly, and a gold coin slid out to proudly shine before the Lord. Trevor's eyes glinted with greed as he tucked the coin back into its bag with a hefty finger.
I see you understand me quite well about the profit, but the risk?
A sly smile slipped onto Luca's lips.
The church protects its children.
The Lord chuckled as he grasped the bag and slipped it into his lap.
Excellent.
Then I feel no hesitation in telling you that my client is a student at the Runes Academy. He reached into his vest and drew out a slip of paper upon which he scribbled a few words and numbers, before holding it out to Luca.
You may find him there, or at the very least, that is the address where the packages were delivered.
Luca took the paper and bowed his head to the Lord.
The Order thanks you very much for your assistance in this matter. If you will excuse us.
We turned to leave, but Trevor's voice called us back.
I feel I must mention something to you.
We paused near the door and my heart thumped hard in my chest. Here it was, the game was up and he'd sick his overpriced hounds on us. Luca half turned back to our host and lifted a withered eyebrow.
Yes. One of your brothers of a different order was here, only a half-hour hence, asking about that same spices. I thought it strange enough to mention it to you.
Luca furrowed his brow.
Very strange indeed. Did he happen to leave his name?
Trevor leaned back and tapped a pudgy hand against his knee.
Let me see.
He informed me that his name was Brother Marcus of the Order of Capo, or something of the like. I'd never heard of it, but he had the ring of the church to prove his worth to me.
Our host gestured at the ring on Luca's fingers. It looked much like that one, might I add.
Quite a beautiful distinguishing feature. Luca clasped his hand into a fist, but a smile spread across his lips.
Ah, Brother Marcus.
He, too, was tasked with discovering the whereabouts of your client.
He chuckled. I fear we need better communication among the orders, so as not to bother you twice in one day.
Lord Trevor waved his hand.
No trouble at all, and happy hunting to you both.
We bowed our heads and left the room. I didn't breathe freely until we stepped out into the fresh air of the open street. There wasn't much time to enjoy the air, however, as Luca quickly strode forward with as much speed as our disguises would allow.
I scooted up to his side and smiled up at him. That wasn't so hard.
His lips were pursed tightly as he looked ahead of us.
No, it wasn't. The tension in his expression and voice made my pulse quicken. So who's this Brother Marcus guy?
Luca pursed his lips as he shook his head.
I have no idea, but if we're to catch up to him, we'd better hurry. Chapter 19. So who do you think this Brother Marcus guy could be?
My question was put to Luca, as we hurried along the maze-like streets of Amnesis. Lord Trevor's mansion was far behind us, which was a good thing, because I was having trouble keeping my hood on my head at the speed at which Luca flew along. We must have made a comical pair of old men, as we practically ran down the streets with our cloaks billowing behind us. Luca shook his head.
I wish I knew, but I can't fathom who it could be.
I furrowed my brow as I thought back to our conversation with the Lord.
What about that order he mentioned? The Order of Capo. I'm unfamiliar with that order. It may have been a ruse to deceive Trevor, though he couldn't have deceived the Lord without some good amount of real money on his person. I tugged my hood down and frowned. I know you said these cloaks were rare, but could it have been somebody else in an obscurus?
Luca pursed his lips.
That's always a possibility.
There used to be a dozen of these cloaks, but all but these two have been lost to time. Where the others are, no one knows. I sighed, just as much for the effect as for the necessity of air, as we continued at our quick pace.
Well, what about that academy Trevor mentioned? What's that about?
Luca stopped us at the end of a long alley, and looked left and right.
The street we faced was somewhat crowded. The Runes Academy is an ancient school which focuses on teaching those gifted with magic how to harness their powers.
My eyes widened.
So it's a school for witches and wizards. The corners of his lips twitched upward. They prefer the term magicians, but yes. Did you go there? I asked him as we scurried across the street and into the next alley. When I was young, though mostly to assess my abilities, he admitted as his eyes took on a faraway look of memories. My father was more nervous than I during the exams.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What kind of exams did you take?
He shook himself of his reverie, and nodded at the way ahead of us.
We should hurry.
This brother Marcus may well have reached the academy by now. I grudgingly tamped down my questions, and we quickened our speed until we were practically sprinting. By the time Luca slowed to a stop, I was winded and leaned on a nearby brick building for support.
It felt like we'd traveled across half the city, and a slight slope for the last half-mile hadn't eased the strain on my tired legs.
My dragging feet tripped on a small rock, and I would have gone tumbling face-first onto the hard-packed ground if not for the strong arms that caught me. I looked up and found myself staring into Luca's wrinkled brow.
That wizened old face staring at me made me laugh, despite the ache in my body.
Luca smiled, but the look was bittersweet.
I'm sorry.
You have such tenacity that I forget sometimes that you're a human. I playfully swatted his arm with my free hand.
Yes, and this human isn't going to make us waste time by standing here talking. A loud grumble interrupted us. The source was my stomach. I sheepishly grinned up at him. There doesn't happen to be a cafeteria at this academy, does there? He chuckled. One of the finest. We'll get some food first to avoid giving a warning to our foes, should we need to sneak up on them.
The road wound its way another 100 yards up the slight incline, before the street widened, and we were presented with our first full view of the academy. The academy had been hidden from our castle windows by the rest of that majestic keep, or I would have noticed such an expansive campus. Over a dozen buildings of different ages and styles dotted an area that stretched over 100 acres. Young men and women of all ages hurried to and fro, moving from their dorms to their classes and back again. They all wore black gowns over their street attire, and many hauled books under their arms. A few even had broomsticks and potion bottles clutched tightly against them. The centerpiece of the campus was an imposing structure in the center of campus. The walls were made of rough-cut stone blocks that fit together perfectly, broken only by tall, narrow windows that looked out on the campus like an imperious parent over their children. Luca swept his eyes over the campus with a mix of pride and impatience.
The address listed by Trevor is for one of the dorms. We'll have to wait for the area to clear before we can attempt to get inside, and even that may prove futile.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Why is that?
Because like the castle, these grounds are filled with magic locks, he revealed as he swept his eyes over the campus.
Even I can't get in without permission from someone. Your Highness.
The voice came from our left as a tall older man wearing one of the gowns hurried over to us. His thinning hair was topped by a four-cornered cap, and he wore black jeans and a dress shirt underneath his school uniform. He carried with him a weathered binder that had seen better days decades ago, and a broad smile stretched across his face. He opened his arms in greeting before he crossed one of them over his chest and swept into a low bow.
Such an honor to have you here. And for you to bring our lovely queen.
He lifted his eyes to me and inclined his head.
This is your first visit to our fair campus, is it not?
Luca pursed his lips.
We weren't here for a visit, but to ask you to.
The man clapped his hands together and laughed.
Of course.
How foolish of me not to remember myself. If I may be so bold, Your Highness, as to lead you there myself. He looped his arms through each of ours, and pulled us down the main walk of the campus. I could see in his eyes that Luca's irritation was bubbling below the surface. Dean Bathan, while I appreciate your offer of showing us around the campus, The Dean laughed.
Showing you around the campus, Your Highness?
No doubt you've come for a more important matter, and I shall lead you directly to them. I lifted an eyebrow.
Them.
The Dean nodded.
Of course. The first-year students.
You have no doubt come to display your magical prowess to both our queen and these fresh young pupils, many of whom have only read of the famous magic that your family controls. A pained look swept across Luca's face, but he cast a look of resignation at me.
I shrugged and smiled.
The promised display of his magic had caught my curiosity, and I had to admit that I was as eager to see what he could do as any of the first-year students. The Dean dragged us down the long path and into the main building. The foyer was huge, with lofty heights reaching up to the open rafter ceiling. Students hurried to and fro, but the chime of a bell hastened their movements so that we were soon alone.
Our footsteps echoed loudly on the stone floor as the Dean led us over to a pair of heavy doors opposite the entrance.
The block was flanked on either side by adjoining halls, and I had noticed several more doors opened inward into what proved to be a large lecture hall. The room was built like an amphitheater, with the rows of chairs placed upon tiers that gradually led down to the large stage at the bottom. Most of the seats were full, and I could only count up to 200 students until I lost my place. There must have been over 1,000 people there, and they were all staring at us as the Dean guided us down the steps to the stage.
I had to tamp down the urge to hide behind Luca and try to look as queenly as possible as we stepped up onto that stage.
I'd have to ask Luca about looking into a queen finishing school because I had no idea what I was doing, as I stood shoulder to shoulder beside Luca as the Dean moved to stand at the front of the stage. He held up his hands and the murmurs of excitement died down.
Students, I am pleased to announce that we have a very special guest with us today. He stretched out an arm toward Luca. His Highness has deigned to show you his magic abilities. Now take notes and watch his motions.
You may never get another chance to see such a performance. The Dean turned to us with a bright smile.
They are yours, Your Highness.
Luca inclined his head slightly as he took center stage, while the Dean joined me. You could have heard a pin drop, so quiet was the room. Luca smiled at all the young, eager students, who watched him with hardly a blink of an eye.
I'm glad to see such a large class here today.
As the Dean has graciously invited me, I had to suppress a snort. To perform a few magic feats using my own unique power, I will not waste more of your time and commence with the demonstration. He clapped his hands together and air blasted out, shooting across and up the rows of students. Papers flew and books tumbled to the ground, and more than one female student clutched her head to save her fresh hairstyle. Luca stretched his hands apart, and my jaw dropped open as I beheld an orb created from swirling fire. The colors were so bright that they threw themselves on the wall and students, giving the room an appearance of being lit up. Luca lifted his hands and the orb floated free. All mouths were agape, the dean and mine included, as we tilted our heads back to watch the ball fly 50 feet in the air. A devilish smile appeared on Luca's lips before he clapped his hands together. The orb burst outward, casting all of us in a wave of heat that sent many students scrambling behind the chairs in front of them. Some of the thinner students even managed to squeeze beneath them. I was nearly knocked off my feet, and the dean rolled past me like a tumbleweed to stop just shy of the podium near the back. Luca brushed his hands together and took a bow before the captive audience.
Chapter 20. After a long moment, the students dared peek their heads out of their hiding spots.
One rose to their feet and began clapping their hands. The rest took their cue and joined in with vigor, and soon the whole auditorium was awash in applause. The dean climbed to his feet and pulled out a handkerchief. He mopped his wet brow and gave Luca a shaky smile.
My goodness, Your Highness. I didn't expect such an interesting presentation.
Luca shook his head. My cousin would gladly do a better demonstration, should you make that request of him. The dean tucked his wet handkerchief back into his pocket and sighed.
I have, Your Highness, but your advisor assures me he has little time to tear himself away from the castle, especially as of late.
Again, someone called from the audience. Luca turned his attention back to them and held up a hand.
The audience quieted. The first rule of magic, like any gift, is never to show too much.
Your friends will think you a braggart, and your enemies will know your skills. Learn your magic, keep it close, and you will find nothing lacking in yourselves. Luca bowed his head and the applause returned. He turned away from the compliments and walked over to where the dean and I stood.
I think that demonstration will suffice, Dean Bathan, he mused as he grasped one of my hands.
The dean nodded.
Oh yes, quite.
Thank you so much for entertaining us with such feats. Luca lowered his voice and leaned closer to the scholarly man.
There is a favor I wish to ask of you.
Bathan bowed his head.
However I might help you, Your Highness. I need access to one of the dorms.
The dean smiled and bobbed his head up and down.
Of course, Your Highness.
You no doubt wish to make an inspection of our fine premises, and I shall grant you all the permissions you need. He reached into his pocket and drew out 2 thin armbands, which he held out to us.
These will give you permission to enter any building on campus.
He chuckled as we took the offered gifts. Including the basement, but I highly doubt you'll find anything interesting down there. Luca slipped his band on his wrist, and I did the same.
Thank you, Dean Bathan.
Luca and I walked arm in arm up the stairs, with the students giving us a lot of clapping and a few whistles. We exited the auditorium, and when the doors shut behind us, I was glad for the quiet. My ears still rang with their admiration, as we hurried across the foyer and out into the open campus.
Stay close to me, Luca whispered to me as we headed for one of the less stately buildings on our left. We still don't know if this brother Marcus is ahead of us on this search.
I lifted an eyebrow.
But he shouldn't be able to get into the dorms, right? Never underestimate your foe. I snorted. Yes, teacher.
We hurried up to a Georgian-style dorm hall and slipped inside. Our bracelets glowed slightly at our entering, but I breathed a sigh of relief when nothing happened.
So, what would happen if someone tried to get into one of these buildings?
I wondered as Luca led us upstairs. The intruder would be physically expelled through the door or on occasion through the windows, he revealed as he studied the numbers on the doors.
The silent alarm would also warn the dean and security through their bracelets that an intrusion has occurred and point them in that direction. Nifty, I mused as we walked down the passage.
Luca stopped us at one of the portals and drew out the sheet of paper Trevor had given us.
The numbers matched.
He grasped the knob and gave it a jiggle. Locked.
You won't find him much at home.
We turned to find one of the students standing a few feet away from us. He held a bundle of books in his arms, as he nodded at the door. Luca arched an eyebrow.
Why not? The student shrugged. I don't know.
I just know that whoever's room that is doesn't want to be seen, much less talked to. Believe me, I've been here for 3 years and there hasn't been a soul coming out of that room except for the post. That comes every now and again.
They put the packages in the room and leave. I see.
Thanks for the information.
The student nodded and walked off.
Luca returned his attention to the door and pursed his lips.
A room without a student. Could we find out who lives here from the dean? I asked him. He nodded. We could, but I doubt that would help us. Our foes would be too wily to be so easily revealed.
Whatever the name of the student, it's no doubt a fabrication to hide the true culprit.
I looked down at the doorknob. So what do we do?
Luca put his shoulder to the door and gave it a hard push. The jamb broke and the entrance pulled inward, taking it with him until he caught his balance. The unused hinges complained of the strain, but otherwise the way was clear for us. Luca turned to me with a mischievous smile and swept his arms inward.
Shall we? I snorted as I strolled in after him. I guess we shall.
The dorm room turned out to be a 10 by 10 foot space with 2 windows looking out on the grounds, or they would have been if the shades hadn't been sealed so tightly shut as to block out every bit of light. Luca clapped his hands and a half-dozen candles flickered on. I lifted an eyebrow at him.
More dragon magic?
He shook his head as he walked over to the plain captain's bed set in one corner.
No, all the rooms are equipped with magic candles.
I swept my eyes over the rest of the sparse furniture that occupied the room.
It looks like this room isn't equipped with a student.
Luca pulled open the 2 large drawers beneath the bed and revealed their empty cavities.
So it would seem.
I walked over to a small wooden desk and opened one of the drawers.
There was nothing but dust. That's when I heard a slight squeak from behind me.
Luca flew past me and flung open the door. The doorway was empty, but he stepped into the hall and looked both ways. The rightward direction caught his attention. He whipped his face back toward the room and held his hand out to me.
Hurry! I hurried over, and he took my hand.
Luca sprinted down the hall with me in tow. I didn't see what we were after, until the corner where something black disappeared around the next corner far down the passage. Whoever they were wore a cloak with a hood, both of which covered any distinguishable features.
Our prey led us down the stairs to the ground floor, and then through a door tucked away in a far corner of the foyer.
The door opened into a narrow hall that led to the rear of the building. Gone were the ornate wood-paneled doors and squeaky clean floors, and in their place were clapboard coverings and tiles mucked by heavy boot prints. By the less dignified look of the place, I had to say this was a passage for the maintenance crew. It also helped that several of the signs on the doors read "Supplies Closet." We paused at the head of the hall.
Our prey was nowhere to be found.
However, something caught my eye. One of the doors was slightly ajar. Luca led me over to the entrance and I noticed the sign read, "Basement Access."
I squinted into the darkness. You know, this is starting to feel like a trap.
Luca nodded.
Yes, but we have little choice but to follow them. I pursed my lips. We could go get some guards or maybe Svetnik. He shook his head. I doubt our guide would leave the trail warm for that long.
He turned to me and clasped my hands in his before he captured my gaze.
That's why you'll go. I set a finger on his lips and cast a look of warning at him. Don't even think about sending me off because it's not happening. If you're going, then I'm going.
Luca sighed but grasped my freed hand and planted a gentle kiss on the finger.
Why did I choose such a brave mate?
I grinned.
And a beautiful one, too.
A crooked smile curled onto his lips before he returned his attention to the door. His expression hardened and his eyebrows crashed down. He grasped one of my hands tightly, and his eyes flickered to me.
Stay behind me.
I peeked through the narrow gap that showed only darkness behind the door and winced.
No worries about that. Chapter 21.
Luca opened the door and revealed a narrow, rickety-looking staircase that led into the shadows. He clapped his free hand against the wall, but nothing happened.
I snorted. Somebody forget to pay the magic candle bill.
Luca leaned in, and I noticed his eyes glowed a bright green color.
The candles have been removed.
I scoured the shadows, but my weak human eyes couldn't make out anything more than the semblance of walls.
You don't happen to see any scary creatures lurking in the dark, do you? Not yet.
I snorted as he led me down the stairs one step at a time.
Comforting.
Luca held up his free hand, and the bright flame he'd shown off earlier for the students blazed up. The light illuminated much of our surroundings as we neared the bottom of the stairs. The basement was a dirt floor affair with crumbling plastered walls that revealed the brick foundation here and there. The space stretched across all of the building, but the left-hand side had been divided into small rooms. The rotting doors were one consequence to the slight moldy tinge in the air. The other was a puddle of water that leaked out from behind one of those closed doors.
Except that door wasn't quite closed.
Luca and I hurried over to the entrance, and he eased it open with his foot. His light revealed a square storage closet full of broken mops, leaky buckets, and a few busted bits of furniture. Luca released my hand and stepped inside.
I stood in the doorway and watched him search the room.
No sense on letting the door accidentally shut behind us. His light illuminated a pair of footprints in the soggy dirt. He followed the prints to the rear wall, where he placed his hand on the crumbling, moldy plaster. Some of the white paint crunched beneath his palm and fluttered to the ground.
They fell into one of the footprints, only half of which was visible.
The other half disappeared under the wall.
I snorted. A classic secret passage.
Luca examined the wall and furrowed his brow.
Yes, but how to enter it? I shrugged. Give it a good kick.
Luca looked over his shoulder and gave me a raised eyebrow.
What? It might work.
Luca returned his attention to the wall and sighed.
All right.
He drew his leg back and kicked the wall. A revolving door unwillingly slid partially open. Luca pushed it the rest of the way to reveal a long, wide tunnel.
A heavy stench of rot drifted out of the passage and filled the room.
I wrinkled my nose.
Does this lead to the ponds?
Luca shook his head.
No. This leads deeper, into the sewers.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Is that a problem?
He pursed his lips as he lifted his hand a little higher.
The sewers are off-limits even to the royals.
They were the first of the cisterns built for the city, but when the population grew they were repurposed as the sewers. My pulse quickened a little at his ominous beginning.
So why isn't anyone allowed in here? There were always very few entrances to the sewers, a problem fixed with the cisterns by use of sealing magic.
Anyone who ventured down into them was liable to become trapped for quite a while.
Perhaps even forever.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and tried to tamp down the slight squeak in my voice.
Sounds like a nice relaxing stroll.
How deep do these things go? Luca took a step into the hidden doorway.
Nobody knows.
I sighed.
Of course not.
Well, I clapped my hands together and gave them a rub. Let's go see what kind of trap they have for us, shall we? Luca led the way into the secret passage.
I wasn't the least bit surprised when the doors closed behind us.
The walls of the sewers curved into a circle, punctuated at intervals by tiny holes from which water trickled. I paused a couple of yards into the tunnel and took a step closer to the wall. A large patch of moss grew out of the ancient brick that lined the facade. It wasn't the wonderfully gooey sheen or the stench of skunk that had caught my attention. Something had moved. I reached out my hand toward the goop.
Wait, Luca shouted.
Too late.
The slime shot out and wrapped around my wrist. I yelped and stumbled back.
The green slime snapped free from its mother form, but the tentacle still clung to me. I watched in horror as the blob pulsed with life and spread up my arm. Luca was by my side in an instant.
Hold still.
He held his lit hand close to my skin just above the slime. The flames singed my hair and flesh, but they also scalded my slithering attacker. Steam rose up from the body, and a tiny squeal came from the creature before it slipped off my arm. The thing landed with a plop into the water at our feet, its formerly green body now a withered mess of greys and browns. Luca kicked the corpse away, and returned his attention to me. He kept one hand lit with fire while the other cupped one side of my head. His worried eyes searched my face.
Are you all right?
I took a deep, shuddering breath before I nodded my head.
Oh yeah, I think so.
I lifted my eyes to the walls. The green blotches dotted the whole length of the wall.
But what the hell was that?
He pursed his lips as he studied the moss.
Bog bodies. I blinked at him. Oh what? Creatures that are said to inhabit the sealed sewers.
Luca's face became downcast as he shook his head.
I thought they were only legends.
He returned his attention to me and his face fell.
I'm sorry.
If I had known they were real, I would have warned you sooner.
I snorted. How were you to know that legends would come alive?
One corner of his lips twitched upward.
As one legend believes in the existence of another, but let's move.
This time he took my hand and guided me down the tunnel close behind him. My curiosity was satiated, and I had no desire to touch anything else, especially when the smells grew stronger. The small holes in the walls too increased in size, and the flow of water went from a trickle to a steady stream. Fortunately, an elevated path appeared on our left, and allowed us to climb out of the rising water before our little adventure changed to a swimming expedition.
Our trail led us to an intersection where the path split in 3 directions.
Luca held up his lit hand and furrowed his brow as he studied our options. I too examined the ground, and my eyes lit upon wet footprints that preceded ours. Whoever we're following isn't even trying to hide that they're leading us into a trap.
When you have your mouse cornered, you can play with it a while, Luca mused before he led us onward.
My heart thumped loudly in my chest as we ventured deeper into the dark abyss. A quick look over my shoulder showed the tunnel and crossroads engulfed in darkness. Shadows nipped at our heels and a sense of foreboding hung over us. I noticed too that something was happening to the wet footprints behind us.
Luca! I shouted as I tugged him to a stop. I pointed my free hand at the ground. They're disappearing.
Even as I pointed at a close footprint, the water sank into the floor, leaving not a mark of the trail we followed. Luca pursed his lips.
They put a lot of thought into this trap. We had better not disappoint them. That doesn't sound like such a bad idea.
I mumbled, but let Luca lead me deeper toward our doom. We were as quiet as church mice as we followed the disappearing wet trail. The stench around us lessened, and I noticed a light at the end of the tunnel.
This wasn't one I wanted to go toward, and my hands became cold and clammy as we neared the glow.
A strange but familiar sound came to my ears, like the rumble of a train. The explanation was soon in coming, as we arrived at the end of our path. Up until now, the water had followed at our side like an obedient dog.
Now, however, it was more like a lemming.
The water spilled over a 50-foot drop into a basin, where it joined another half-dozen other sources to fill the bowl-like bottom. Fog drifted up from the chaos and clung to the walls, leaving a gap in the middle for us to see the whirlpool. The wild liquid rumbled and swirled like an angry blender, before being ejected out through a dozen small holes. Our pathway stretched out a few feet past the water drop onto a balcony of sorts, though this one didn't have a railing. Other walkways at the other 5 outlets did the same, creating a strange gear-like display over the falls. I leaned over the precipice and tried to judge the depth of the bowl, but there was only darkness and swirling froth.
What is this?
Luca shook his head.
I'm not sure, but those outlets may lead to the ocean.
My face drooped and I straightened.
Remind me not to go ocean swimming downstream of the city.
Luca lifted his eyes to the domed ceiling above us and narrowed his eyes.
We have company.
I blinked at him before I followed his gaze. My heart stopped as the half-dozen cloaked figures descended from the ceiling like spiders onto their webs.
And we were the fresh food. Chapter 22.
Luca drew me behind him as our floating foes stopped at different elevations above us. Only one of them hovered down to our level, and I didn't need 3 guesses to know it was the leader. Their dark eyes studied us with a hint of amusement as they stretched their hand out to me.
I snorted. Hell no.
The figure narrowed their eyes, and their muffled but distinctly female voice floated across the chasm to us.
Come with us or he will die. Where are the spices?
Luca spoke up.
Our foe's eyes took a devious turn.
She reached into her cloak and drew out a small bag which she held in their palm.
If you give her to us, we will free her of the curse. Why do you want me so badly?
I demanded to know, as I glared back at them.
Why did you do this to me?
The figure extended her arms upward toward their fellow disc riders.
We are the white.
Luca shook his head.
I don't know of you.
The figure chuckled.
Then we have done our job well.
The shadows are our domain but no more.
She stretched out her hand to me again. Now come with us.
Luca glared back at our foe.
Over my dead body.
The woman laughed.
Just as we desired. She pointed a finger at Luca. Her 5 compatriots flew at us.
Luca tightened his grip on my hand and spun around so we faced the tunnel. A hidden door dropped from the top of the entrance and dropped into place with a resounding crash. Luca slammed his fist against the stone. The rock cracked where his hand had connected, but there was hardly a tremor over the rest of door. A pair of cloaked arms wrapped around my waist. I yelped as I was pulled from the ground. Luca spun around and swung his fist at my foe. They jerked back, and I took the opportunity to kick my legs backward. One of them connected to the crotch, and I learned that not all of the white were women. A soft wheezing noise emanated from my captor and their grip loosed. Luca wrenched me from their hold and into his arms as our foe dropped to one knee on his disc and floated back. The other 5 took his place, and their flaming eyes told us they weren't happy about me giving their friend a rearrangement in his nether regions. One of our foes lifted their arms above their head and held their hands close together. Swirling darkness grew out of the air and formed itself into a swirling ball much like the flames Luca had conjured up earlier. They held the ball in one hand for a moment, before they launched it at us. The ball flew high and we ducked. The orb zoomed past us and struck the wall. I expected it to shatter, but the pliable surface of the ball bounced against the stone, and flew back at us with double its original speed. The orb struck Luca in the back and shoved him forward. He lost his grip on my hand as he dropped to one knee. Steam rose from his back, and my hand flew to my mouth when I glimpsed his cloak. The shadow ball had burned a hole through the material, and the scent of scorched flesh stung my nostrils.
Luca! I shouted as I dropped to his side.
The leader of the white chuckled, as Luca grimaced against the pain.
Your dragon speed is nothing inside this chamber.
She snapped her fingers and the mist below us shifted. The fog parted, and revealed a glowing band of unintelligible writing. The letters were carved into the rock, and gave off a soft golden brilliance. There were other bands of writing, each one of the same language but different words that stretched out of the waters to just below the fog line. Luca lifted his head and glared at our foe.
More binding spells? She laughed. Of course.
We have a talent for such magic. The runes you see there, she gestured to the glowing ones, bind the strength and speed of any changeling species. You are as weak as the human woman at your side, and your healing powers too will not save you from our black fire.
There was only one thing I could do.
I rose to my feet and faced our foes.
Will you swear to leave him unharmed if I go with you?
Luca snatched my hand in his and glared up at me.
No.
I looked down at him with a smile.
It's okay. I'll be all right. I hoped.
He shook his head and tried to stand, but his legs faltered and he fell back onto his knee.
I won't allow it.
The leader of the White clucked her tongue.
You have no choice, Dragon King.
You have no protection here. Luca caught my eyes in his, and I noticed the heated gaze of the dragon bound inside him by the runes.
He tightened his grip on my hand, and every muscle in his body tensed.
I won't. He clenched his teeth and rose to his unsteady feet. Luca lifted his defiant chin to the menacing group in front of us.
I won't allow it. The White leader scoffed at him. You have barely enough strength to stand. What do you hope to accomplish? I plan to take several of you with me if I must die trying, Luca swore.
She narrowed her eyes at him and lifted her fingers.
Very well. Stop.
I shouted as I slipped in front of him and stretched out my arms on either side of me.
You don't have to do this. I'll go with you. The White shook her head. No witnesses, and no future interference. She snapped her fingers.
Movement came out of the corner of my eye, but this time I was prepared. I swung around with my hand balled into fist, and aimed at the fuzzy mess that was my foe's head. A pale, gnarled hand caught my hand in theirs, and a familiar chuckle rang throughout the watery bowl. My mouth dropped open as I found myself staring at the skeletal figure of Svetnik's master. He stood beside me with a wooden shield held in front of himself, and my hand trapped in his strong but gentle grip.
A commendable punch if it had landed, he teased me as he released my hand. Our disc-riding foes gathered in front of us, and the leader glared at the interloper. This is none of your concern, vampire.
Some of the master's amusement fell from his lips as he moved to stand in front of us.
I have made it my concern.
He lifted his empty hand aloft, and a dark fire covered his palm that closely resembled that of the White. The leader of the group narrowed her eyes at him before she whipped her head toward the wall. She stretched out an arm and one of the bands of runes lit up. The shield the master held that I thought was so solid disappeared. The leader twisted her hand, and another row of runes was ticked on. The fire in the vampire's hand evaporated as quickly as the runes became illuminated. The leader turned her triumphant eyes back to us, but a sly smile curled on the master's lips. You have quite a fine assortment of oppressive runes on these walls, but while you stalked my companions here, I studied every one of them and found them lacking. The master clapped his bony hands together, and a green light burst out from beneath his palms. He stretched out his hands and bands of green light stretched out from his fingers like the strings of a cat's cradle. The master held them up in front of him, and small strands shot off from the main branches and wrapped around several of the White. Their brethren cut them loose while the leader raised her hand. She snapped her fingers, and another line of runes was illuminated. His green strings vanished, but the master pressed his palms together and drew them apart, creating two grey spears between his palms. He grasped them in either hand and flung them at our foes. Each of them caught the shoulder of one of the White, and slammed them into the walls, pinning them in place. The White leader glared at him before she whipped her head to the others. Destroy him, you fools. The remaining three flew at him with their hands full of the black burning orbs. At the same time their leader snapped her fingers, and the whole wall below us lit up with glowing runes. The master flung up his shriveled arms to protect him, as they barreled down on him. A shadow flew out of the access to our right, and slammed into the nearest White. That sent them spinning into their companion where they fell toward the water, catching themselves only moments before impact. The third White, however, continued the attack. The master vampire, however, dodged their balls, and shot his arm out, grabbing the White by the throat. He tossed them aside like a rag doll, and the force flung them to the left platform and slammed them into the wall.
Our foe slid down the stone and revealed the shattered rock where their body had struck.
The leader trembled with rage, but she snapped her fingers. The whites that remained gathered up their comrades and hovered in front of us. The leader's narrowed eyes glared at us with venom.
We will not forget this.
The master launched his frail form at the white commander. She barely dodged a swipe of his hand at her head, but his clawed fingers dragged down the front of her cloak. His talon-like fingernails cut 5 nice deep jagged lines into the front of her attire, revealing a prim white blouse and the top of jeans.
She snarled and kicked at his face.
The blow connected, and sent the master tumbling back onto the platform where he collapsed in a dry heap a few feet from us. The white leader swooped toward us, but the illuminated runes flickered, making her pause. Their light began to fade, and the flickering grew worse. She clenched her teeth before she whipped her head about to her followers.
Leave.
They didn't need a second command as they swooped down separate tunnels. Their leader cast one more look at us that promised death, before she too disappeared into the sewer system. We'd won. For now.
Chapter 23.
As they vanished from sight, the light of the runes flickered one last time before they were extinguished. Luca stretched himself to his full height, and flexed his muscles as though they had been cramped.
I looked him over. Are you okay? He nodded. Yes, now that the spell has been lifted.
A soft groan came from our savior, and we turned our attention to the crumpled mess that was the master vampire. Luca and I hurried over, and my mate flipped the master over onto his back. Even for a vampire, he looked incredibly pale, and there was a strange discoloration just below the collar of his cloak. His eyes fluttered open, and he gave us a sly smile.
I had forgotten how much trouble it was to meddle in the affairs of mortals.
Luca managed his own soft smile.
I'm glad you did.
For my mate Sake, I thank you. I lifted an eyebrow as I swept my eyes over the secluded and noisy spot.
How did you even find us down here? The master sat up and rubbed the small of his back. I have been tracking you since you left me at the graveyard.
Luca's grateful demeanor changed to suspicion as he narrowed his eyes at the vampire.
Why? The master chuckled. I see you have guessed what I had done this night.
Luca glared at our stalker.
How did you reach Trevor's house before us?
The vampire climbed onto his feet and turned to face us as we stood.
The director has some excellent guards about his house, but he must see that his chimney is better stocked up for those curious ears and the ability to use the winds at their command.
I blinked at the pair of men.
Wait, what? He's Brother Marcus?
The old vampire smiled and inclined his head to me.
At your service, Lady of the White Fire.
Marcus's was my name before I ventured into the realm of shadows. Having overheard your discussion about the Lord's fondness for the church, I took up the long discarded mantle of Brother Marcus. I lifted an eyebrow.
Then you were a brother. He chuckled. Oh, more than that, lady, but might I suggest better surroundings?
He swept an arm over the dank, noisy area. Perhaps some cool, refreshing morning air, while we discuss how we are to defeat this foe with whom even I have no familiarity. Luca pursed his lips at our companion but swept his eyes over the area.
The way isn't clear.
Marcus took a step toward the tunnel through which we'd entered the large room.
Then allow me to show you, as a gesture of goodwill among friends.
Luca grudgingly nodded, and the vampire moved with a lithe but thankfully slow speed out of the place of waterfalls. My Dragon King grasped my hand tightly and we followed him. The master vampire didn't take a wrong step, as we meandered our way through the maze of stinking sewer. In a short while we reached the end of one of the long tunnels, and found ourselves facing a heavy stone door. There was no handle, so the master pressed his shoulder against the door and pushed. A slight groan could be heard, but the louder noise came from our guide as he slumped against the stone. As a vampire he didn't breathe, but I noticed his hands trembled a little. His eyes flickered to my curious ones, and he tucked his hands into his cloak, before he turned his attention to Luca.
Show me your strength, Dragon King, and help me with this door.
Luca moved up to the vampire's side, and I scurried up to join them. Together we pushed against the door, and the groan became a grinding noise as the exit slowly gave way. The door swung outward, and sunlight spilled onto us.
I heard a soft hiss from our undead companion, who retreated into the shadows.
The door swung open, and its far side crashed into an equally hard matter. I found myself staring up a narrow vine-covered ramp with high walls on either side. The ramp opened up into an empty street, where small cottages adorned the road. The walls of the ramp not only had vines, but long shallow planters from which spilled vegetable plants and flowers in full bloom. A few raised beds dotted the ground here and there beneath the planters. Luca stepped out and lifted an eyebrow.
I was not aware the cottages had an outlet into the sewer.
A soft chuckle came from our guide, who still lingered in the shadows.
There are few entrances left that haven't been permanently shut, but one can find them if you know where to look.
Luca turned to our hidden companion and pursed his lips.
And you know where to look.
Marcus shrugged. I have been a citizen of your fine city, long before your great-great-grandfather ruled, Dragon King. There is little I do not know about the dark places.
Your Highnesses. The shout came from above us.
We lifted our eyes to the top of the ramp wall, on our left. Svetnik's thin frame stood over us, but he soon hopped down the 15 feet and dropped down near us.
He hurried over to us and looked us over. Are you well?
I nodded.
Yeah, thanks to your master.
Svetnik straightened and frowned at our hero.
Yes.
I sensed his presence deep in the bowels of the city, and ventured out here to ask him his business.
Much was my surprise when the way opened and you two emerged.
Marcus chuckled.
Is that any way to treat the person who rescued those you hold so dear?
Luca caught Marcus' eye.
You mentioned earlier that you'd been following us since we parted.
Why? The master vampire's good humor faltered.
I must admit that my good intentions were not without my own reward.
Marcus stretched out one arm and drew back the sleeve, revealing his pale, stringy limb. He also exposed a number of strange bruises on his otherwise white flesh. Marcus studied Svetnik carefully, as his pupil examined the markings.
Take a good look at it.
Svetnik's eyes widened, and he whipped his head up to meet his master's gaze.
Is this?
Master dropped the sleeve and his arm to his side and nodded.
Yes. I've got the reckoning.
A slight, humorless chuckle escaped him.
Thought I'd get it before now, but who would have expected an old fool like me would have lived this long?
Luca lifted an eyebrow at Svetnik.
What's this about?
Svetnik straightened and pursed his lips.
The reckoning is it's a... Bah! The master scolded him as he waved a hand at his former servant. Just tell them.
I don't think they're of a mind to use it against us, when they've trusted you with their own secrets for this long. Svetnik cleared his throat and turned to us.
The reckoning is a disease which afflicts all vampires at one point in their life.
That point is at the end. My eyes widened, and I looked to Marcus, who had partially turned away from us.
Then he's...
Aye, the master vampire mused as a bittersweet smile spread across his pale lips.
I'm dying.
For keeps this time.
What has this to do with your following us?
Luca reminded him. Marcus' keen eyes fell on me.
I always knew the reckoning would come for me at some point, so I have ventured to find a cure for the disease. I frowned back at him. You're not about to tell me my blood is somehow special, are you? He shook his head. No. At least not alone.
Svetnik narrowed his eyes at his old master.
The child.
Marcus chuckled.
I see the pupil has the gist of my meaning. I looked down at myself. What about the child?
Svetnik used one slender hand to gesture at my stomach.
The child's essence mixed with yours has created a unique mixture in your blood that I presume has some healing properties against the reckoning.
Marcus nodded.
Just so.
My jaw hit the ground.
You have got to be joking. I am quite serious, Marcus assured me, as he raised the sleeve of his other arm.
There were the telltale blotches, but they were faded compared to the other limb. A mere drop of your blood which you provided earlier produced this effect, though how long the cure lasts is yet unknown. Luca stepped between Marcus and me, and there was a touch of fire in his eyes as he looked upon the ancient vampire.
And you wish to experiment further upon my mate? Not without some compensation, I assure you, Marcus countered, as he reached into the tattered remains of his cloak and drew out a leather bag which he held out to us. An unwilling parting gift from the leader of that band of magicians. Chapter 24.
Luca took the bag and opened it up so we could both see the contents. My eyes widened as I beheld a powdered substance.
Is it the spice she had?
Luca took a pinch of it and rubbed it between his fingers. A sour aroma arose from the powder.
Yes, the goyet we need.
He lifted his eyes to the bemused vampire.
I can't thank you enough for procuring this for us.
Marcus scoffed.
I have no need of thanks.
His eyes fell on me, and he gave me a toothy grin.
Your mate's blood, however, would be an adequate show of appreciation. Perhaps just a pint or two would suffice.
Svetnik grabbed his master's shoulder.
That I cannot allow.
In the blink of an eye, Marcus had vanished. A cold breath blew across the back of my neck.
Perhaps the lady should have a say in the matter,
I spun around and tamped down the urge to yelp and stumble back. Instead, I faced the needy vampire with a stiff upper lip. Well, besides the minor tremble.
You helped us, and for that I'm grateful. I held up my arm and drew back my sleeve. You can take a pint.
Marcus' eyes glowed slightly, and hunger pulled at the corners of his lips. His eyes flickered to Luca, who stood stiffly behind me.
Would the Dragon King object to a light snack?
A rumble came from Luca. I snorted and turned my head just enough to catch his anger-filled eyes.
It'll be okay. I'm not giving him permission to suck me dry. Good, Luca snapped as he kept his sharp gaze on the vampire.
Because if he tried, I would be forced to imprison him until the reckoning and the hunger drove him to dust. Marcus bowed his head to my mate. A pleasant prospect to Dragon King, but one on which I will gladly pass. He cupped my hand in both of his palms, and I was surprised at the gentleness that hid his great strength. His eyes settled on the bandage that covered my wrist, and he frowned.
What has happened here? I snorted.
Would you believe a psychotic squirrel girl? Marcus didn't answer, as he unraveled the bandage. Though the sun herb had closed up the wound, I couldn't help but wince at the ragged edges of the gash and the angry red flesh. Marcus ran a finger along the lines where the wire had cut deepest. A hiss came from my lips, and I tried to tug my hand away, but he kept a firm grasp on me. Marcus curled his fingers into each other, and I noticed one of his nails cut deeply into another digit. A single drop of dull red blood swelled out of his pale flesh. Svetnik took a step forward and scowled at his master.
That is forbidden without the full consent of the mortal.
Marcus' bemused smile fell on me.
You wish to be healed, do you not?
I lifted an eyebrow.
Yeah, but how are you?
Marcus brushed his bloodied finger over the jagged line that was my wound. I winced again, as the cool liquid sank into the rough contours of the bloodied seam. My pain switched to shock as I watched my wound heal itself before my eyes. In a few seconds the red flesh was gone. All that remained was a thin scar. Marcus lifted his eyes to me, and a glint of playfulness slipped into his eyes.
If you had come to me sooner, even the scar would not have been visible.
I gaped at the clean skin and the lack of pain.
There was only a soreness about the muscles. Thank you.
The vampire gave me another toothy grin.
No, I thank you, Lady of White Fire. This is a great honor.
I opened my mouth to ask him about that title, but at that moment he bit deeply into my wrist. I gasped as the hot fire of pain raced up my arm, and was quickly replaced by a strange lethargic sensation. The world lost its focus, and everything retreated into the background. There was only Marcus and me, and the feeling of my blood being drained into his.
Diana.
The magic broke. Sort of. Some of the lethargy remained as I stumbled back, free from Marcus' embrace. Luca caught me and scooped me up into his arms. His face was pale and his arms slightly shook.
I gave him a goofy grin. That felt really funny. The corners of his lips twitched upward. I'm glad one of us is enjoying this.
Svetnik appeared in my clearing vision, and wrapped his hand around my wrist where 2 puncture marks could be seen. He stilled for a moment, before he turned his disapproving attention to Marcus. The elder vampire stood against the far wall with his tongue lapping up all the blood on his lips.
My blood. You took enough.
Marcus chuckled.
The lady informed me I could take a pint. And to show I mean no harm to her, he held out his hand to Luca. Might I have the spice back?
A dark shadow settled on Luca's brow.
A deal. Yes, Marcus mused as he rolled his eyes at my mate. I am well aware of the deal, and I wish to show my gratitude further by use of the spice.
He beckoned with his outstretched hand.
Now the ingredient, if you would.
Luca's narrowed eyes flickered to Svetnik, who didn't look any more pleased with the offer. The younger vampire sighed.
I would advise you to give him the spice, Your Highness.
Luca frowned.
Why?
Svetnik kept his gaze on his bemused master.
The curse that afflicts Her Highness is based upon one of his own design.
He no doubt intends to show off his skills in lifting that curse. Marcus chuckled.
I see not all of your training has come to naught, Svetnik. I turned my attention to the elder vampire. Do you need all of it?
Marcus shook his head.
Only a handful, lady.
I looked back to Luca, and stabbed a finger at the vampire.
We can spare that much, especially if what Svetnik says is true.
Luca sighed and set me back on my shaky legs. He drew out the spice from his pocket, and poured out enough to fill his palm, which he held out to Marcus. Marcus moved over to us and cupped one hand in front of Luca. My mate poured half of the bag out into Marcus' palm. The vampire took the spice and spat into his hand. I cringed at the sight of his spittle, which constituted only blood. He pressed the damp powder between his palms, and kept his hands together as he turned his attention to me.
If you might raise your shirt, lady, then we shall see if this works.
I lifted my shirt to reveal the black mark on my stomach. Marcus knelt in front of me and parted his hands to reveal a spice patty. He pressed the patty against my stomach and closed his eyes.
Bound to thee, unbind to mine.
Mend this woman, return her shine.
As he spoke the chant, his hand glowed softly with a green light. I felt a strange sensation, like a mist passing into my body.
He pushed his hand gently against my stomach, until all of the patty had been absorbed. One of the bands on my stomach lit up with the same green light as his hand, and I watched with wide eyes as the ring slowly faded to nothing. A weight seemed to lift off my shoulders as well. Marcus rose to his feet and smiled at me.
Excellent.
The spell is the same, or close enough that one might use similar chants to free each bind. I lifted my eyes to the pride-filled vampire.
Then we just need to find the other 3 spices, and do the same thing. He nodded. Yes, though your acquaintances will no doubt be less willing to hand them over the next time you meet.
Luca stretched his hand out to Marcus.
Thank you.
Marcus wrinkled his nose at the offered hand.
Save my thanks and perhaps another pint of your mate's blood, for when the job is finished.
At that moment my stomach gave off a large grumble. I sheepishly looked up at the bemused faces of the men.
Sorry about that. Svetnik stepped closer to us. Her Highness should get some nourishment after her donation.
Luca dropped his neglected hand and nodded.
Yes, you're right.
He grasped my arms and smiled down at me.
Would you like to walk? I snorted. You know perfectly well I wouldn't. Now get those adorable wings out so I can get some fresh air after crawling around in the sewers. Svetnik cleared his throat. Perhaps you too might wish to have a bath drawn when you reach the castle.
Luca and I looked down at each other.
Our clothes were splattered by sewage water, and a distinct odor floated up from our persons.
My Dragon King smiled.
That is excellent advice, Svetnik. We'll be sure to take it on reaching the castle.
In the meantime, Luca's wings burst out from his back, and he scooped me up into his arms. I looked down at where we had just stood. Svetnik had vanished, no doubt to oblige his nose by drawing our bath. Marcus, however, stood in the shadows of the sewer hole with his eyes lifted to us. His left hand clutched his right arm, and I swore I could see the blotches of the reckoning creeping up his neck. The next moment Luca flapped, and I could see no more of our friend.
Chapter 25.
Luca flew us to the castle, and onto the high balcony. There was no welcome reception, but in the state we were in, I was grateful nobody saw us as we slipped inside and up the stairs to our bedroom. I breathed a sigh of relief as we shut the door behind us, and I peeled off my ragged shirt. The 2 days of adventure had taken its toll, and the cloth now smelled of sea salt mixed with sewer water, with a lot of my sweat thrown into the mix. I tossed the shirt aside, and heard the rumble of a low growl behind me. Luca's arms wrapped around me, and my back was pulled against his chest.
What are you? I tilted my head back and beheld the heated look in his bright eyes.
His musky scent floated around me, enveloping me in the temptations it offered. I shook my drowsy head and frowned up at him.
Could we at least take a bath first?
Luca leaned down and brushed his warm lips against my neck. I let out a shivered breath as he nuzzled me with his nose.
Why wait?
A knock came from the door, and a familiar voice floated through the thick wood.
Your Highnesses, I have your bath water.
The sexy growl turned into an annoyed one.
Damn you, Svetnik. I snorted. He certainly knows how to get the ball rolling.
Luca sighed and released me.
Yes, but I must have a talk with him about his timing. He turned his face toward the door. Come in.
The doors opened and a half-dozen servants marched in with Myra leading the way. They each carried a large jug of water, and all but Myra turned their steps toward the bathroom to the right. Luca's old nurse stopped in front of us, and her nostrils flared before she lifted her nose at us. My goodness, where have you two been? She scolded as she directed most of her ire at her former charge.
And how could you allow your mate to become so filthy?
And in her condition. Luca chuckled.
I had little choice.
I grinned at both of them.
It's my fault. I wouldn't go back home for an answer.
Myra sighed and shook her head.
What will I ever do with you two?
Her attention fell on the wrappings around my left wrist, and her eyes widened.
What happened there?
Luca stiffened as I hid my arms behind my back.
It's just a little scratch.
Myra grabbed my injured hand, and her gaze invariable fell on my other wrist. Her eyes bulged out of her head as they fell on the tiny pinpricks left by Marcus' love bite.
What in the world have you two been doing?
A barking laugh escaped me, as some of Luca's color drained from his face.
He cleared his throat. I can explain everything.
Myra flew at him and stabbed a finger into his chest. With each poke, Luca backed up until his back hit the wall.
How in the world can you explain letting one of those filthy creatures touch your mate?
He held up his hands in front of him and gave her a sheepish smile.
There was no lasting harm. That's not the point.
Myra yelled as she stabbed her other finger at me.
You're supposed to protect her.
Devastation.
That was the only word to describe Luca's face.
One look at his expression sapped Myra of her anger. She set a trembling hand on his shoulder and shook her head.
Luca, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
A bittersweet smile slipped onto his lips as he shook his head.
You didn't say anything that wasn't true, old friend. She pursed her lips. I still shouldn't have spoken out like that. I'm truly sorry.
The maids with the pitchers emerged from the bath with their steaming containers emptied. Myra stepped back as they marched behind her and over to the door.
If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask.
She turned toward the entrance, but not before she cast a quick, pointed look at me. I nodded, and a glimmer of happiness slipped into her eyes before she left, shutting the door behind them. Luca remained as still as a statue as I walked up to him and set a hand on his shoulder.
She didn't mean it that way, you know.
He ran a hand through his disheveled hair and shook his head.
What did she say that wasn't true?
I cupped his face in my hands and turned his face so our eyes met.
Listen to me.
We're up against a bunch of people we don't know, with powers we can't even imagine, and who seem to know the city better than anybody, even you. A mischievous smile slipped onto my lips.
And your mate isn't exactly helping you by tagging along to make sure you don't get killed.
He reached up and cupped my cheek in his palm as his tender eyes studied me.
But what would I do if you were killed? I snorted. Have you considered the priesthood?
You're pretty good at pretending to be one. A crooked smile appeared on his face as his eyes danced.
I doubt Brother Deacon would agree with your assessment.
I wagged my eyebrows.
I bet Marcus would. He must have been a wild priest when he was one all those years ago.
Luca furrowed his brow as he dropped his hand.
Yes.
Svetnik's master is full of surprises, even for an ancient vampire.
Now then, I mused as I looped an arm through his and tugged him toward the bathroom. Let's get this scum scraped off us, and see what we can do about finding those other spices.
I didn't fail to notice a feral look slip into Luca's eyes.
Together.
We reached the door, and I flung him into the bathroom before I grasped the side of the door. A clawfoot tub stood on the far side of the room, along with a small tub to refill the bath. He caught himself on the edge of the tub, and turned to face my grinning face.
I doubt we'd get much done that way, so you go first.
I shut the door between us and turned where I brushed my hands together. A thought struck me that made me pause and turn one side of my face toward the door.
And I expect you to be clean behind the ears, too.
A chuckle reverberated around the bathroom.
Yes, Mum. I strolled over to the foot of the bed and plopped myself down for the weight.
My shirt lay forgotten on the floor at my feet, and I wrinkled my nose at all the questionable stains garnered from the cliffs of the port city to the sewers of the main metropolis.
What a day.
And a night. My thoughts wandered back to Todd and his adorable little shack. I cleared my throat so I could be heard above the light splashing sounds that emanated through the bathroom door.
We still need to reward Todd for helping us. I had planned on it, Luca promised with a chuckle.
He will be most pleased by a reward of a few precious jewels. I furrowed my brow as my memory called back to that quaint little cottage.
I think a really nice picture frame would work better.
A chuckle came from the bath.
As ever, my mate, I bow to your sympathetic mind.
A picture frame for his wife would work very well. I stood and strode over to the bathroom door, where I gave the entrance a rap with my knuckles.
You know what would work better. What? You getting out of there so I can take my bath. That got a laugh out of him. As you wish, my mate. Chapter 26.
Within half an hour both of us were sparkly clean, and I was draped over the bed with my legs dangling over the foot. Luca stood in front of a large desk near the door with his hands full of papers.
The top of the desk was covered in stacks of more parchment, and a deep sigh escaped his lips as he tossed the papers onto the piles. I snorted. It's not easy being king, is it? He shook his head. It has its challenges, some more mundane than others. I sat up and dropped my hands into my lap. So, what do you do when you're not running around trying to cure a curse?
Luca laid his palm on one of the piles and pursed his lips as he studied the papers. I noticed one of the papers poked out of a cream-colored envelope, and a broken wax seal bore the mark of some sort of bird.
Hosting other royalty for one, and it appears we're to have company soon.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Oh.
Some other royalty from another city.
He nodded. Yes, the king of.
A knock on the door interrupted our peace, and Luca lifted his gaze to the entrance.
Enter. The door opened and Tybalt stepped inside.
He held a small leather bag in his hand, and sported a frown on his face. My apologies for interrupting you, your highnesses, but I fear this is pressing business. Luca turned to him with a raised eyebrow.
What is it?
Tybalt strode over, and held out the satchel to my dragon mate.
This bag was discovered in the museum by one of the employees. The scent brought it to their attention.
Luca took the bag, and I leapt to my feet. He opened it up as I slipped up to his side. A strong bitter flavor stung my nostrils. I peeked over his shoulder, and I saw that the bag held a powdered substance. I wrinkled my nose.
What is it?
Luca frowned at the bag.
It's no spice.
My eyes widened.
One of the spices I need.
Luca nodded before he returned his attention to Tybalt.
Where in the museum was this discovered? Tybalt pursed his lips. In the museum curator's office, Your Highness.
My jaw hit the floor.
Mia's office. What was it doing there?
The captain of the guards shook his head.
We don't know, Your Highness, and Miss Smith is nowhere to be found to ask about the discovery.
Luca frowned.
She is missing.
Tybalt nodded.
Yes, Your Highness. The staff have not seen her at all this day.
Luca pursed his lips as he studied the satchel.
Then who discovered the bag?
Tybalt nodded at the container.
One of her assistants.
They had gone to the office in search of some documents, and noticed an unfamiliar odor emanating from the floor. Fearing mold, they called others and searched the office, where they discovered a loose floorboard. They pried the wood off, and discovered a small compartment where they found the bag. Knowing about our search, they immediately notified us of their find. Luca frowned.
I see. Have you searched the city for Miss Smith?
Tybalt lifted his chin a little, and pursed his lips.
We have scoured all the locations she is known to frequent, Your Highness, but have yet to find her.
I have had the search extended to the rest of the city, but that will take some time. I looked between the two gentlemen.
What about her brother? He might know where she is. Tybalt shook his head. He too is missing.
His home proved to be empty, and he was not at his customary location on the steps when the discovery was made, nor has he been seen this day either. Luca folded his arms over his chest, and a dark cloud settled on his brow.
I see.
We shall. Quick, heavy footsteps sounded out in the hall, and a moment later another guard appeared in the doorway.
He bowed his head to us. My sincerest apologies, Your Highnesses, Captain Tybalt, but there is a problem at the gates.
We hurried downstairs and met Svetnik in the entrance hall. Even the heavy front doors couldn't keep out the commotion that was heard out in the courtyard. Luca led the way and flung open the doors. The far end of the courtyard below the gates was crowded with a half-dozen guards. They grappled with a frantic man who thrashed and kicked in their hold. He scored a few well-aimed kicks into the crotches of the guards, who took the attacks with bug eyes and horrible grimaces but kept their ground. The man lifted his head out of the fray and looked across the courtyard at us.
Let me go. I have to see them. It was Ethan Smith.
Luca strode forward and his low but deep voice cut through the commotion.
Stand down.
All but two of the guards backed off. Those two each held one of Ethan's arms, and one of them bowed their head to Luca. My apologies, Your Highness, but he attempted to intrude on the courtyard.
No doubt for a good reason, so you may release him, Luca returned.
The guards immediately opened their hands, and Ethan stumbled out of their grasp. The frantic man hurried up to us, and his wild eyes looked from Luca to me.
Mia's been kidnapped.
I started back and my own eyes widened.
What?
Why? He fumbled about in his art supply bag, before he drew out a folded bit of paper.
I found this at the house this morning.
Luca took the paper and unfolded the parchment.
I sidled up to him and read the brief letter.
I am not feeling well, and have decided to take a day to relax.
No need to help me with the house chores, I'll do them when I return. MIA.
I lifted my frown to the frantic man.
This isn't a kidnapping note. And it's written in Mia's handwriting, Luca added. He shook his head. I know all that, but it might as well be.
MIA never lets anything stop her from going to the museum, at least to check in on things, and she didn't even do that.
I checked with the museum, and they haven't seen her all day.
Luca held up the spice bag.
Have you ever seen this?
Ethan stared at the satchel a moment, before he shook his head.
No, but what does that matter?
Mia's been kidnapped, and you have to help me find her. Luca's face fell, and he held out the slip of paper as he shook his head.
I'm afraid we can't help at this moment. Wait a minute, Ethan insisted as he rummaged through his bag and pulled out an ink bottle.
He grabbed one end of the paper.
Hold it out and see this.
If you won't believe me, then maybe you'll believe MIA. Ethan poured a colorless and odorless liquid over the paper. All of the strange water soaked into the parchment, but the paper didn't turn soggy and tear. 2 words stood out from the others thanks to blazing red ink. Help me. My mouth dropped open, and I whipped my eyes up to Ethan.
There was a grim triumph in his face. Now you see it. He tapped the paper. This is Mia's real message. I shook my head. I don't quite know what we're looking at here.
Ethan pursed his lips.
When we were younger, I dabbled in all kinds of ink, some of which was magically imbued to hide messages that revealed a message from the heart. He turned his attention to Luca. Now you see that there's something wrong.
Luca nodded.
Yes, and we'll help you find her right now. Tybalt took a step toward us. But Your Highness, what about the spice?
Svetnik lifted an eyebrow.
The spice?
Luca set his hand over his pocket, where he had tucked the spice pack. Another of the spices was found in Mia's office, and for that, we may deem Mia's disappearance connected with the spices. Perhaps finding her will give us the answers to our questions about these mysterious white, and where the last spice is hidden. Svetnik bowed low at the waist to us.
Then, allow me to accompany you, Your Highnesses.
Luca shook his head.
You have a greater task than to follow us.
We need your master and his unique skills to reverse the curse. Can you find him for us? Svetnik lifted his chin and closed his eyes. There was silence for a moment as his pensive expression revealed the inner search, and then he opened his eyes.
I can find him.
Luca stretched out one of his hands and nicked the skin below his wrist with a long fingernail. A small bead of blood appeared, which he turned to Svetnik.
Escort him to us as quickly as you can.
Svetnik stepped forward and used a single long finger to scoop up the red bead. He dipped his finger into his mouth and drew the blood off. It was both mesmerizing and a little sickening to watch. Svetnik closed his eyes, and a shudder ran through him before he opened them and bowed his head.
I will do as you bid, Your Highness.
I blinked, and the vampire had vanished.
Chapter 27.
Luca turned his attention to the guards.
Back to your posts.
They nodded and hurried to obey. Tybalt moved closer to us and grasped his spear tightly in his hand.
Your Highness, please allow me to accompany you.
Luca's eyes flickered to me before he nodded.
Very well.
We may need you to relay a message back to the castle.
And I'm coming too, Ethan piped up.
I lifted an eyebrow at my dragon mate.
Where exactly are we going?
Luca pursed his lips before he turned his attention to Tybalt.
We go to the museum first and see if we can't find any clues as to how the spice came to be in Mia's office. Tybalt shook his head. My men already scoured the room, sir. They found nothing.
Ethan crossed his arms over his chest and scoffed, leading the captain to glare at him.
My men are thorough.
Ethan shrugged.
I'm sure they are, but he patted the front of his bag with one hand. Would they know to look for hidden messages in her papers? Tybalt pursed his lips. No.
There are so many magical items in the museum that our detectors couldn't sweep the office. Ethan grinned and swept his arm in the direction of the museum.
Then let's go take a second look.
Tybalt cast an inquisitive look at Luca, who nodded.
It's the best lead we have, and both of you will come with us.
Luca led the way down the street, with me at his side, and our two companions together grudgingly bringing up the rear.
I looked up at Luca. So how does somebody detect magic? He stared ahead as he pursed his lips. Much like a vampire is drawn to blood, certain items react to the presence of magic.
Many of them are stones, and some are magical items themselves.
I looked him up and down. So around you would one of those things go off? He nodded. Yes.
My magical abilities would set some of them off, though not all can detect the inherited trait.
They have to be sensitive to such innate abilities.
My attention fell to his arm, where the pinprick had already healed.
What did you do by giving Svetnik some of your blood?
Luca wrapped his arm around the vanished wound. By ingesting some of my blood he can trace us, like Marcus did with you.
It's how a vampire knows who they've already taken blood from, and where they are.
My eyes widened.
So that's how they can come back for seconds. The corners of his lips twitched upward. Yes, though the effects wear off after a day.
That's why, in their dark past, they returned every night to feed off the same victim so as not to deplete the population.
I snorted. How economical of them.
Ethan leaned toward us and caught our eyes.
What's this about some spice found in her office?
Tybalt glared at him.
That is none of your concern.
Ethan scowled back at the captain.
It is if my sister is involved.
Luca turned his head to one side and cast a knowing look at Tybalt that quieted the annoyed captain before Luca turned his attention to Ethan.
We're searching for the spice to cure Diana's curse.
3 were used to create the curse, and one of them was discovered in a secret compartment in the floor of your sister's office. Ethan's eyes widened and his jaw hit the ground.
What?
How did it? He cast his gaze over us and his eyebrows crashed down.
You're not seriously thinking that she had anything to do with what happened to Diana, are you?
Tybalt scoffed.
What else should we believe?
Ethan threw his arms up.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that she's being framed.
Tybalt sneered at him.
Why would anyone wish to implicate the head of the museum in this matter?
Ethan narrowed his eyes. My sister happens to be an important figure in the city, and a lot more useful than some guards. The captain tightened his grip on his spear.
I protect the city with my life.
There is no greater honor than to perform that duty. Luca's voice broke through the tense air between them.
That's enough.
The pair quieted, but cast dark looks at one another. Luca stared ahead, and I leaned toward him. I bumped my elbow against his arm, and lowered my voice to a whisper.
Do you get the feeling we should have left the kids at home on this date? He chuckled. I do get that feeling, so let's hurry along.
We quickened our pace and soon arrived at the museum. The lobby of the majestic building didn't provide us any relief, as a tension hung in the air. At our coming in, the staff showed looks of relief on their faces, and one of them hurried over to us.
He stopped in front of our group and bowed his head. It is a great honor to meet you, Your Highnesses. What can we do for you? Has anything been seen of Miss Smith, Brian?
What little comfort the man held in his face dropped away as he shook his head.
No, Your Highness, and we have scoured the museum for her. If she is here, then we cannot think where she could be hiding.
Ethan crossed his arms over his chest and partially turned away to scowl at the museum worker.
Of course, she's not here. She's been kidnapped.
Brian's eyes widened at Ethan before he whipped them back to Luca.
Is that true?
Has the curator been kidnapped? Luca cast a look of warning at Ethan before he returned his attention to the man and regretfully nodded his head.
It may be true, and we're here to find clues as to where she might be. Have you any idea?
Brian cupped his chin in one hand and furrowed his brow.
The curator had been most insistent no one enter her office these last few days.
I only ventured in there as a last resort, as she had stored the only copy of a book in there. Luca lifted an eyebrow.
Did she say why she had shut off her office?
The employee dropped his hand to his side and shook his head.
No, Your Highness, and we didn't think anything of it until she disappeared.
Luca led our small group, which now included Brian, around the front desk and into Mia's office. The place was as messy as the last time we were in there, though a half-dozen more boot prints covered the floor. Luca turned to Ethan.
Search the place.
Ethan drew out his ink bottle and scurried around us to the desk.
You don't need to tell me twice.
My dragon mate's attention fell on Brian.
Fetch the best magic detector the museum has.
We may need it. Brian nodded and hurried off. Tybalt watched the proceedings with pursed lips.
Your Highness, this search may take some time. Perhaps you would like return to the castle.
Ethan's shout interrupted him.
Found something.
Ethan stood on the far side of the desk, hunched over the piece of furniture. Some handwritten documents were spread out in front of him. Luca sidled up to him and looked over the paperwork.
What is it?
Ethan tapped the paper where his ink had revealed random glowing words that pieced together a short message. Fortitude. Castle. Stone. Guards. I wrinkled my nose before I looked up at the men.
Does any of this make sense to you guys?
Luca folded his arms over his chest and pursed his lips.
The words could refer to a lot of things in the city.
Ethan furrowed his brow as he shook his head.
I can't think of. I may know to what it refers. It was Tybalt who spoke up.
Ethan whipped his wide eyes up to the man.
What is it?
Tybalt turned slightly and nodded at an old map of the city nailed to the wall beside the desk.
There is a little-known fortification against the hillside.
The guards of times past used it as an armory, but the place has long been abandoned. Luca nodded.
Then we'll search there immediately.
He moved around the mess and to the front door. I followed, but the conversation at my back caught my attention. Ethan clapped a hand on the soldier's shoulder and grinned at him.
Thanks.
Really?
Tybalt had a hard time suppressing a ghost of a smile. I am merely doing my duty.
Ethan patted his shoulder as he skirted around him.
Well, I'm glad doing your duty in those helmets hasn't pinched your brain to pieces.
Tybalt cast him a dark glare before following us out of the office.
Chapter 28.
We slipped out of the museum and into the bright light of the late morning. The darkness of our mission contrasted sharply with the curious faces and laughter that surrounded us. I couldn't help but envy the visitors a little, as we slipped through them.
Your Highness, one of the people shouted, and the next moment we were surrounded by those curious faces.
Tybalt pushed back against the crowd, as did Ethan.
Disperse.
The king is on official business.
Ethan was less diplomatic. Come on, folks. Get the hell out of the way. We're on a quest here.
There was more than one glum face as the people retreated. A few cast their disappointed looks at me, and there were some who were touched by disgust. Their eyes invariably dropped to my stomach, and a few leaned toward their neighbor and murmured a few words. I didn't need to hear the words to know their meaning. I jumped as Luca's hand slipped into mine. He gave my hand a squeeze and drew me away from the dark looks. As we moved away from the crowds, I set my hand on my stomach. Luca's whispered words floated down to me.
We'll lift the curse soon enough.
I dropped my hand to my side and managed to give him a smile.
You think it'll be before lunch?
I could really use some more of Myra's soup.
He chuckled. I'll see what I can do.
We slipped away from the busy parts of the city, and toward the hill that made up the western boundary of the metropolis. Our path meandered us through posh and poor neighborhoods, until we reached one of the last streets before the city abutted the steep foothills. The style of the homes was urban, with single floors spread out over the entirety of their lots. A few had yards out front, but otherwise the homes abutted one another so closely I wondered that they had windows at all on the sides. However, that's where the happy suburban picture ended.
The homes weren't made out of clean boards and slats, but rough-cut wood and large black and grey stones.
Many of the rocks were larger than my body, and all had been crudely quarried from the dark stones of the mountain behind them. The look reminded me of quaint cottages mixed with early medieval jails. I couldn't decide if I wanted to live in one of them, or plot a way to escape. Luca stopped us on the lonely street and turned to Tybalt.
I know these materials in these houses were repurposed from the old fortifications, but does anything remain of the main keep? Tybalt pursed his lips as he swept his eyes over the area. The main keep stood closer to the hillside on the last street.
There may be something of it remaining, via the underground entrance. Follow me. The captain led us down the long, narrow street. The road meandered a little according to the formation of the foothills, so that by the time we reached our destination, I knew what a snake felt like when moving. Tybalt stopped us in front of a house that looked much like the others, but with a yard addition unlike all the others. I could best describe it as a low bunker, with a set of chipped stairs leading down to a metal door long rusted by time and weather. The walls and flat roof were made from the stone, with the rough wood holding together the black mess. A steel cage covered the stairwell, and sharp barbed stakes surrounded the imposing border. A low fence surrounded the house, and the familiar appearance of half a dozen scrows made me hesitate. Tybalt, too, stopped before the small gate and pursed his lips as he looked across the yard at the house. It was then I noticed that the sharp barbed stakes surrounded the whole perimeter of the property. Luca moved to stand beside his captain of the guards.
Do you know the owner?
Tybalt sighed.
Yes, Your Highness, but I am not sure they will allow us.
The front door of the house swung open, and a hulking figure of a man stood in the doorway. He had a grizzled appearance with a long grey beard, and matching long hair that trailed down his back in a wild mane. The man wore a rugged wool shirt and leather jeans, both worn and holey. His attire was topped off by a pair of thick black boots that clunked on the ground, as he stepped out of the house and down onto the large stone that acted like a small porch. The man's eyes fell on Tybalt, and he scoffed.
What are you doing here?
Tybalt lifted his chin slightly.
We have come to ask permission to come onto your property. The man sneered at him. Quit with the fancy talk and speak like a man.
I noticed Tybalt stiffen, and a bit of ire flashed across his eyes. He took a moment to gather himself, and tightened his grip on his spear.
We don't want any trouble.
We merely wish to come onto your property, and go down into the dungeon. The stranger crossed his arms over his massive chest and shook his head.
No way.
Tybalt now trembled with anger and opened his mouth, but Luca held up his hand, silencing him. My dragon mate stepped forward and met the annoyed eyes of the stranger.
We're in a hurry, or we'd be more gracious in our asking.
As it is, I have to invoke my right as king to enter your property. The stranger squinted his eyes at Luca before he shook his head.
Nope, don't recognize you.
3 of our jaws hit the ground. The only exception was Tybalt, who shut his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He spoke low through clenched teeth.
Of course you don't recognize him, you old fool. You're nearly blind without your glasses. The stranger's eyes bugged out. Don't you dare say I need glasses.
I can see just fine without them. Tybalt balled his hands into shaking fists at his sides and glared at the man.
Quit being such a fool and let us in, father.
It was only then that I was struck by a slight resemblance between the two. The stiff chin, the dark eyes, the pig-headed attitude. The man's face turned beet red, and he stabbed a finger down the road as he glared at Tybalt.
Quit being such an idiot and get the hell out of here. Yep, they were father-son.
Tybalt threw up his arms.
Why is there never a moment where you can be sensible?
Ethan glared at both parties.
We don't have time for this.
They might be torturing MIA, or worse. Luca caught Tybalt's eye and jerked his head toward the scrows.
We have no choice.
Tybalt pursed his lips as he grasped his spear in both hands.
As you wish, Your Highness.
Luca dashed onto the property with Tybalt at his side. I made to follow, but Ethan grabbed my arm and yanked me back.
Don't be a fool, he scolded me as he nodded at the scrows. They'll cut you to ribbons.
I didn't understand what he meant until I watched the scrows lift their hands and reveal their fingers as being thin, sharp blades. The scrows pulled their stakes out of the ground and bounced toward the pair like demented pogo stick riding assassins. Luca leapt out in front and extended his hands into sharp claws. He sliced the scrow into shreds and the poor thing clattered to the ground. Tybalt faced off against his opponent and tried to block a double-handed attack using his spear. The thick wood took the brunt, but the blades dug in deeply.
Too deeply. The scrow couldn't free its hands.
Tybalt slammed the bottom of his foot against the scrow's stomach and snapped the creature in two. Both pieces fell lifeless to the ground.
Stop that!
Tybalt's father shouted as he rolled up his sleeves and marched toward them.
Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Tybalt snapped another scrow in half with a well-placed blow from his spear and glared at his oncoming father.
Then call them off.
The man stopped a few yards from them and his nostrils flared, but he lifted one hand and snapped his fingers. The remaining scrows bounced backward out of the reach of the pair and repositioned themselves around the lawn. Luca and Tybalt relaxed, but not for long. The man marched over to the pair and scowled at the two of them. He offered his ire first to Tybalt, and then Luca and back again.
That is, until he did a double take back to Luca.
He leaned forward and squinted at my mate before his eyes bulged out of his head. The man raised a shaking finger and pointed it at Luca.
Why aren't you?
Luca inclined his head.
I am.
The color drained from the man's face. He dropped to one knee and bowed his head.
Forgive me. Chapter 29.
Tybalt glared down at his father.
Who else would I be bringing here? The man shot a look of annoyance at his son. Why'd you bring him here without warning me first?
Luca took a step forward and knelt before the cowering man.
The corners of his lips twitched upward as the man dared lift his eyes to him. The fault is my own.
Your son merely suggested this access to the dungeon of the old fortress, and I didn't think to ask him if we would be trespassing.
The man shook his head. Of course not, Your Highness.
You're welcome to come along here whenever you want.
It's the least I can do to make amends.
Luca smiled.
You might start making amends by telling us your name. It's William Varon, Your Highness. Then rise, William Varon, and see if you can't help us lift this wonderfully built cage that guards the stairs.
A little bit more color left William's face as he climbed to his feet.
Why are you wanting to go down there? A rescue mission, Ethan spoke up.
William closed his eyes and shook his head. If anybody's down there, then they're not worth rescuing. I lifted an eyebrow.
What's that mean?
William opened his eyes and pursed his lips.
Nothing, miss. Let me get my tools. He turned and strode back into the house, leaving the door open.
I could see a quaint entrance room with much of the furniture fashioned from metal with wood tops. Luca studied the open door as well, before he turned his face to Tybalt.
Your father is a blacksmith.
Tybalt nodded.
Yes, Your Highness, and though he may not act like it, he is one of the best in the city. In the whole of the continent.
William protested as he walked out of the house, shutting the door behind him. He carried with him a 3-foot-long crowbar and a shovel. The man stopped beside the metal cage and lifted his chin.
And nobody's proved me wrong yet. Just look at this.
He stabbed his shovel into the ground and used his free hand to gesture at the cage.
I'd wager everything that you won't find a more secure lockup than this.
We joined him at the cage and inspected the fine work. Ethan leaned over the hole and wrinkled his nose.
Why did you build something like this, over the entrance? Afraid you'd fall in.
William paused in his work, and a dark cloud settled on his brow.
It isn't the getting in I was worried about.
Tybalt frowned.
That was merely a figment of your imagination, brought about by too much drink.
William shot his son a sharp look.
I had hardly touched the bottle that night, on account of your mother throwing out most of the drink.
Tybalt lifted his nose.
She had good sense.
If I might interrupt this conversation, Luca spoke up as he looked between the two squabbling men.
But what would come from the dungeon?
William pursed his lips as he shook his head.
I can't quite figure it out myself, Your Highness, but whatever it wasn't human. More like a monster from hell.
Tybalt scoffed. Demons of the bottle would do that.
No dream could do this.
William drew up one sleeve of his shirt and showed off a long thick scar that ran from just below his wrist to above his elbow. My hand flew to my mouth as the men looked on with grim faces. Tybalt pursed his lips as he swept his arm over the front spiked barriers.
A scar from falling on one of those.
William dropped his sleeve and cast a sorrowful look at his son before he stabbed one end of the crowbar into the ground near a cage upright.
We'll see how many scars you come out with after you've seen what I've seen.
He went to work digging out each of the upright metal rods that pinned the cage to the ground. The other men joined in along with myself, and soon I stepped back to let them lift the hulking mass of metal away from the stairwell. Though the cage had been just a mesh of metal, a strange breeze swept up out of the hole and wafted over me.
There was a horrible staleness in the air that almost made me gag.
The men set the cage down and returned to look down the hole. William's attention, however, lay only on his son.
Are you sure you want to go down there? Tybalt shook his head. We have little choice.
His father pursed his lips before he reached into his pocket and drew out a small object I couldn't make out. He stretched out his open hand to Tybalt and revealed a small gold pendant on a shiny chain.
Then take this.
Tybalt's eyes widened as he looked from the pendant to his father.
But this is... Yeah, I know, but it's the best I've got against whatever's down there, William countered as he grabbed Tybalt's hand and slapped the pendant into his son's palm.
The father shoved the son's hand away and crossed his arms over his chest. Besides, your mother would never forgive me if I didn't give you something to help you down there. A twinkle slipped into his eyes as he jerked his head toward the stairwell.
I prefer a kick in the ass, but this'll have to work.
For the first time I saw Tybalt smile as he looped the pendant around his neck.
Thank you.
William scoffed.
Don't thank me yet until you've gotten yourself out of that hole.
During that touching scene, Luca's focus had remained on the stairwell.
He looked over to Ethan. You're sure you want to come with us?
Ethan met his gaze with a steady one and nodded.
More than ever. Then let's begin.
Luca gingerly climbed down the broken and shattered steps to the metal door. Time and dampness had not been kind, and the surface was covered in brown rust. He grasped the thick handle and parts of it crumbled beneath his grasp. Luca leaned his shoulder against the entrance and gave a push at the same time he pulled down on the handle. The door creaked open on hinges so rusted that bits of the pins floated to the floor. The open door revealed a long, low passage of rough black stone that stretched for eternity into darkness. Luca lifted one hand and his fire burst out of his palm, illuminating the way. The revealed corridor was no less hospitable, as I glimpsed a mess of cobwebs that covered both the walls and the ceiling. Miniature sand dunes were scattered about the floor, and shifted a little at the fresh air that intruded upon its domain. I stepped up behind Luca and surveyed the scenery.
Cozy.
Tybalt moved to stand close to us, and pursed his lips as he swept his eyes over the area.
And without any visible means of another exit.
Ethan clapped a hand on the man's shoulder and grinned.
The perfect place to take someone who's been kidnapped, so what are we waiting for?
Luca strode forward with the three of us close at his heels.
Our feet knocked loudly against the stone floor as we made our way down the tunnel.
The passage slowly descended deeper into the ground, and the smell of dank earth stung my nostrils. I looked over my shoulder at Tybalt.
So what was this place used for?
A dark shadow settled on his brow as he looked around. According to the records of defenders, the dungeon housed the worst offenders of the city, many of whom were destined for execution. Ethan lifted an eyebrow.
Records of defenders. That sounds like a court trial. They are the records kept by the guards of the king, and they go back to nearly the founding of the city itself. A thought struck me. And they don't happen to mention the White. He shook his head. That name is not present in the records.
Ethan frowned.
What's a White?
I winced.
Some bad guys and gals that we don't want to meet down here.
I noticed Luca tense as we neared the apparent end of the tunnel.
We may not have a choice.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Wise.
I received my answer as we crossed the threshold into the main part of the ancient dungeon. The path opened to a large cell block that stretched for 100 yards before us, and turned a corner at the end to house even more prisoners. The 3 floors sported grimy cells with long rusted bars, and the railings were in the same deteriorating condition. Black fungus covered much of the walls, and the smell of rank mold scratched at my nostrils.
I clapped my hand over my mouth to stifle some of the stench, while even the men around me had grim faces.
A soft whoosh warned us something approached. We tensed as the White flew around the corner and over to us. They stopped 10 feet from where we stood, and the leader stepped off her platform to face our group. The woman opened her arms to us, and her keen eyes gave off a malicious smile.
Welcome, friends, to our abode.
Luca stepped slightly in front of me and glared at our foes.
We haven't come to.
Ethan rushed to the head of our group and waved a fist at them.
What have you done to MIA?
The leader threw back their head and laughed.
Done with her?
We've done nothing with her. She grabbed her hood and flung it back. My jaw hit the floor as the face of MIA was revealed to us.
Chapter 30. Ethan was the most taken aback by the reveal.
He took a stumbling step forward and stretched out one hand.
MIA, what are you doing in those robes?
And you barely know how to use magic powder, much less that. He waved his hand at her feet, whatever that disc thing was you were floating on. MIA folded her arms over her chest and grinned at him.
Oh, but I do, dear brother.
My friends here, she used one hand to gesture to the other White at her back, have taught me much about the secrets that lay in the shadows of the city, including dark magic. She offered her hand to him, and her eyes sparkled with horrible glee.
Come with me, brother, and I'll show you everything I've learned.
Ethan made to move toward her, but Luca stretched out his arm to stop him.
Don't go to her.
Ethan glared at him.
Why not? What the hell is going on?
Who are these people with MIA? Luca narrowed his eyes at our former friend.
That isn't MIA.
I blinked at him before I looked at the MIA doppelganger.
Then who is she? That is Mia's body, but her mind is no longer her own.
My eyes widened.
You mean she's being controlled by magic?
He nodded without breaking his eye contact with the woman.
Of the blackest kind.
Ethan's eyebrows crashed down and he balled his hands into fists at his sides.
Then let's snap her out of it. Wait, Luca shouted, but it was too late.
Ethan darted forward and tried to grab his sister. MIA lifted one hand with the palm facing him. A black ball shot out and struck him in the stomach. His eyes bulged out of his head as he was flung backward and landed on his back, where he skidded across the grimy floor until he slammed into the wall behind us. At a look from Luca, Tybalt was at Ethan's side in a moment, with his spear at the ready. He looped one arm under one of Ethan's and helped the dazed man to his feet. Ethan lifted his angered eyes at MIA. "Give my sister back." A cruel smile slithered onto her lips as she lifted her chin slightly and stared down her nose at us with that maniacal look.
"Not until our work is done."
Luca narrowed his eyes at her.
"What work is that?"
Mia's gaze fell on me.
"To bring your mate to her proper place, of course, so let us make a deal with you."
"The last spice in exchange for your mate." Luca's bald hands shook at his side.
"You would give me the spice to cure her, while at the same time taking her away from me."
Mia's grin stretched across her face and distorted her looks.
Delicious irony, isn't it?
Luca pursed his lips a moment before he stretched out his hand.
"Do you have it with you?"
MIA laughed. "We might learn from our mistakes, Dragon King. The spice is well hidden in your vast city.
After we have your mate, we will tell you where you might find the spice."
Luca clenched his teeth, and a long low growl emanated from him. I grasped the edge of his cloak to keep him from lunging and making matters worse, as the other white lifted their hands and black crackling orbs appeared over their palms. MIA stepped backward and her black disc appeared. She floated above us and crossed her arms over her chest.
"The clock is ticking, Dragon King.
We won't wait around for your vampire friends to save you this time." Luca tensed and I gave a tug on his cloak. A thought struck me as I felt the smooth, soiled cloak beneath my fingers. I urgently caught Luca's eye.
"You said magics cancel each other out, right?"
Luca frowned.
"Now is right."
Luca pursed his lips but nodded.
"They do, but..."
I slipped around him to stand at the forefront of our group, and I lifted my chin to the floating white.
"I'll go with you. This time for real, and I won't let Luca stop me."
Luca grabbed my wrist and yanked me back to his side. There was a dangerous and self-destructive glint in his eyes.
"I won't let you go." I set a hand on his arm that held me and grinned up at him. "Don't worry. I've got this covered."
Luca frowned and opened his mouth, but I tugged on the cloak that covered his arm.
"Believe me. I know what I'm doing. I'll get us out of this mess."
The false MIA laughed.
"You have no magic of your own, much less that which could withstand ours."
I grasped Luca's wrist and slipped out of his hold. He reluctantly let me go, as I stepped forward to face our foes alone.
"No, I don't have any magic, so that's why the only thing I can do is go with you."
MIA floated down to me and looped her arm around my waist. I tensed as her disc widened, and she pulled me against her side onto the black swirling platform.
She flew us backward out of Luca's reach.
He took a step toward us with his clawed hands clenched at his sides, but a look from me made him stop. MIA laughed at the contorted look of rage on his face.
"What's wrong, Dragon King? Are you so unused to losing that you don't know how to be gracious about it?" He had to speak through clenched teeth. "Where is the spice?" She tightened her grip around my waist and grinned down at him. "No, I don't think I'll make it that easy for you. Perhaps a riddle. That would be fun, wouldn't it?"
She cleared her throat and lifted her nose slightly in the air. "To the heavens I ascend, to the line drawn by men. To the blue ever so deep, to the grey of the keep." She dropped her eyes back to Luca.
"Well,
do you know where the spice is?" Luca narrowed his eyes at her and quivered with rage.
"Just tell me where the spice is hidden."
She laughed and I tensed as we floated backward away from him.
"That's all you're getting."
"Good luck." Ethan and Tybalt moved to stand beside him, and the distraught brother looked up at his sister with fear in his eyes.
"What about MIA?"
MIA paused and her lips curled up in a sneer at him.
"What about her?"
Ethan glared up at the creature that inhabited his sister's body.
"I want my sister back." Then prepare to be disappointed, boy, the MIA phantom scolded him as she tightened her grip on me. Now, if you'll excuse me, we have a date. I looked over at her and grinned. No, we don't. I shoved my hands against her sides and pushed her away from me.
She lost her grip on my waist but grasped the edges of my cloak.
I flung the cloak off me and threw the cloth over the top of her. A horrible scream erupted from beneath the clothing, and MIA thrashed about trying to free herself from the confines of the cloak.
Black steam rose up from her hidden figure and evaporated above us. I leapt at her and wrapped my arms around her thrashing form. The disc beneath us flickered and warped, and with every bit of steam escaping, the darkness below began to fade. The other white flew to the rescue of their leader, but Tybalt and Luca were ready. They lunged at two of them, with Tybalt throwing his spear and piercing the shoulder of their cloak. The force threw them backward off their disc and into a wall where they were pinned. Luca's wings burst out of his back, and he leapt into the air. The whites could maneuver about the room, but put up against the rage of my dragon mate, there was nowhere to escape. He sped from one to the other, slashing at those able to escape his clutches, and grabbed the throats of others too slow to avoid his wrath. Luca threw several of them into the cell bars and hard muck-covered walls. Even Ethan picked up some sludgy handfuls of the black mold, and threw them at our foes. His artistic hand-eye coordination was as perfect as ever, and several of the patties struck the upper faces of our enemies, blinding them with the horrible muck. As I kept my grasp on the struggling MIA, I noticed the dark air that escaped the cloak consolidate into a single strand as black as night. A putrid stench filled my nostrils as Mia's body grew stiff. She threw back her head, and a horrible scream came from her person. Her body convulsed in my grasp, and I hugged her against myself to lessen the violent tremors. The disc beneath us flickered and my right foot slipped as that part of the darkness crumbled to nothing. The rest soon followed, and we collapsed onto the floor. I positioned myself on the bottom, and Mia's body fell atop me, giving me a blow that forced the air out of my lungs. The last of the darkness, too, was forced out of her body, and rose up to hover for a moment in the middle of the cell block. The black blob congealed together in a swirling orb before it exploded outward, blasting us apart from our foes. The whites picked themselves and their friends off the walls and floor, and flew back in the direction they'd come from. I dropped my head on the cold hard floor, and breathed out a sigh of relief.
That was one trouble down. Chapter 31. MIA. The shout came from Ethan as he raced up to MIA and me.
He drew her off me and into his arms, and flung off my cloak to reveal Mia's pale, tense features. The distraught man cradled her in his arms and gave her a shake.
MIA.
MIA, can you hear me? Mia's eyes fluttered open, and their glossiness took a while to fade as she blinked up at our concerned faces. Her attention fell on Ethan, who trembled as a smile slipped onto her lips.
What are you doing here? A choked laugh escaped him. Saving you, you idiot.
He wrapped her in a tight hug as Luca knelt at my side. I tossed the cloak over one shoulder a moment before he drew me into his arms. I returned the gesture with a hug before we parted so I could grin at him.
That was a good idea, wasn't it?
A crooked smile slipped onto his lips.
And one I hope you never try again.
I laughed and threw myself against his chest as his arms wrapped around me.
Me too.
Tybalt came up to our little hugging groups, and his hard eyes fell on where our foes had vanished.
We should leave.
They may know these dungeons more than anyone, and might cut off our escape. Luca stood and helped me to my feet, but I waved off his worried grasp and nodded at MIA.
I think she's going to need your help more than me. I'm fine, MIA assured us as Ethan assisted her in standing. She swept her eyes over the area and frowned. But I'm going to need a lot of answers when we get out of here, wherever here is.
A strange clicking noise caught my attention, and I turned my head to the side to look down the long cell block.
Something shifted in the darkness.
I leaned closer and squinted my eyes. My breath caught in my throat as I watched the walls bulge out and retreat back into itself.
Guys. I choked out as I whipped my head back to the others. I think we have a problem.
A scream from Ethan added to the terror as he stumbled back with his hands held up in front of him. The stains from the mold pulsed in union with the walls, and with each push they swelled and grew outward. Ethan tried to fling the growth off him, but the mold stuck and continued its expansion. Mia leapt at him to help, but Tybalt wrapped his arms around her waist and drew her back.
Ethan. Stay back, he insisted as his panic was reflected in his eyes.
The mold crept up his arms and grew down his chest.
Don't touch me.
As that horror unfolded before our eyes, the black-covered walls around us pulsed with life. Small bits of sludge rolled out of the mold and formed themselves into tiny crab-like creatures with crustacean legs that ended in spinned claws. Now I knew how Tybalt's dad had earned his scar.
The creatures scurried toward us as the air filled with their stench.
One of them flung itself at Tybalt.
He slapped it away with his spear, or tried to. The creature dug its claws into the shaft and crawled toward his hands.
Tybalt slammed his weapon against the ground and splattered the creature into the stones. The thing shifted and congealed back into its crab-like form, where it proceeded back up the spear.
The soldier was forced to drop his weapon and stumble back.
The monster lunged at him, and he flung up his arms. The freaky fungus was nearly atop him when a flash of light burst out of his chest and struck the thing.
It fell back with a high-pitched squeal and dropped onto its back.
The thing wobbled about for a moment, before it shriveled into itself like a burnt spider. Meanwhile, the sludge had completely covered Ethan's front, and was moving down his body and up. He lifted his chin to keep his face out of the muck, as it slithered upward. Luca drew me behind him and lifted both his hands.
Everyone close your eyes.
I shut mine as the others did the same. My eyelids, however, couldn't keep out the brilliance of Luca's hot light filled the whole cell block. Screams upon screeches filled the air, and the muggy stench of the fungus was pushed back, but not completely. The light faded, and I opened my eyes. The walls around us were scorched, but further down the black mold remained untouched. Mia hurried over to her brother, and dropped onto her knees beside him. The black mold growths were gone, but his arms and chest were singed. Smoke rose up from the burn marks, and the stench of burned flesh scraped my nostrils.
"Oh God," Mia whispered as her hands hovered over him, unsure how to comfort her burned brother. "Oh God, Ethan."
Ethan lifted his scorched hands up to her, and managed a shaky smile for her.
"I guess I needed short vacation, eh?"
A sob escaped her lips, and he tried to pat her shoulder but succeeded only in wincing when he tried. Tybalt stooped and held out his spear to Mia.
"Hold this."
She did as he bid, and Tybalt lifted Ethan into his arms. Ethan grinned up at his former antagonist.
"No dropping me now." Tybalt frowned back at him. "Shut up and save your energy. Hurry."
Luca scolded them as he grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the exit tunnel.
"I only destroyed its offspring."
We hit the passage running with the sludge creature oozing its way toward us. The thing tumbled into the tunnel and picked up speed as we fled toward the faint light at the far end. Luca and I reached the doorway, and he pushed me ahead of him into the stairwell. The others passed by him, and he turned his back to us so he faced the tunnel. William popped his head over the hole.
"What the fuck is going on down there? You trying to wake the dead?"
Tybalt carried Ethan up the stairs and shook his head.
"No, we're trying to bury them."
William's face drooped and his eyes widened.
"Those things again."
I returned my attention to the mass of darkness that tumbled toward us.
"I think this might be worse than last time." "Everyone, leave the property," Luca commanded us as he lit his palms aflame and clasped them together.
The swirling balls joined together to create a single orb of fire. I could feel the heat from where I stood on the middle step.
"This may collapse the tunnel."
The others hurried out of the path of destruction, but I hesitated. Luca turned his head to one side and smiled at me.
"I'll be fine." Trust me.
I pursed my lips as I put one foot on a higher step.
You'd better be, otherwise I'm finding a spell to bring you back to life so I can kill you myself.
He grinned, before he turned his serious face back to the sludgy matter at hand.
I scurried up the stairs and met the others on the street.
The angle allowed us to see the top of the doorway, but nothing of Luca. All I could glimpse was his shadow created by his flaming hands. The light grew stronger as the creeping shadow drew upon him. The light shot forward and slammed into the face of the shadow. Flames burst in all directions, including swelling into the stairwell and up the stairs. The fiery blast swooshed up the stairs and into the sky. The heat caught the green grass on fire, and the remaining scrows scattered to the far corners of the property. A rumble shook the ground, and the earth around the doorway collapsed inward. My eyes widened and I darted forward, but William grabbed me and pinned me against his chest.
Don't go near there, you fool. I thrashed in his stronghold. Luca!
Luca! The rumbling quieted, and the fire burned to a low ember. My legs shook so badly that William partially held my limp body aloft. I couldn't take my eyes away from that horrible sight of charred stone and wood. The heat had blasted apart most of the stairs, and black smoke rose up like horrible streamers announcing a funeral. A shadow rose up from the ash of the stairwell, and everyone stiffened. The blob had survived.
Chapter 32.
Or not. The shadow stumbled near the top of the ruined stairs and fell forward onto their hands. A coughing fit overcame them as their clothes smoldered, revealing their soot-covered skin. My eyes widened, and I wrenched myself from William's weakening hold.
Luca!
I rushed over and dropped to my knees at the top of the stairs, so we were face to face. He lifted his eyes to me, and offered me a grease-coated grin.
Hey!
I grasped his arms as tears ran down my face.
What the hell were you thinking?
Luca stretched his back a little, and his spine made a sound like fireworks.
I'm not sure thinking was involved.
The others came up behind me, and Tybalt had a deep frown on his face.
That was reckless, Your Highness, even for you.
Luca twisted around and dropped his butt onto the top step beside me, as he admired his handiwork.
The doorway had completely collapsed into a rubble of stone and charred wood.
A few bits of hardened ash covered the floor, and their scarred appearance reminded me of a bit of cooled volcanic rock. Luca looked over at William.
You might want to put the cell back, just in case.
William scoffed.
Right away, sir, after I filled in the hole you've made in my yard.
Luca stood on his shaky legs and swayed to one side. I caught him in my arms and leaned him against my side as he smiled at his citizen.
Your king isn't a good gardener, but I'll be sure to send some guards to help you.
Some of his clothes crumbled against me, and upon looking down at myself I wrinkled my nose.
You could send them to bring some new clothes for both of us.
Luca sheepishly grinned down at me.
I may be fireproof, but my clothes are less so. I cast a furtive look at the bottom of the stairs. Will it come back? He shook his head. I doubt it.
Nothing has ever survived that much dragonfire before, minus a warship or two. However, I do worry about what else the White may have set down there. Ethan let out a groan that returned all of our attentions to Tybalt's load. Mia grasped his hand and her worried eyes studied his burned form.
Hold still. We'll get you some help.
William stepped up to the burned man, and used 2 fingers to push apart some of his clothing to reveal the singed flesh. A quick look and he pursed his lips.
I've seen a lot of burns, but these ones are pretty bad.
Luca's face fell and he turned to catch Mia's eyes.
I'm sorry.
She closed her eyes and shook her head.
Don't be. There was no other way. We will get him the best medicine.
A thought struck me and my eyes lit up.
Todd.
A proud smile curled onto Luca's lips as he admired me.
An excellent idea, my mate.
Mia looked between us and frowned.
What are you two talking about?
Luca turned his attention to Tybalt.
Leave him here and fetch my fastest carriage to come to us.
Some of us must take this man to castle, and others will go to the cliffs. Tybalt frowned.
Why there?
Luca grinned down at me.
We have an old friend to give thanks to.
Tybalt nodded at the ruined hole in the ground.
What are those fiends down there? They spoke of having hidden the spice in a secret location.
Luca's good humor faded, as did mine. My hand invariably fell to my stomach, where the 3 bands still held the curse strong inside my body. Luca turned to MIA.
Do you remember where she hid the spice?
MIA closed her eyes and shook her head.
No, nothing.
Only my subconscious could work through the ink.
The rest is all a blank. How did you come to be in their clutches?
MIA furrowed her brow.
It was some months ago, around the time that you announced your intention of finding a wife.
She paused and scrunched up her face as she cupped her forehead in her outstretched fingers.
I can't even remember their face.
They approached me with this strange object. The next thing I remembered was being in my office, with no memory of how I got there. She dropped her hand to her side, and her eyes took on a hint of fear as she stared at the floor.
Those blackouts have continued until now, though very infrequently.
Sometimes I would wake up in the mornings feeling nothing, and others I would feel as though I was up all night. I shrugged the exhaustion off as work-related, until the other day.
She sat straight in her chair and frowned. I woke up from a daze with bruises on my body.
It was then I suspected something was terribly wrong, and so I placed special ink about my office in order to leave myself notes, should my fears have proved to be correct.
I furrowed my brow. So why do you think they wanted you?
MIA sighed.
As the curator of the museum, I am privy to a great many secrets.
They no doubt made use of those secrets to acquire magic spells. Luca nodded.
That would explain the archaic discs upon which they rode.
MIA lifted an eyebrow.
I rode a what?
I patted her shoulder.
We'll tell you later.
Tybalt stared at the ground as he furrowed his brow. To the heavens we ascend, to the line drawn by men. To the blue ever so deep, to the grey of the keep. He paused and shook his head.
I cannot fathom those lines.
Luca pursed his lips.
Nor I, but wherever the spice is, they have a head start on reaching it.
For our part, we will go to the cliffs and...
That's it.
Everyone was surprised by the holler, most of all me.
I mean, it came from my mouth.
I whipped my head to Luca and pressed both palms against the front of his charred shirt.
The cliffs.
The sun and moon ascend the heavens, the line drawn by men is... Ethan's hoarse voice interrupted me.
The horizon. I smiled at him and nodded. And the blue and grey are the water and the cliffs. And do you remember where Tina took us?
Luca's eyes widened. My God, I believe you're right.
I folded my arms over my chest and grinned. Of course I'm right.
I'm your wife. Luca's wings burst out of his back, and he held out his arms to me.
Then, let us see where along the cliffs we can find the spice. Tybalt frowned at his king. Allow me to accompany you, your highness.
Luca nodded at Ethan, who still hung in his arms.
You have my good friend to tend to, and I will get medicine from a good practitioner of herbs near the cliffs to the west of the port.
Besides, he swept me into his arms and stepped away from the others with a mischievous grin on his lips.
You won't fit.
Luca leapt into the air and spread his wings wide. A gentle midday breeze took us higher, and soon we were beyond the boundaries of the city. I snuggled closer. So do you think there's another trap waiting for us when we get there? Luca stared ahead at our destination as he pursed his lips.
I'm not sure. That may depend on whether we beat our adversaries there or not.
With that in mind, he flapped harder, and we rocketed across the countryside. The beautiful blue horizon with the glistening sun soon stretched out before us. There was no time to admire the geography, however, as I searched for any hint of the evil Mia's clue. Luca flew us over the grey cliffs and turned back, revealing those rocky sides for our perusal. The path upon which Tina had guided us was barely visible, even at such a close distance, and her ropes were well camouflaged against the tan-grey rocks. As Luca arched back, however, I detected a hint of something dark at the end of the long, winding trail. I lifted my eyes to Luca and pointed at the spot.
"What's that?" He squinted his eyes at where I pointed. "Let us see."
Luca swooped us down and we landed on a broad ledge some 10 feet wide. The path climbed up at our backs, and before us was a tall, narrow entrance into a dark cave. Tina's ropes hung above us like a giant spider web, and they swayed softly in a gentle breeze that blew the cold air of the sea upon us. We stepped closer and Luca lifted his hand and his palm lit up with fire. I frowned as I studied the area lit by the flame.
"Why does it look like you're not really casting any light on the place?"
Luca frowned and dropped his hand, extinguishing the flame.
"Because I'm not. There's a spell here barring dragon magic."
I lifted an eyebrow.
"Like in the sewers with those bands?"
He nodded.
"Yes.
It appears our foes did make use of Mia's extensive knowledge and access to forbidden magics." I bit my lip as I studied the darkness that stretched out before us.
"You think we should wait to see if Svetnek and Marcus will find us?"
He lifted his eyes to the sky and pursed his lips. "If Svetnek has found his master, they will be slow coming across the open fields because the sun saps their strength."
I squinted into the darkness but saw nothing. "So, how do we see in there?"
Luca flashed me a sly smile and tapped his temple. "You forget that your mate is a dragon, and my ancestors hoarded gold in dark chambers." I stiffened my jaw and offered Luca my bent arm.
"Then let's do this." Chapter 33.
Luca took my hand and guided me through the opening.
I may as well have been a blind man, for as little as I could see in that pitch-black place. There wasn't so much as a speck of light from a mouse hole.
Luca gave my hand a squeeze.
"You'll be able to see soon. There are torches on the walls."
He lit up his palm and stuck the fire into the fuel at the end of a torch to our right. The beacon cast its flickering soft glow over the ground, and I could see soft sand beneath us. Luca placed me beside the torch.
"Let me light the other ones."
I nodded and watched as he disappeared into the darkness, only to re-emerge 50 feet away, courtesy of another lit torch. He went about the room, and soon a dozen torches illuminated the area. I now saw we stood in a large chamber, with several small rooms branching out on either side and at the back. Other than the torches that hung from the wall, there was little decoration on the roughly carved walls, other than rough rope that hung in bundles here and there. I didn't need 3 guesses to recognize Tina's playthings. The opening to one of the chambers stood to my right, and Luca joined me in inspecting the space. The room contained a myriad of treasures and junk, much of it evidence of the workings of the tides. There were steering wheels from sailing ships, fittings from the same, and a mess of personal items like dishes, plates, and pocket watches. Only the best, of course, and they all shone proudly, if a little battered with gold and silver. I walked over to one of the piles and picked up a silver teapot.
I didn't know squirrels swam so well. "There are sand pools about the rocks where wreckage sometimes becomes trapped," Luca told me as he inspected the area.
I could see his nostrils flare and set down the teapot.
"Do you know what the last spice smells like?"
He furrowed his brow as he peeked into a large barrel.
"I had Hamdi some years ago, when a visiting dignitary brought some of it. My father was furious when the tart flavor of the candy brought to me made me pucker my mouth in front of all our visitors." He chuckled. "I was quite the rapscallion then." I snorted. Some things never change.
We began our search in earnest but found nothing, and soon moved on to the next chamber. At the 8th room, I was investigating a suspicious-looking jewelry cabinet when a soft sound came from Luca. I looked up to find him holding a small satchel cupped in his hand. I moved over to him and could scarcely get the words out, so afraid was I that I'd be disappointed.
Is it?
Luca opened the drawstring bag and a faint tart odor teased my nose. He looked up at me and smiled.
It is.
Hamdi.
I set my hand on my stomach and returned the smile. Thank God. Now we can get.
A noise from the main chamber made us both pause, and my relief turned to fear. Luca crept up to the doorway and I slunk after him. He peeked around the corner, but I couldn't stretch that far and contented myself with using my ears. What I heard didn't comfort me.
It looks like I have some visitors.
Tina.
I should go greet them, shouldn't I?
Luca took my shaking hand in his and gave it a squeeze before he clasped the bag in my fingers. He pecked a kiss on my lips and slipped out of the room.
I wasn't going to be left behind and scurried after him.
Luca stopped in the middle of the cave and faced our foes. Tina's thin frame filled the opening to the cave, cutting off our only means of escape. Beside her stood one of the remaining 5 whites. Tina folded her arms over her chest and grinned at us.
My.
It looks like that stupid Mia's little parting hint wasn't as cleverly complicated as she thought.
Whatever are we going to do with you two?
The cloaked figure stepped forward and stretched out both arms on either side of them. 2 swirling balls of darkness exploded out of their palms. From the looks of their large hands, I figured we were up against a male. Tina glared at her companion.
Don't go destroying this place too much. It took years to collect all these treasures.
Luca spun around and grasped my shoulders. He drew me back into the chamber we'd just left, and lowered his voice to a whisper.
When I throw my first moves, make for the exit.
My eyebrows crashed down.
I'm not leaving. No. He turned his eyes upon me and cupped my cheek in one of his clawed hands.
His eyes met mine in a steady but gentle gaze.
I know you want to stay by my side, but I may not be able to protect both of us, especially in these cramped quarters.
A pained look slipped onto his handsome features.
I couldn't bear it if you were injured by my own hand. I sighed and set my hand atop his. All right, but if only one of you comes out, then it'd better be you understand? He grinned. Yes, Mum.
Luca slid out of the room, but I held back in the doorway. He walked toward the pair, and Tina scurried back while the shrouded figure moved forward a few steps. Luca stretched out his arms and balls of flame appeared in his palms. The magical pair faced each other, both tense as they waited to see who would make the first move. Luca took the first turn. Sort of. He lobbed one of his fireballs at the cloaked figure. The man deflected the ball with his own dark orb, and the fire fizzled out to nothing, but so did his own magic shadows. As he deflected, Luca flung his other orb at the ceiling above the two. The fireball struck the rough stone and left a gaping hole in the rock. The contents of that hole rained down on them, and the pair were forced to duck out of the way, though neither escaped completely unharmed. Luca turned his head to one side and caught my eye.
That was my cue.
I dashed out of the chamber and past the recovering pair to slip through the narrow cave gap. The sunlight blinded me for a moment, but I continued to stumble forward along the broad ledge toward the path.
Oh no, you don't.
Tanya shouted as she appeared on the ropes that hung over my head. The squirrel girl hopped from one string to another and dropped down in front of me. She folded her arms over her chest and offered me a devilish grin.
You're not going anywhere.
I skidded to a stop and assessed her lithe but skinny frame. Dirt and sand crunched beneath my feet, and I dragged the side of one of them toward her.
You'll have to make me.
In a low but desperate blow, I kicked the mess my foot had piled up at my foe. The squirrel girl leapt onto the rope above her and chattered at me. I rushed past, but she dropped a rope around my waist and pulled hard. Her yank pulled me off my feet, but I knew this game. Instead of fighting it, I grabbed hold of the rope that held me and scurried up the thick threads toward my captor. Tina started back and released the rope that held me.
The threads fell limp around my waist, but before I dropped down, I lunged at her.
She scurried away up the ropes but left her tail to the last.
I grabbed onto the fluff and did my own yanking. Tina let out a scream and lost her grip on the rope.
We tumbled down through the mess and I landed hard on my back. She landed a little more gracefully close beside me, where she leapt to her feet and spun around to hug her tail against her chest.
Her eyes blazed with anger as she stroked her insulted fluff. How dare you touch my tail? I sat up and tried to get some air back into my lungs. You should rent that thing out as a tug toy for dogs. Tina let out a cry and lunged at me. I flung my arms up, and she landed hard on me.
We tussled about the ground, stirring up dust and fury as we rolled about. Neither of us was shy about using our teeth and talons. We had rolled nearer the cliffside with me on the bottom, when our fun was interrupted by a violent tremor that shook the earth. Both of us froze mid-battle, as we heard a horrible cracking come from underneath us. I turned my head and my eyes widened as I watched cracks appear from the edge of the path and shoot toward us. One of them zigged underneath me, and my heart stopped when I felt the earth crumble beneath me.
Chapter 34.
Tina and I screamed in unison as we dropped into the newly made abyss. I flailed about for a handhold, but the wily squirrel girl managed to find a grip sooner than me. My gut hit a small ledge and I flung my arms out, catching myself. My whole body shook with terror and pain as I tried to pull myself up. Tina had other plans. She scampered down the cliffside toward me, murder and vengeance in her eyes. The squirrel reached me and slammed her foot against one of my arms. I clenched my teeth against the pain and swiped at her foot, but that only made me lose my grip. My body slipped further off the ledge, and closer to the crashing rocks below us. Tina emphasized every word with a kick at my arm.
Why?
Don't. You.
Just.
Die. A shadow fell over us and Tina spun around. A cold, pale hand shoved her out of the way, and she went careening over the ledge and past where I hung. I looked over my shoulder and watched her drop toward the water. The squirrel, however, latched onto a ledge a few yards shy of the bottom. She glared up at us before she scurried away along the rocks beyond the cave, and out of sight. Movement out of the corner of my eye returned my focus to my savior. I looked up to find myself staring into the pallid but smiling face of Marcus.
He offered me a hand. You have a bad habit of finding trouble. I snorted and clapped my hand into his. Good thing I have a lot of friends to get me out of it, huh?
He chuckled as he pulled me onto the small ledge, where I precariously balanced on the edge.
I will have to see about charging the Dragon King for that privilege.
Before that, however, he looped his arm around my waist and his eyes sparkled with mischief. Allow me some fun of my own. He crouched down a little, and my eyes widened as I realized what he intended to do. It was a good 100 feet above us to the path ledge. I wrapped my arms around his neck a moment before he leapt upward. We sailed past the rough cliff walls and landed neatly on what remained of the ledge. Marcus released me and I stumbled backward.
Away from the edge, of course. I clutched my beating heart and looked around us.
A question arose for which I turned back to Marcus.
Where's Fetnik?
Marcus turned his eyes to the cave entrance from where loud noises emanated and frowned.
My foolish apprentice has gone in search of his master.
I flew past the elder vampire and paused in the doorway.
The cave was a mess.
Rubble lay everywhere and many of the walls had scorched pockmarks. Luca still stood on the far side of the cave with Svetnik close to me, and between them was their foe. Dust covered their cloak, and the hem was a little burnt, but otherwise they held their magic orbs in their steady hands. Luca, however, was slightly hunched over with sweat on his brow and his orbs smaller than I remembered.
At our entrance, the cloaked man turned his face toward me.
I couldn't see any features, but a chill ran down my spine. The black orbs he held flared into huge balls which he flung one orb up and below where he stood.
The first crashed into the ceiling, creating a huge crack in the stones.
The second created a hole beneath them through which they dropped out of sight. Luca and Svetnik rushed toward the hole, but rubble from the broken ceiling rained down on them.
"Luca!" I shouted as I took a step forward.
Marcus appeared behind me and caught my hand, which he used to tug me to his side. "Go in there and you'll die too." I grabbed his arm and tried to tug myself out of his powerful grip.
"Let me go."
A bright flash of light burst out of our connection. Marcus hissed and covered his face with both hands, freeing me from his hold. I rushed forward as large rocks and dust fell from the ceiling. Svetnik flew forward and grabbed hold of Luca, but a huge boulder tumbled between them and the entrance. I leapt back to avoid being crushed, and fell backward onto my butt. Luca looked in my direction and his eyes widened.
"Get out of here." I climbed to my feet as the whole place trembled. "Not without you."
A sickening cracking noise came from both above and below us. Fissures opened up on the floor as the whole of the cliff fell down upon us.
I flung up my arms and shut my eyes.
A blinding light flashed across my eyes and warmth surrounded me.
I felt a strange sense of exhaustion, like something was pulling my strength out of me.
The world faded into the background as the light engulfed me. Faint cries came from all around me, but I couldn't make out the words. The next moment, strong warm arms wrapped around me. My legs buckled and I dropped into them. Someone turned up the volume to 11, and the roar of crashing rocks echoed at my back. I forced open my eyes and beheld a different light.
This one was from the sun, and it shone brightly above us. I swept my gaze over the area, and realized I was out of the cave.
Luca held me while Svetnik and Marcus stood off to one side, the apprentice grasping the master as much as Luca had a hold on me. Marcus' face was scrunched up and he clutched his arms against himself. I blinked up at Luca, as the exhaustion lingered over me.
What happened?"
He pursed his lips as he studied my face.
"I don't know." There was something in his voice that made my heart skip a beat. "What do you mean?"
I looked over my shoulder at the cave. The entrance had collapsed beneath the weight of the cliff.
"How'd we get out?" "The credit is all yours," Marcus spoke up as he shrugged off Svetnik's hold.
He shuffled over to me, and I noticed a faint bit of white steam floated out of the sleeves of his robe. A faint smile spread across his lips as he inclined his head to me.
"Lady of the White Fire." I shook my head. "What does that even mean?"
Luca pursed his lips.
"A strange white light exploded out of your body. It kept the roof of the cave up long enough for Svetnik and me to escape with you."
I lifted an eyebrow.
"A white light from me?"
Marcus chuckled.
"Quite a feat for your first use of magic."
I shook my head at all the curious eyes around me.
"But I'm just a normal human. I don't know how to do magic." Svetnik cleared his throat. "There are legends of the mate of the Dragon King being capable of performing a most powerful magic, that of the White Fire.
It is said to grant healing and protection to those most in need of it." My jaw hit the rocky ground beneath us.
What?"
I whipped my head up to Luca, who now had more admiration in his eyes than concern.
"Come again."
He smiled and grasped my hand to peck a kiss on the back.
"You are full of surprises, my mate."
"And more than one," Marcus mused as he drew up one of his sleeves to reveal a pale but otherwise healthy arm. My eyes widened as I looked first to the limb, and then to the bemused vampire.
"You're the reckoning."
"Is vanished, thanks to your rather harsh touch," he told me as he dropped his sleeve, though he rubbed his arm where I'd pushed him away from me.
"I must be more wary around you now."
Another attack such as that, and I may be occupying a dustpan. I gaped down at my hands. They looked normal.
I felt normal. I don't know what to say.
The small bag of tart spice was set in my hand, and I looked up into Luca's bright face.
"Words later. Let's see about lifting those other bands."
Chapter 35. Marcus held out his palms to Luca, who poured the 2 remaining spices into them. The vampire rubbed his hands together and turned to me. I lifted my shirt and tensed as his cold hands pressed against my stomach. It was mesmerizing watching the bands twist and turn into oblivion, like watching a string unravel itself. In a few moments they were gone. All that remained was a single black circle with a few runes. Marcus stepped back and smiled at me.
Nearly there. I pursed my lips and looked up at Luca. But what about the last spice?
He sighed and lifted his eyes to the collapsed cave entrance.
I'm not sure. I didn't smell anything unusual in the caves. Svetnik nodded. I doubt they would hide 2 spices in the same location. I set my hand over my cursed stomach and frowned. Damn it.
Luca lay his hand atop mine and offered me a smile.
Where there's life, there's hope. Let's go home.
The others are no doubt waiting for us. My eyes widened as a thought struck me.
What about Todd? We still need to pick up some medicine from him.
Svetnik moved closer and bowed to us. Might I perform this task so you can return to the castle as quickly as possible? Luca grinned.
Are you afraid we'll run into more trouble?
Svetnik straightened and shook his head.
No, Your Highness.
I fear in your troubles you will collapse the rest of the cliffs.
I snorted and Luca chuckled. A possibility, old friend.
You can find our new acquaintance in a cottage not far from here to the northeast. The visage is ancient, and there's a garden on the west side.
Then I will seek the herb and return immediately.
In a blink he had vanished. We turned our attention to Marcus, who stood nearby rubbing his arm, and with a slight touch of disbelief in his eyes.
I grinned at him. I guess this means I don't have to be your blood donor anymore?
He chuckled and dropped his arm to his side.
No Lady of the White Fire, but I would use that skill but rarely.
I could not help but notice your heart rate increased quite a bit when you expended your energy. I nodded.
I'll be sure to keep it tucked in my pocket, for emergency purposes only.
Besides, I lifted one hand and studied the plain palm with a pensive gaze.
I really don't know how I did it.
Luca's wings burst out of his back, and he offered me his hands.
We should get going.
Marcus stepped back and inclined his head to us.
As should I. Farewell, Dragon King and his fiery mate. If you ever need my help again, you need only call.
He too vanished in the wind.
That would be a nifty skill, I mused as Luca lifted me into his arms.
He smiled and brushed the tips of our noses together.
You have something far more valuable than that skill. I blinked up at him. Like what? The ability to steal my heart every time I see you. I snorted and slapped my hand against his chest. Corny but nice.
He grinned and spread his wings wide.
I try.
We took off, and I was never gladder to see the glistening spires of the castle and the majestic city at its feet. Luca landed us on the balcony, where Myra and MIA awaited our return. Myra scurried over to me as I dropped onto my feet.
What has that foolish young man done to you? She scolded me as she grasped my hand and tugged me toward the door. You look as pale as a turnip, and twice as drained as a vampire's victim.
I laughed.
You're not that far off.
Luca's attention fell on MIA.
How's your brother? She sighed. Burned, but even without medicine he'll live.
Luca clapped a hand on her shoulder.
Svetnik is fetching it as we speak.
The sun herb will heal his wounds in a matter of days. I couldn't hear any more of their conversation, as Myra pulled me inside and down the hall.
Now we're going to get you all nice and fed, and then you're going to take a long nap.
I grinned.
That actually sounds really nice.
Myra led me down the stairs to the dining room. She had plopped me in a chair and whisked herself into the kitchen when Luca caught up and took a seat at the head.
He had a worried look on his face.
I reached across the table and gave his hand a squeeze.
What's wrong?
He dropped his eyes to where my stomach was hidden by the table.
One more spice, and we don't even know what it is we're looking for.
My heart fell and my shoulders drooped.
Yeah.
Myra swept through the kitchen door with a platter holding 2 steaming bowls and a long wooden spoon. She slid one of the bowls in front of me, and Luca leaned back for her to place the second in front of him. His old nurse frowned at him.
You don't get any of my special soup, Luca Sylvanus. I'm not going to have you finding out my secret ingredient. I had a hard time not laughing at Luca's playfully disappointed face as I took up a spoonful of the soup.
The warm broth slid down my throat and warmed me through and through. Luca stretched out his hand to grasp my bowl.
Just a sip.
Myra slammed the platter on my far side and whacked his hand with the long wooden spoon.
Your meal is being prepared, now behave yourself or I'll send you to your room.
As the pair bickered like the old friends they were, I dug deeper into the soup. My whole body felt a lightness that soothed my aching muscles and filled the emptiness in my stomach. It also did something else to my stomach.
I felt a strange shifting over my midsection, and I dropped my eyes to my lap. Nothing appeared out of place.
I lifted my shirt and my eyes widened. The remaining black band wiggled about my stomach, though it didn't fade. I whipped my head up to the pair, deep in their reminiscences about what a hooligan Luca had been in his youth.
Guys. Of course, you were the one to put the deacon's cloak on the snowman. I swear it was Cassius. Guys. Bah.
He couldn't think of anything so evil, much less do it.
Then it was the deacon's page. Guys. The deacon's page.
You expect me to believe that?
Guys.
The pair was silenced and turned their faces to me.
I scooted my chair back and pointed down at my stomach. Something's happening.
They swooped down on me with Myra at my side and Luca on one knee in front of me. He lifted my shirt higher and studied the curse a moment before his eyes widened. Luca whipped his head up to me and shook his head.
It's lifting.
He leapt to his feet and grabbed the bowl of soup.
There's something in this that's destroying the last seal of the curse.
Myra leapt at him and snatched the bowl from his grasp before she shoved it into my lap.
Then give that back to her and let her down the whole bunch.
I cupped the bowl between both hands and with a smile on my face and a deep breath, downed the whole dish. By the time I finished, the movement over my stomach had increased, and there was a noticeable sloshing inside me. Myra shoved the next bowl into my gut.
One last time.
I cringed but grasped the dish, and prayed to whatever God would heed me that I wouldn't lose all that liquid before I gulped down the second bowl. Luca knelt in front of me and placed his hand on my stomach, as the swirling band began to fade. With each gulp the runes grew fainter, and by the time I'd finished the large bowl the darkness was a faint ink stain on my gut. I set down the bowl with a deep groan, and watched the curse fade into oblivion. A great weight lifted off my shoulders, and I looked at Luca with warm tears in my eyes and a smile on my lips.
We did it.
He grinned and clasped my hands in his.
Through luck and perseverance, we did.
A thought struck me that made me furrow my brow.
If the spice needed all along was in the soup, then why didn't it work when I drank it earlier? He turned his head to face the empty bowls and pursed his lips. I'm not sure, but the water may have diluted its potency.
The soup only gave you relief, but didn't have enough strength to lift its curse band. Myra crossed her arms and frowned at him.
That isn't it at all.
I've put more of my special spice in it. Luca lifted an eyebrow at her. Myra, I know this goes against every fiber of your being, but for the sake of my mate, tell me the source of that spice. Myra sighed and her shoulders slumped.
It's the Borster plant.
Luca leaned back and blinked at her.
You're kidding.
I raised my hand.
Could I be included in this conversation? What's a Borster plant?
Myra shrugged.
It's a plant that only grows in the castle gardens.
Most of the gardeners even think it's a weed, so they pull it whenever I'm not around. My predecessor, she who cared for Luca's father, taught me the secret to the soup as she had been taught by the nursemaid before her, passing down the recipe for hundreds of years in order to give the Dragon King's mate the strength she needed to bear his heir. A snort escaped me.
A weed was the spice.
Luca stood with a worried look on his face that made my heart patter, but not in a good way.
What is it? He turned his head to the side to catch Myra's eye. The borster only grows in the castle garden, doesn't it?
She nodded.
Yes. He frowned. Then that means whoever used it on the curse has access to the castle.
A little color left my face.
So, a person used like they controlled MIA to get at the spells? A dark cloud settled on his brow. Or someone like Tina.
I wrapped my arms around myself as my heart sank.
So, what do we do?
Luca grasped my hands and gave me a smile.
We protect each other while we search for the person behind these monsters.
I grinned and pecked a kiss on his lips.
I always wondered what it'd be like to chase after monsters.
I was soon to get my wish, and you know what they say about being careful what you wish for.